Chapter 40:10. How is this possible? The giant dragon was shocked. Its neck struggled frantically, and its bloody mouth was about to swallow Xiaohua's head. Come on! Xiaohua shouted, and his body once again emitted a whimpering sound like a tide, and his transcendent's golden body swelled again. Boom! Without waiting for the giant dragon's bloody mouth to fall, the wishful steel staff flashed mysteriously. The giant dragon had no time to dodge and was hit on the bridge of its nose. The giant dragon roared, and tears flowed uncontrollably from its nose. Even its fierce eyes flashed with blood. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the giant dragon was about to swing its tail to kill Xiaohua from behind, it heard a series of movements. A fist wind that could shatter a mountain fell on the body of the giant dragon like raindrops. This fist was so hard that not only did it disperse the dragon chi around the giant dragon's body, but it also knocked off the dragon's scales. Even the dragon's body under the dragon's scales was hit with a huge crack, and the dragon's blood had already flowed out. Damn it, damn it. The dragon tried its best to pull out its dragon claw, but the dragon claw seemed to have been cast into Xiaohua's body. No matter how hard the dragon tried, it couldn't pull it out. The dragon couldn't help but roar. Waves of dragon breath blew out from its bloody mouth like a gale. Fellow Daoist, it's your turn. In the face of the dragon's breath that couldn't be dealt with by spiritual power, Xiaohua was not nervous. He laughed and lifted his left foot, kicking toward the abdomen of the giant dragon. Woo-woo. Dragon vein Xiaohua had been hovering behind Xiaohua. Now that he heard Xiaohua's command, he proudly raised his head from the top of Xiaohua's head. The dragon's mouth, which was larger than the southern sea giant dragon, opened, and a powerful suction force was born from the dragon's mouth. With the suction force, dragon vein Xiaohua's true dragon aura suddenly bloomed, like a tide pressing down on the giant dragon. Ah! This is true dragon chi. How can you have true dragon chi? The figure of the southern sea giant dragon couldn't help but tremble. The dragon's breath changed direction under this suction force and flew toward dragon vein Xiaohua. Not good. When the southern sea giant dragon saw the dragon breath land in Xiaohua's mouth and was immediately swallowed by him, it immediately became vigilant and struggled with all its might, wanting to escape from Xiaohua's hands. Unfortunately, just as he struggled, Xiaohua's fists and kicks and the wishful staff fell again. The southern sea dragon could only deal with it tiredly. In just a few moments, the southern sea giant dragon's skin and flesh were lacerated, and dragon blood flowed out. This was nothing. What caused the southern sea dragon's soul to fly out of his body was that the dragon vein Xiaohua, who was supposed to be devoured by him, had now opened his bloody mouth. A surging suction force was sucking away the dragon aura within his body. No matter how he activated the dragon clan's secret technique, he was unable to stop the dragon aura from flying out of his body. Under normal circumstances, the giant dragon of the southern sea would have either torn his opponent to shreds or fled immediately. Either way, he would have been able to escape death. However, at this moment, his dragon claws were embedded in Xiaohua's body and could not be pulled out. Xiaohua's physical body and martial arts were several levels above his. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Roar! The southern sea dragon let out a sorrowful cry, and a wash-basin-sized dragon pearl was spat out from his mouth. As soon as the dragon pearl fell into the air, the dragon aura within 100 miles seemed to boil and rushed toward the dragon pearl. A fierce little dragon of 100 feet in size flashed with dragon patterns as it fiercely rushed toward dragon vein Xiaohua. The little dragon was only 1,000 feet away from the dragon vein Xiaohua. Hundreds of spatial cracks appeared in this 1,000 feet space as the little dragon flew past. Within those cracks, there was an endless amount of dragon chi that seemed to be even smaller little dragons surging out. When dragon vein Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what a stupid dragon. If you fight with I face to face, how can I be your opponent? But if you take out this dragon aura and dragon pearl, even if you have 2 more, you are still not I's opponent. With that, dragon vein Xiaohua's body surged with powerful dragon aura, and suddenly, it shrouded the surrounding hundreds of feet of space. The void that was torn by the dragon pearl was instantly repaired by Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon aura, and the seemingly endless dragon aura fell into Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body. Your bloodline can still speak. The southern sea dragon was shocked and cried out, "Could it be, you have already mastered the art of fake body? This is impossible." Woo! As Dragon Vein Xiaohua rushed over, the fierce dragon pearl also fell into his mouth. No matter how the southern sea dragon urged the dragon pearl, there was no movement. How could Xiaohua answer the question of the southern sea dragon? His face showed a fierce expression, and his hands waved at the same time. Boom! The southern sea dragon was overturned on the ground, and then his right hand raised to the sky, raised the wishful steel staff, and stabbed towards the neck of the southern sea dragon. Puff! The sound of silk being torn was heard, and the wishful steel staff penetrated the body of the southern sea dragon and went straight into the ground. The dragon roared in pain, and its whole body rolled on the ground crazily. However, the wishful steel staff penetrated the ground like a sea-stabilizing needle, nailing the southern sea dragon there. This old man's disciple has long wanted to eat dragon meat skewers, and this old man wants to find an evil dragon to pull out the dragon tendons and skin the dragon. You are good, seeing this old man, you didn't hide, but actually came over. You must have eaten too many people before, and those vengeful spirits sent you here. As the saying goes, if you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? You will admit defeat today. Xiaohua sneered, raised his hand, and grabbed the tail of the southern sea dragon. His 5 fingers grabbed the tail, and immediately, a thumb-thick dragon tendon was held in his hand. You dare! The southern sea dragon shouted, "This is the fragment of the dragon domain. If you dare to attack my dragon race, the dragon domain Shinran will definitely kill you." Since you know it's a fragment, don't expect anything from the Shinran. Xiaohua laughed. Besides, no matter where you are, if you dare to kill my human race cultivators, this old man will dare to kill your dragon race. Ah! The southern sea dragon screamed, and the dragon body collapsed to the ground. The tough dragon tendon was pulled out by Xiaohua. Taking advantage of the collapse of the southern sea dragon's body, dragon bloodline Xiaohua's figure fell on his dragon body, but a shadow came out of the southern sea dragon's body and fell into dragon bloodline Xiaohua's body. Woo woo! Dragon bloodline Xiaohua made a sound without wind, and within his whole body, endless dragon runes rolled, and a ray of light gushed out, shooting straight into the air. Ha 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 ha! Dragon bloodline Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed, and the dragon chi overflowed. Fellow Daoist, you said it very well. If you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? This evil dragon usually devours the blood of the dragon race's descendants, but I didn't expect it to be devoured by I today. With this evil dragon's blood essence, I can cultivate for 100 years less. Humph. Seeing that the southern sea dragon's blood essence and dragon chi were gone, Xiaohua also hardened his heart and coldly snorted, "Those who kill will be killed. Even if it's the dragon race, it's the same." Then, Xiaohua pulled out the wishful staff, released his mind, and put the southern sea dragon into the space, and threw the dragon tendon to Fujiwen and the others. Putting aside whether or not Yuanya had really barbecued this southern sea giant dragon, Xiaohua withdrew his transcendence golden body and looked at the dragon vein that was boiling with dragon runes. He frowned and said, "Fellow Daoist, could it be that you also want to devour more dragons in this stacked jade legacy realm?" Hee hee. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua laughed. "I know that the demon race uses devouring as the orthodox cultivation method, but I have never devoured a dragon race, and I don't know the mystery inside. Today, after a little test, I already know the mystery inside. The demon race is different from the human race. They devour the power of the stars and moon, devour dragon chi, and their cultivation is devouring. I am dragon bloodline, so I can naturally devour everything in the world." Alas, Xiaohua sighed, and said with some disappointment, "Maybe." Fellow Daoist doesn't need to sigh. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said, "You and I are different, there is no need to compare, and there is no need to worry. This little one cultivates the Confucian Tao, and the main purpose is to refine the breath of life in the chest. Buddha Bodhi cultivates Dharma, and has long been on a different path from us. Now that fellow Daoist dragon bloodline devours dragon chi, isn't it the same as fellow Daoist heavenly phoenix cultivates the bloodline of the holy? Doesn't your Dao sect have a saying that the heavens and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs? Look at that southern sea dragon just now. In your opinion, his crime of devouring the blood of human cultivators is unforgivable, but in his eyes, this is an extremely normal thing. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua said with a smile, humans are human because they have humanity. I am a clone of the human race, relying on the humanity in my heart. I will not casually harm the heavens and bully the weak. Hee, you don't have to say anything more. Xiaohua smiled slightly. I have 10 primordial spirits, and each of us has our own path, each of us has our own opportunities. How can I not know this? I just feel a little lonely, and in the future, we may go further and further away. Perhaps. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were both speechless. Not bad. There are so many dragon crystals. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over, only to see that at the place where he was fighting with the southern sea giant dragon, many huge boulders had been split open, and the dragon crystals within them had fallen out. He laughed loudly, and his mind swept up all of the dragon crystals and collected them. Afterward, Xiaohua was too lazy to use the wishful staff to break the stones, and stepped into the valley with dragon bloodline Xiaohua. Wherever he passed, all the boulders were collected by his mind. Woo-woo. Just when Xiaohua had walked halfway, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from the sky of the valley. When Xiaohua heard this sound, he immediately shouted, "Not good, fellow Daoist dragon bloodline, quickly come back. This folded jadeite legacy realm is about to change." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly rushed into Xiaohua's body, while Xiaohua urged his monster chi to rush toward the end of the valley, wanting to collect all the boulders before the change came. As soon as the whistling wind was born, the sky of the entire folded jadeite legacy realm immediately darkened, and all the dragon chi began to become violent. In just a few breaths, the legacy realm was turned upside down, the mountains were upside down, the ancient trees were slanted, and everything was like a picture scroll blown by the wind, completely blurred. Chapter 40:11. Looking at Xiaohua's figure again, the bronze luster slowly dispersed. His figure rapidly shrunk and gradually returned to its original form. As Xiaohua walked, all of the huge rocks disappeared. However, even though Xiaohua's movements were fast, he still couldn't compare to the changes in the Forgotten Realm. Just as he walked halfway through the valley turned upside down. Xiaohua's figure also flew up. That small figure was like a withered grass, fluttering helplessly in this gale. Xiaohua curled up his figure and tried his best to avoid colliding with the rocks and other objects in the folded jade Forgotten Realm. After that, he carefully released his primordial thought. Unfortunately, just as his primordial thought was released, it was immediately torn apart by a huge wind blade. Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his primordial thought. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Damn it, don't say any more. That golden crystal is definitely the folded jade Forgotten Realm itself. It's not just an entrance. The changes in everything right now are the overflowing images in that crystal." However, the Dragon Palace Hall's True Dragon Tablet clearly stated that this change would normally only happen when the folded jade Forgotten Realm is closed. During ordinary experiential training, it wouldn't happen so easily. Could it be that there are other changes in this folded jade Forgotten Realm? Thinking until here, with a loud boom, Xiaohua's figure crashed into a mountain rock. This rumbling sound was really nothing compared to the earth-shattering movement. However, the force of Xiaohua's collision still penetrated the entire mountain rock. Without waiting for Xiaohua to shake off the stone fragments on his body, the hurricane lifted him into the air again. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the countless chi pillars wreaking havoc in the space. Xiaohua's heart moved and he thought again, this folded jade Forgotten Realm is known as the fragment of the Dragon Domain. Although the Dragon Island didn't explain its origin and from the outside, it doesn't seem to have any relation with the Dragon Domain. There is a mysterious boundary in the folded jade Forgotten Realm. However, the true dragon tablet also said that there was a mysterious thin layer of space at the edge of the stacked jade legacy land. As long as a dragon, human, or demon fell in, no matter how tough their body was, they would be crushed. Could it be that this folded jade forgotten realm matches what fellow Daoist Long Mai thought? There really are some places that have some relation with the dragon domain. That's for sure. Thinking until here, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the Dragon Island's purpose of letting over 10,000 dragons and their descendants come to the folded jade forgotten realm for experiential training. The 9 elders of the Dragon Island didn't tell me the truth. Unfortunately, even though Ao Sheng looked like a little dragon, he was very scheming at times. It was not easy to get information out of him. This Xiao was wrong. What does the Dragon Island's goal have to do with this Xiao? I only need to find the incomplete dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool. As for the rest, they can do whatever they want. This Xiao will absolutely not interfere. Hong hong hong. A series of sounds rang out, and a mountain range actually flew horizontally across the sky. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation, and his figure crashed into the mountain range with a loud bang. Moreover, this mountain range was extremely thick, and for a moment, it was not easy for Xiaohua to come out. That's great. Xiaohua, who had fallen into a predicament, was not alarmed but happy instead. He smiled and said, this Xiao can finally be stable. It won't be too late for this Xiao to come out after this mountain range stabilizes in the Forgotten Realm. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's wishful thinking hadn't even started. Boom. Another huge sound came from outside the mountain range, and even the entire mountain range shook. Xiaohua originally thought that the mountain had already landed, but a series of loud noises immediately followed. Xiaohua's figure, which was embedded in the mountain, felt shaken. Damn it, the mountain range must have crashed together. Xiaohua slightly released his elemental perception, and sensed that the mountain rocks of the mountain range had already loosened, and was about to drill into the depths of the mountain range again. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the collision sound, and then, with another rumble, an extremely unlucky huge dragon flew across the sky, and crashed into the side of the mountain range that Xiaohua was in. The huge dragon's figure was not easy to shrink in this folded emerald forgotten realm, and it was even a bit bigger. The force of this collision was extremely great, and the place where Xiaohua was embedded originally had some fine cracks. Now, these fine cracks had completely split open, and Xiaohua's figure flew out from the mountain range. Just as Xiaohua appeared in midair, 2 hurricanes attacked from high up in the sky, and slapped Xiaohua together with that huge dragon towards the ground. Woo! 2 whistling sounds of wind, and 1 dragon and 1 person were about to smash into the ground. It was also at this moment that, Kacha! The ground suddenly split open, and a suction force that was even more powerful than the distortion of space was born from the crack, enveloping the surrounding several thousand zhang of space. Not good. Nearly 100 zhang in size, the mountain top that had just been knocked down by the huge force of the crack, turned into a few feet in size, and fell into the crack. Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Grandma, is this the thin layer of space around the folded emerald forgotten realm? Xiaohua urged the dragon chi of the dragon vein to get out of this suction force. It was fine if he did not urge it, but as soon as he urged it, the suction force immediately increased. His figure instantly floated into the crack 100 zhang. Xiaohua immediately withdrew the dragon chi without hesitation, raised his hand, and waved it, and the wishful steel staff fell into his hand. Grow, grow, grow. Xiaohua shouted several times, and with the strength of his arms, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground. Boom! With a soft sound, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground for a full 100 zhang. Wang wang. Xiaohua's figure horizontally, holding the wishful steel staff with both hands, and the wishful steel staff made a low roaring sound. Grow, grow, grow. Xiaohua shouted desperately. The wishful steel staff seemed to know Xiaohua's thoughts, and also desperately inserted into the ground. As the wishful steel staff went deeper, Xiaohua's figure gradually stabilized. At this time, the giant dragon, who was caught by the suction force like Xiaohua, was not so lucky. Although he tried his best to struggle, the more he struggled, the more he moved toward the crack. Now, a small half of the dragon's body had fallen into the crack, and the dragon's body had become a lot smaller. Daoist Xiao, save me. The giant dragon saw that Xiao Hua was stable and could not help but shout for help. Xiao Hua stabilized his mind and looked up at the dragon that he did not know. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the situation of the dragon and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, Daoist friend, don't worry, quickly find a way to throw out your dragon tail. This Xiao can save you by grabbing your dragon tail." Okay. At this time, the dragon slanted into the crack, and his tail was close to Xiao Hua's left side. After listening to Xiao Hua's suggestion, he hesitated. If he threw his dragon tail to Xiao Hua, then his dragon head would definitely fall into the crack first, and Xiao Hua would not necessarily be able to grab his tail. Of course, he only paused for a moment. Then, he threw all his eggs in one basket and swung his dragon tail towards Xiao Hua's side. Whoosh! At this time, the dragon tail became small under the suction force of the crack. As the dragon tail swung, the dragon's head indeed entered the crack first. A faint fluctuation spread out from the dragon's head, and in a moment, it swept through the dragon's body. The dragon tail that was swinging towards Xiao Hua became even smaller. How could it still touch Xiao Hua? The moment the dragon disappeared into the crack, he saw that his dragon tail was dozens of feet away from Xiao Hua. His heart was already like dead ashes. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment when he would be torn apart by the space. Just as the pain came from the dragon's back, a huge force strangely came from his dragon tail. Xiao Hua's arms suddenly lengthened by more than 10 zhang, firmly grabbing onto the dragon's tail. "Get up!" Xiao Hua shouted, wanting to pull the dragon out of the crack. However, the dragon's body was only able to escape from the crack. It couldn't completely escape the huge suction force. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He could only forcibly grab the dragon's tail and try his best not to let the dragon fall into the crack. However, the suction force of the crack was the power of heaven and earth. It was far beyond Xiao Hua's strength. It was just a cup of tea's time, but Xiao Hua's arm trembled slightly. Not only was he unable to hold the dragon firmly, but he could not even hold the wishful staff. "Granny, this dragon's body is too big. The suction force he suffers is far greater than this Xiao's." Xiao Hua secretly complained. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to survive, he had to give up something. Only by giving up this dragon could he save his life. Xiao Hua needed to make a choice. "Daoist Master Xiao, don't let go." The dragon had already noticed the trembling of Xiao Hua's arm and hurriedly shouted, "As long as Daoist Master Xiao saves this one, no need to say more." Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and shouted, "This Xiao knows that this Xiao will do his best to save you." Xiao Hua had just said this when a huge boulder flew from a distance and hit the wishful steel staff. Buzz! The wishful steel staff shook slightly, and Xiao Hua's hand couldn't help but tremble. Unfortunately, the brilliance in the slits suddenly increased, and the suction force doubled. Xiao Hua and the dragon's figure fell towards the brilliance. Xiao 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 xiao. Seeing that the dragon were about to be swallowed by the thin layer of space, the entire Forgotten Realm flipped again. Xiao Hua and the dragon were pushed back 100 feet horizontally by a giant dragon. Just as Xiao Hua's figure moved away, a crisp sound rang out, and the man-eating crack actually closed. As soon as the strong suction force disappeared, Xiao Hua and the giant dragon flew up again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire folded jade Forgotten Realm calmed down. After the smoke and dust settled, a desolate remnant realm full of dragon chi once again appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua drilled out from the gap between two mountain rocks and stood there tiredly. In the call of a mountain range a few hundred feet behind him, half of the dragon's body was badly mutilated and flew over with difficulty. "Ao man greets Daoist Master Xiao." As the dragon flew over, he raised his dragon claws and shouted, "Many thanks to Daoist Master for helping me. Otherwise, this one would have been swallowed by the thin layer of space." "Hee hee, you're welcome." Xiao Hua smiled and said, you and I both came to the folded jade forgotten realm to gain experience. Meeting each other is fate. Fellow Daoist does not have to worry about this matter. Ao Man hurriedly replied, this matter may not be much in the eyes of Daoist master, but in this one's opinion, it is more important than the heavens. How about this, Daoist master, this one has a dragon pearl here that I obtained from a deserted island. Although this thing is useful to me, if it is given to Daoist master to nourish your bloodline, the effect will be better. This one will use it to thank Daoist master for saving my life. Chapter 40:12. Fellow immortal, you don't have to be so polite, right? Xiaohua looked at the golden dragon pearl. This thing was indeed different from other dragon pearls. However, Xiaohua's dragon vein was not an ordinary true bloodline, so he might not be able to use it. Therefore, Xiaohua rarely refused. However, Ao Man did not give up and continued to smile stubbornly. Daoist Master Xiao, you are wrong. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Daoist Master saved me, and I only used this dragon pearl to thank Daoist Master. I already feel embarrassed. If Daoist Master doesn't even want this, how can I continue to train in this folded jade legacy realm? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a moment and said, all right, since that is the case, then I will be disrespectful. Seeing Xiaohua reach out to take the dragon pearl, Ao Man smiled and said, that's right, Daoist Master Xiao. I just entered the folded jade legacy realm and did not find any helpers. From now on, I will follow Daoist Master Xiao. Oh, right, Daoist Master, this dragon pearl has to be released into the true blood Dharma body to be effective. I just happen to have some secret techniques to teach Daoist Master. So it's like that. Xiaohua smiled and nodded, I will summon my Dharma body now. All right. Ao Man raised his head and looked into the distance. Strange, isn't Ao Xing with you? He should have come long ago. Even if there are changes in the folded jade legacy realm, it is impossible for him to not find you. While speaking, dragon vein Xiaohua had already flown out from the top of Xiaohua's head. The huge dragon mouth opened and the dragon pearl was sucked into his mouth. Seeing that the dragon was about to be sucked away by dragon vein Xiaohua, Ao Man suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath that he had been brewing. Within the dragon breath, a hair-thin crystal-like object rushed out and instantly entered the dragon pearl. Ao. The dragon pearl roared and transformed into a 1-foot-long little dragon that crazily pounced on dragon vein Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly shouted, fellow immortal Ao, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. Ao Man laughed loudly, his face revealing a sinister expression. Xiaohua, a little human like you actually dare to come to my dragon race's sacred realm to train? Why don't you take a piss and look to see your own shadow? Don't think that you have Ao Xing backing you up. What can a little dragon like him do? We dragons of the 4 seas don't dare to touch him, but what's so difficult about devouring your bloodline? As he spoke, Ao Man moved his body and pounced towards dragon vein Xiaohua. On his damaged dragon head, greed overflowed from his eyes. Ha! Xiaohua laughed out loud, Ao Man, have you heard of the story of the farmer and the snake that is widely spread among our human race? Seeing that Xiaohua was so calm, and that the dragon bloodline Dharma body that was still dodging suddenly stopped dodging and even opened its mouth, allowing the little dragon to enter its mouth, Ao Man had a bad feeling in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and he sneered, this old man naturally heard that story, but you are not a farmer, and this old man is not a snake. That's right. This Xiao is not a farmer, and you are not a snake. But the essence of being ungrateful is the same. Xiaohua sneered as well. The bronze light around his body shone brightly, and the heavenly law's embodiment technique was executed once again. Dragon vein Xiaohua laughed sinisterly, opened its mouth, and a strong suction force was produced. Your bloodline Dharma body can actually absorb this old man's dragon chi. Seeing that a suction force appeared out of thin air and enveloped the dragon chi on his body, a strange feeling of being penetrated through his body, Ao Man turned pale with fright. Xiaohua waved his fist, pounced forward, and shouted, not only that. This Xiao also knows how to subdue dragons and tigers. Seeing this, how could Ao Man not know that Xiao Hua had long been on guard? And he had fallen into Xiao Hua's trap, so he hurriedly shook his head and wagged his tail, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, how could he still have the chance to escape? How could Xiao Hua let him go? After a few moves, Ao Man was pressed to the ground by Xiao Hua. The dragon vein Xiao Hua fell into Ao Man's dragon body. Countless dragon runes tumbled in Ao Man's body, and rays of multicolored light swarmed out. Humph! Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed without pity, taking Ao Man's broken dragon body into the space. He snorted coldly and said, "You want to use this Zhao's bloodline to repair your qi and blood, Ao Man, your plan is really shrewd. Fellow Daoist." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua got the advantage and said with a smile, "Do you know how to fish?" "Fish?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "I know what fishing is. I seem to have fished when I was young." "What does fellow Daoist mean?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua looked up at the stacked jade legacy realm that had completely changed and said with a smile, "There are so many small fish here, don't you want to catch a few?" Xiao Hua suddenly understood, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay. Let's go and see how many small dragons we can catch." Immediately after, Xiao Hua looked around. While using his mind to collect the huge rocks in the surroundings, he walked out of the mountain range. In the next 10 days, not only did Xiao Hua harvest a lot of huge rocks, his fishing plan was also very successful. Every dragon that saw Xiao Hua pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws, wanting to devour his bloodline doppelganger. However, every single one of them became Xiao Hua's prey. In 10 days, he actually caught 12 huge dragons. In the end, even Xiao Hua himself felt that it was a little inconceivable. "Damn it, fellow Daoist dragon vein." Xiao Hua took a huge rock and an earthen yellow dragon body into the space. Looking at the dragon vein Xiao Hua whose body was full of dragon runes, he said with a bitter smile, "Are these dragons all idiots? I stayed in the stacked jade legacy realm for more than 10 days. If I was easy to be devoured, wouldn't I have disappeared long ago? Why do they look at I as if they saw a meat bun?" Fellow Daoist's performance in the dragon chi realm is too shocking. Dragon vein Xiao Hua seemed to have eaten his fill. He picked his teeth with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I's bloodline doppelganger that is even bigger than Ao Xing's dragon body has long become another target for them to enter the stacked jade legacy realm. All right." Xiao Hua smacked his lips and shrugged, "Then let's see who's prey." Roar. At this moment, a huge dragon roar came from afar. Xiao Hua's familiar origin thought swept over, and then Ao Xing's anxious voice came, "Xiao Hua, put away your dragon vein doppelganger. Quickly fly up." Xiao Hua was slightly startled. Just as he was about to speak, Ao Xing shouted again, "Quickly, or else it will be too late." Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put away his dragon vein doppelganger and urged his demon body to fly up. At this moment, dozens of origin thoughts swept over along with Ao Xing's origin thought. When they landed on Xiao Hua's body, they were all ecstatic. Damn it! At this moment, how could Xiao Hua not know what happened? He cried out in shock, "So many fish! How can I catch all of them? Quickly go!" Ao Xing flew closer. With a wave of his dragon claw, he grabbed Xiao Hua in the air and shouted, "Quickly sit on my back. Damn it, you are the first human to sit on my dragon's back. I am a dragon destined to be an elder of the Dragon Island in the future. You will have the capital to show off in the future." Xiao Hua flew to the back of Ao Xing's dragon and used his hand to grab Ao Xing's dragon scales. He smiled and said, "That's right. In the future, if I become an immortal, you can also proudly say that Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao, sat on your back and escaped from the stacked jade legacy realm." Haha. Ao Xing laughed loudly. Clouds gushed out from his dragon scales, and his flying speed suddenly increased. "I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me. With your cultivation, wouldn't it take you tens of thousands of years to become an immortal? At that time, I would have already become a clan elder. Then let's compete. Xiao Hua laughed and said, will I become an immortal earlier, or will your clan elder die earlier? Go. Ao Xing scolded, the clan elder told me to protect you well. How can you curse him to die earlier? Moreover, didn't you see that I am being chased by so many dragon cubs? Isn't it all because of you? Hee, then I will have to trouble you. Xiao Hua was not surprised and said indifferently. Ao Xing was a little curious about Xiao Hua's calmness and asked, Xiao Hua, could it be that you already know? Xiao Hua nodded, this Xiao has already collected a lot of dragon corpses in my universe ring. You. Ao Xing's body trembled, and he almost threw Xiao Hua off his back. How many dragons did you kill? Why would I kill them? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, this Xiao is just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Ao Xing was silent for a moment and laughed strangely. Xiao Hua, if I had known earlier, why would I still block for you? If not for the fear of revealing your whereabouts, would not have been surrounded by those dragon cubs. Hee, thank you. Xiao Hua patted Ao Xing's dragon scale and laughed, when we get out, I will give you a few dragon tendons. Damn it, my dragon scale is not something to be patted casually. Ao Xing pretended to be angry and said, you have to accompany me to kill a few dragon cubs. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and laughed, what? You are a small clan elder of Dragon Island. How can you lead me, a human, to kill other dragons? If the clan elder knows, I am afraid he will punish you, right? Hee, what do you know? Ao Xing laughed, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas has been outside Dragon Island for a long time. They are already disrespecting the orders of Dragon Island. If I teach them a lesson, how can the clan elder say anything? Moreover, I am still young. To grow up, I naturally need to eat. I heard that the dragon pearls of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas are not bad. TSK, I am already drooling. Good. Xiao Hua immediately understood and nodded, you should first get rid of the dragons behind you. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's perfect fishing technique. All right. Ao Xing let out a soft roar and the light around his body shone brightly. The clouds outside the dragon scale gradually thickened and became transparent. As his flying speed increased, Ao Xing's figure became blurry. Half a day later, on the side of a cliff, Ao Xing flew beside Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body like a lackey. Seeing Xiao Hua smashing a dragon to the ground with a punch, he shouted and pounced forward. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. However, as soon as he got close, he was immediately knocked to the ground by the dragon's tail. Chapter 40:13. Damn it. Xiao Hua. Ao Xing crawled up from the ground and shouted, hold him down, I want to eat his dragon pellet. Dragon pellet? Xiao Hua was startled. He had seen Ao Zhan and Ao Shuai's dragon pellet before, but he didn't know about the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he didn't think much about it. Now, Ao Xing's words woke him up. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint didn't mention anything about Yao pellets, which meant that Xiao Hua wouldn't have a Yao pellet like the other Yao beasts. Even the other Yao race that Xiao Hua saw didn't have a Yao pellet, so why would the dragon race form a dragon pellet? This seemed to be similar to the cultivation of the human race. In other words, when Xiao Hua was slightly distracted, the dragon crawled forward for a moment, then suddenly flew up, trying to escape. Ao Xing saw this and said anxiously, Xiao Hua, are you in cahoots with this evil dragon? Do you want to let him go? Roar. Suddenly, the dragon vein Dharma body rushed out from the top of Xiao Hua's head and pounced on the dragon like a dark cloud. Io, your Dharma body. Ao Xing didn't seem to understand why Xiao Hua released his Dharma body at this time, but when he saw Xiao Hua and the dragon vein Dharma body working together and devouring the dragon's bloodline, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The eyes that had never been afraid showed a look of terror. Xiao Hua stepped on the dragon that had lost its ability to fight, and turned his head in surprise. Ao Xing, didn't you want the dragon pellet? Why don't you come and take it? Jinren Xiao. Ao Sheng was rarely honest, and his claws covered his chest, and said pitifully, You didn't devour my bloodline too, right? TSK. Xiaohua sneered, if I wanted to devour you, I would have done it already, right? Why wait until now? Besides, wouldn't a living clan elder be more useful than a dead Ao Sheng? In my eyes, your bloodline can't even be compared to this dumb dragon. Yes, he is a dumb dragon. Ao Sheng came over with a smile and said, You let him go just now, but he still wanted to eat you. Instead, he was eaten by you. Serves him right. Xiaohua nodded and said, What you said is right. What I am fishing for is precisely those dragons who want to devour my bloodline. If no one dares to provoke this Xiao will definitely not provoke them. Spiritual master is wise, spiritual master is merciful. Ao Sheng flattered Xiaohua as he took out the dragon core and happily swallowed it. Let's go. Ao Sheng shouted, We're going fishing. Hee, Xiaohua reminded, fishing is important, but the dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool are even more important. Spiritual master. Ao Sheng cried bitterly. I'm still hungry. You have to let me eat my fill, right? Besides, the dragon cleansing pool is also one of the goals of the dragon's training. If it was so easy to find, why would so many dragons come in? Where's Longyu? Xiaohua had thought that he was the only one who wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool, but he had not expected the dragon cleansing pool to be the target of this training. He could only ask Longyu about it. Ao Sheng looked at Xiaohua strangely and replied, You'll have to ask Daoist yourself. You are holding the damaged Longyu. If you don't know, how would I know? Humph. Xiaohua immediately understood and shouted, Hurry up and tell me what the elders have arranged. This is my dragon race's secret technique. Ao Sheng bitterly took out a bevan and handed it to Xiaohua. Originally, the elders wanted me to use the Longyu to search for it. But it seems like Daoist won't give it to me. So, you should use it yourself. However, I'll say this first. In the folded Jade Legacy realm, Daoist can hold on to the Longyu. Once we leave the folded Jade Legacy realm, Daoist must give the Longyu to me. Otherwise, the 9 elders won't let you leave the Dragon Island. I understand. Xiaohua took the bevan and released his yuanshi, looking at it while answering. So that's how it is. Xiaohua looked at the bevan and sneered. He looked at Ao Sheng and said, In that case, this Longyu can only be used with draconic astronomy? And you, although you don't know draconic astronomy, can you use your draconic language and draconic chi to forcefully use the so-called pseudo-astronomy? Looks like the Great Elder had already arranged all of this. I have to listen even if I don't want to. Ao Sheng's face was still bitter. He smiled and said, Daoist, you should also think about me. These arrangements were made by the elders, I can only listen to their arrangements. Moreover, you also saw that I gave the bevan to you. I actually don't like the elders' arrangements. Xiaohua did not return the bevan to Ao Sheng. Instead, he raised his hand and said indifferently, Let me see that so-called pseudo-astronomy. Ao Sheng was not surprised. He quickly took out the other bevan and said with a smile, This is the pseudo-astronomy. However, Daoist, it's useless for you to see it. You are a human, even if you have a dragon vein, you can't cultivate it. Xiaohua took the bevan and said with a wave of his hand, Fellow Daoist, I'll have to trouble you. Roar. Dragon vein. Xiaohua let out a dragon roar and swallowed the bevan. Ah. Ao Sheng was shocked as he looked at the dragon vein in disbelief. Xiaohua's body shrank back into Xiaohua's body as he cried out, he, what's wrong with him? Xiaohua asked with a smile that is not a smile. Ao Sheng stuttered, Your dragon vein Dharma body, he can cultivate it. Could it be, he was the one who swallowed the dragon bloodline earlier? Xiaohua said proudly, That's right. Could it be that you think it was this Xiao who activated it? Damn it, I understand now. Ao Sheng slapped his forehead and shouted, You actually used this dragon vein Dharma body as an avatar to cultivate? Of course. Xiaohua nodded. Otherwise, why would this old man help him mold his body? Heavenly Abode River. Ao Xing remembered, you took Heavenly Abode River's avatar technique. Hee, I only comprehended 20 to 30%, it's nothing. Xiaohua looked around and said, let's find a place to let I comprehend your Dragon Island's secret technique. Of course, of course. Ao Xing had a flattering smile on his face. Daoist, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In just 3 to 5 days, Xiaohua brought Ao Xing out from a hidden valley. Then, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and Dragon Vein Xiaohua rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and let out an extremely mysterious chant. Following this chant, strange waves appeared out of thin air. Immediately, within a few li, millions of dragon chi began to vibrate. One by one, dragon patterns as thin as hair gradually appeared. Finally, these dragon patterns gathered around Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not hesitate to take out the broken dragon jade. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A hurricane rolled up. These dragon patterns fell into the dragon jade like a myriad of streams returning to their origin. The entire dragon jade let out a low dragon roar. Circles of ripples rippled out. Then, a phantom was born from the broken part of the dragon jade, just like the missing part of the dragon jade. Roar. Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out another low roar. A light golden dragon pattern spat out from his mouth and landed on the dragon jade. The phantom was immediately smeared with a layer of golden light. As the golden light flickered, it actually broke free from the dragon jade and flew towards a place with bared fangs and brandished claws. Let's go. Ao Xing was overjoyed and shouted, this item can only exist for 6 hours, and this dragon drawing technique can only be used once every 10 days. All right. Xiaohua put away the dragon jade and landed on Ao Xing's back. Ao Xing let out a cheerful cry and rushed into the air. Half a day later, in a stone forest covered with sharp thorns, Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew in front. The dragon aura within several li rolled into a myriad of flying flowers as he flew. These flying flowers seemed to breathe into Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body, and then they were spat out. Layers of clouds also surrounded these flying flowers in the air. Roar. Suddenly, a silver-white huge dragon flew out from a crack in the stone. This huge dragon's movements were very fast. Dragon Vein Xiaohua had just noticed it, but the huge dragon had already pounced on Dragon Vein Xiaohua. That kind of seemingly solid killing intent had already driven away the flying flowers and clouds. There was even a kind of vague spirit formation power that imprisoned Dragon Vein Xiaohua's left and right. Damn it! Dragon Vein Xiaohua cursed. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, he urged his dragon body and hurriedly wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, before he could turn around, the huge dragon's dragon claws had already attacked. With a crackling sound, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body was torn apart with a several dozen meter long wound. Oh! When the huge dragon saw Dragon Vein Xiaohua was actually injured, it couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth and sucked towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He pretended to escape, but he was unable to endure. As he escaped, he flew towards the huge dragon. Just as he was about to pounce on the huge dragon, countless dragon runes flashed on the huge dragon's dragon horn. Under the resplendent brilliance, those dragon runes were like little stars as they quickly surrounded Dragon Vein Xiaohua. At the same time, the huge dragon even roared. Its tail and claws attacked Dragon Vein Xiaohua together. What was special was that tiny dragon runes appeared on the huge dragon scales. Those dragon runes gathered together, like the protective golden light of Taoism cultivators. They gave birth to a kind of intense repelling force, preventing Dragon Vein Xiaohua from invading. Crap! Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt a warning in his heart. He no longer dared to tangle with this huge dragon. Roar! With a furious roar, the dragon's body skyrocketed. Boom! With a series of loud noises, the dragon runes that surrounded him exploded violently. The surface of Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body was blasted into a bloody mess. Dragon Vein Xiaohua felt pain, but he didn't dare to tangle too much. Although he cultivated the dragon transformation art and his dragon body had been tempered, he still couldn't compare with a real huge dragon. The huge dragon's dragon claws and dragon tail attacked. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body violently shook. The flying flowers that had previously landed on his dragon body all flowed out. At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's entire body was covered in cracks, as if he had just been ravaged by this huge dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Dragon Vein Xiaohua fiercely cursed and urged, "Fellow Daoist, why are you still not coming out?" Chapter 40:14. Fellow Daoist, don't panic, I'm coming. Xiaohua had long known about the crisis of Dragon Vein Xiaohua, but he was flying far away with Ao Sheng and only arrived at this time. Xiaohua shouted, his whole body flashing with bronze brilliance. He raised his staff and smashed it towards the giant dragon. "Roar, I'm coming too," another arrogant voice also came, and Ao Sheng shook his head and wagged his tail. But he just rushed forward, and when he saw the appearance of the silver giant dragon, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, Ao Qin? Ao Sheng? You and this human?" Ao Qin saw Ao Sheng and then looked at Xiaohua's fierceness. How could he not know what happened? He roared, "I understand, you actually colluded with the human race? Your grandmother." Ao Sheng was also angry and shouted, "What do you mean by colluding with the human race? If you are not greedy for the human race's bloodline, how could Ao Qin allow Ao Sheng to say more?" The dragon tail slapped towards Ao Sheng and opened its mouth. Several dragon runes flew out, and streams of dragon chi entered the dragon runes. A few sword lights that were even bigger than flying swords appeared and pierced towards Ao Sheng. "Xiaohua, help me." Seeing the dragon chi sword stabbing towards him, Ao Sheng hurriedly shouted, "Xiaohua, help me." Ao Qin's dragon runes were not many, but within a few miles, the great power of imprisonment was no less than the domain. How could Xiaohua not know that he and others had hit a nail? Now that he couldn't use most of his magical powers, he could only rely on his powerful monster body and the staff to defeat the enemy. Woo! The wishful steel staff whistled towards Ao Qin's dragon tail. Boom! With a loud bang, Ao Qin's dragon tail was flipped upside down by Xiaohua. Even the dragon scales on the dragon tail were broken. Ao Qin was surprised and even angrier. He suddenly abandoned Ao Sheng and rushed towards Xiaohua again. When Ao Qin turned around, Ao Sheng's dragon tail shattered the giant sword formed by the draconic carvings. However, Ao Sheng's dragon tail was also badly mutilated, causing Ao Sheng to grit his teeth in pain. His dragon body flipped a few times in the air, and under his scales, demonic clouds spurted out as he twisted his waist and tried to escape. At this moment, Ao Qin's eyes were as red as blood. His huge dragon horn produced a strange fluctuation, and the rhythm of the two fluctuations were different. They intertwined and attacked Xiaohua. Moreover, Ao Qin's two dragon claws were more powerful than any magic treasure. They slashed through the air and instantly arrived in front of Xiaohua's chest. Under the fluctuations, the space around Xiaohua was extremely distorted. Waves of dragon chi were like thousands of wind blades that wanted to tear Xiaohua's body apart. Xiaohua didn't dare to take it head-on. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a layer of green seal text appeared. Although the three corpses in Thunder's power wasn't obvious under the suppression of the dragon chi, it only destroyed a small part of the fluctuations. More wind blades fell on Xiaohua's body, and even more fluctuations attacked Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace, blood vessels, and other places, making Xiaohua feel an indescribable dizziness. Then, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and roared, "Fight!" The wishful steel staff struck out again. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon claw knocked Xiaohua's wishful steel staff askew. The huge force did not stop, and Xiaohua's body was lifted into the air. To Ao Qin's surprise, Xiaohua, who was in mid-air, seemed to have been smeared with oil under his feet. He drew a shadow in the air and actually borrowed the force of his blow to fly to the place where Ao Xing was. Ao Qin was stunned and angry. He hurriedly said, "Want to leave? You stay here obediently for this old man." After saying that, the other dragon claw suddenly extended and inserted itself into Xiao Hua's back with a "ka" sound. However, to Ao Qin's surprise, he saw sparks flying behind Xiao Hua's back. Not only did Ao Qin's dragon claw not pierce into Xiao Hua's back, but it also sent Xiao Hua flying, pushing him onto Ao Xing's back. Roar! Ao Qin roared, and the dragon qi within 100 miles boiled, and a fierce force of domain appeared again. Woo! Ao Xing let out a low roar, and a rare 5-colored light appeared from his dragon horns. Wherever this light flowed, the boiling dragon aura calmed down, and Ao Xing's body became transparent again. Looking at the dragon-veined Xiao Hua, who had just escaped, he fell into Xiao Hua's mind, and quickly disappeared along with Ao Xing's body. Damn Ao Xing! Ao Qin's dragon claw slashed, and after knowing that Ao Xing had used the secret technique of Dragon Island to escape, he roared, "If I see you again, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. You actually dared to join hands with the human race, even Dragon Island won't say anything about it." While speaking, Ao Qin's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the other side. With a sniff, his dragon body sank into the dragon qi and disappeared in a moment. Damn it! After half an hour, Ao Xing, who was flying wildly in the air, finally reappeared. He looked back with lingering fear and shouted, "You scared me to death. How did I meet Ao Qin of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? This mad dragon is really unreasonable." Of course. Xiao Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ao Qin's methods are too strange. If we didn't leave quickly, I'm afraid we would have been tortured by him to the point of begging for death. Not only that. Ao Xing shouted, "This Ao Qin is the famous mad dragon of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He doesn't recognize anyone. I heard that 500 years ago, a sun-devouring realm dragon accidentally offended him. Today, he chased him for 1,000,000 miles, from the Southern Sea to the Western Sea. Although many dragons came out to persuade him, they were all rejected, and in the end, he killed that dragon in the chaotic sea. Not only that, he also pulled out the tendons and skinned the dragon, cut the dragon's body into pieces and fed it to the fish. Damn it!" Xiao Hua was shocked. Isn't this guy a pervert? Of course. Ao Xing also carefully shrunk his neck. Previously in the dragon qi realm, I still didn't see him. However, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Forget it, Xiao Hua laughed. In the future, when we see him, we will take a detour. Can he really chase us to the edge of the stacked jade legacy realm? The problem is. Ao Xing was a little worried. I don't know why Ao Qin came to the stacked jade legacy realm. If, Xiao Hua obviously knew that Ao Xing didn't want him to know his purpose, so he simply didn't ask, but looked around and asked, "Where are we? Is it the wrong direction from where Long you pointed?" Ao Xing rolled his eyes and retorted, "How would I know where we are? Anyway, I can still use the secret technique in the future. Let's wait a few days." Okay. Xiao Hua nodded. Let's go fishing again. Better be careful. Ao Xing patted his chest with his dragon claw. Don't meet a freak like Ao Qin again. With that, Ao Xing carefully released his yuan sense, far from his previous unbridled appearance. Looking at Ao Xing's frightened expression, Xiao Hua felt quite amused. "Io." Just as Xiao Hua was laughing, Ao Xing suddenly shouted, using his dragon claw to point into the distance, "Spiritual master, quickly, there are many dragon corpses there." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua was also shocked, and hurriedly released his yuan sense. When he saw it clearly, he urged his body and flew towards the huge wood in the distance with Ao Xing. This area was different from what Xiao Hua had seen before. It was all those huge round trees, tall enough to reach the sky. Each round tree was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were strands of gold entwined. These huge trees, except for some branches at the top, didn't have any special branches. The place Ao Xing pointed to was within the group of huge trees, which was more than 100 miles long. It was a mess. Some huge trees were broken at the waist, and sawtooth wooden thorns were like sharp swords piercing into the sky. On the ground, there were many huge trees lying on the ground, and around the huge trees, there was some meat paste and blood splattered everywhere. Dragon corpses were either on top of the huge trees, or mixed in between them. There are a total of 12 corpses. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, stood in the air and muttered thoughtfully. Aoshing didn't answer, and hurriedly flew down. After carefully looking for a long time, he flew up into the air and replied, "It seems to be the North Sea and East Sea Dragon clan. None of them are from Dragon Island. Their dragon cores were all taken away." Xiaohua nodded. His figure descended, and he examined them one by one. After a full meal's worth of time, he sat down on a round log. Using his hand to pinch his chin, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems like they were killed by someone." "Oh, by other dragons." "Why?" Aoshing was puzzled. "How can you tell?" "The fatal wounds of these dragons are all at the lower abdomen." Xiaohua pointed to a huge dragon and said, "Take a look for yourself. The wound is dozens of feet long. It was obviously torn by a dragon claw." Aoshing was a little doubtful. After landing, he looked carefully, then looked at the others, and finally raised his own dragon claw and gestured a few times, nodded and said, "It looks a little strange. It seems to be torn by a dragon claw, but it also seems to be a little different. However, the body of my dragon clan is tough. Ordinary dragon weapons, imperial weapons, and magic treasures are not easy to break, not to mention tearing it in one strike. Only dragon claws or dragon horns have this kind of effect." "Do you still remember how this old man made things difficult for you when you entered Dragon Island?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon corpses and asked. Aoshing said disapprovingly, "What do you mean by making things difficult? You, a human, want to enter Dragon Island? Of course it's not that easy. However, it can be said that I have fate with Daoist." "Don't say so much." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This old man encountered some strange things on the way to Dragon Island." "Oh? What strange things?" When Aoshing heard that there was a story, he immediately became interested. Xiaohua then told the murder that happened on the Dragon Island, and finally pointed to the dragon corpses and said, "Looking at these dragon corpses, this old man can't help but think of Dragon Island. Dragon Python and the others are anxious to come to Dragon Island. Is it related to these dragons?" "You are right." Aoshing replied seriously. "Fourth Elder didn't say much about Dragon Python, but I also heard some rumors. It seems to be related to the Gui clan. In my opinion, these dragons should be killed by the Gui clan." Chapter 40:15. But the problem is. Xiaohua glanced at Aosheng and asked faintly, "And escaped from Dragon Island with Long Yu, and there were even dragons who brought Long Yu into the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. For what?" "This." Aosheng was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand and said, "This is my Dragon Island secret. It's better if you don't know." "Why?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Now that things have come to this, you still remember the Elder's instructions?" "Yes." Aosheng sighed. "If it was someone else, I might have said it, but in front of you, I don't dare to say it casually." "That's strange. Could it be because of my dragon vein Dharma body?" Xiaohua wanted to get to the bottom of it. Aosheng smiled. "This is naturally one of the reasons, but it's not the most important." "Strange, what's the most important thing?" "Daoist is a little greedy." Aosheng smiled. "I'm afraid that if I say it, you will think too much." You're right." Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. Wherever his mind went, whether it was the giant wood or the dragon's corpse, they all fell into his space. What's more, Xiaohua actually raised the wishful staff, but in a moment, dozens of giant wood had been taken into Xiaohua's space. "No way, Daoist." Aosheng opened his mouth and asked, What do you want these wood for?" "To build a thunder boat." Xiaohua didn't hide it and replied, "Wait until I build it, you will know." "Alas, I can't compare to your Dragon Island. Dragon Island has everything, and there is also a group of dragons to show their filial piety." Naturally, I don't need to think too much. I started from scratch, so I have to worry about everything myself. After dozens of days, Xiaohua didn't know fatigue as he searched for the rare giant wood in the world, and Ao Xing's voice sounded from time to time on the increasingly rare giant wood. Daoist, it's about time, right? We came to the stacking jade legacy realm to gain experience, not for you to cut wood. Besides, you should leave some memories for the future generations. You can't not leave a single giant wood. All right. Xiaohua straightened up, clapped his hands, looked at the few remaining giant wood, raised his hand and patted his forehead, smiled. Fellow Daoist can come out now. Roar. Dragon vein. Xiaohua roared and flew out. The dragon body that was torn apart by Ao Qin had also recovered. Then, Xiaohua took out the dragon jade. Dragon vein. Xiaohua activated the secret technique and found the location of the incomplete dragon jade. Ao Xing shouted and carried Xiaohua to a place in the Forgotten Realm. This trip was still all right. Although he fished up a few more dragons, he did not meet a freak like Ao Qin. On this day, when he saw a golden sea in front of him, Long-Yu's dragon figure dove into the sea and disappeared. Ah! After a few breaths, Ao Xing's figure appeared in the ripples of space. Looking at this strange situation, he cried out, How is this possible? When did the seawater appear in the stacked jade legacy realm? Could it be that the seawater was connected to the outside of Dragon Island? The Gui clan has already sent Long-Yu out of the Dragon Island? Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing's appearance and said, extremely puzzled, What? Was there no seawater in the stacked jade legacy realm? Isn't your Dragon Island in the sea? You don't know. Ao Xing stomped his feet, swung his dragon tail, and rushed into the sea. He even shouted, Dragon Island can be in the sea, but the stacked jade legacy realm can't have seawater. As for why, I don't know either. You don't have to ask me. Xiaohua smiled, looked at the rolling waves on the sea and said, There was no seawater in the past, but it doesn't mean that there isn't now, and it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. TSK. Ao Xing flew for a few hundred li, but did not see any reefs. He shouted, Damn it, could it be that the incomplete dragon jade is in the sea? With that, Ao Xing lowered his head and was about to dive into the sea. Ao Xing. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the sea, and he was shocked. A layer of goosebumps uncontrollably appeared on the surface of his body as he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Ao Xing listened to Xiaohua's words and hurriedly stopped in midair. You. Xiaohua pointed at the sea and said in shock, Look at the sea, there was a dragon face inside. Ah. When Ao Xing heard this, his dragon body also trembled. He looked at the sea in disbelief. However, the sea was still turbulent. Where could he see a dragon face? Although Ao Xing did not say anything, he was secretly alert. His dragon body did not dare to delay and flew towards the sky. As he flew, he said in a low voice, Spiritual Master, what did you find just now? Shoo, don't talk first. Xiaohua hurriedly said, This sea is a bit strange, let's fly out of the sea first. All right. Ao Xing urged his dragon qi and flew straight towards the shore. However, after flying for half an hour, the promised shore did not appear. Even Ao Xing's heart began to tremble. Just when you were about to rush into the sea. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ao Xing's ear, a huge dragon face with a strange smile, opened its mouth and waited for you to fall, Ao. Ao Xing wailed like a ghost and almost knocked Xiaohua off his back. He said anxiously, Spiritual Master, if you want to speak, can you speak louder? You will scare the dragon to death if you speak like this. Xiaohua said solemnly, I just want to tell you, don't waste your energy. This sea is an illusion. If you can't break it, even if you die of exhaustion, you won't be able to fly out. I already knew it was an illusion. Ao Xing said angrily, I don't need you to remind me. Now the problem is how to break this illusion. I'm flying like this. I just want to see how to fly out. Xiaohua stood on the dragon's back and looked at the seemingly endless sea. He smiled bitterly and said, If this Zhao's magic power was still here, This illusion would not be able to stop this Xiao. Isn't it just escaping? I'm afraid that no illusion in this world can trap this Xiao. The problem is that spiritual master's magic power can't be used, right? Ao Xing said snappily. Could it be that other than magic power, spiritual master has no other way? Don't you humans have the best brains? Xiao Hua smiled and replied, if it was any other array, this Xiao would have to think about how to break it, but this is an illusion array. Ao Sheng, I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew up from Ao Sheng's back and slapped his forehead. Kacha! A faint green lightning flashed, and the delirium breaker eye flashed with a silver brilliance and slowly opened. See! In the delirium breaker eye, strands of golden light filled the entire space. However, in this golden light, there was another dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long that coiled below Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng. The huge dragon head was there, with a big mouth and a sneer on its face. On the dragon head, at the edge of the two dragon horns, there was a small red dragon horn that was extremely eye-catching. Wasn't that the dragon face that Xiao Hua picked up on the sea? Ao Sheng, do you know which Gui race has a third small dragon horn on their head? Xiao Hua's delirium breaker eye flashed, silver like stars in his eyes. Xiao Hua calmly asked Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked and shouted, Ao Jiao. Are you talking about Ao Jiao? How would I know if it's Ao Jiao? Xiao Hua replied indifferently, I'm only asking you if you know such a dragon race. Of course I know. Ao Sheng said with a trembling voice, Ao Jiao is one of the Gui race that brought Long Yu into the folded jade legacy realm. Could it be? After so many years, he still hasn't died? He actually set up an illusion array here? If it's Ao Jiao, then it's right. Hearing that, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed slightly. He stared at the sea and replied, I'm afraid Ao Jiao is already dead, but his soul is still here. Perhaps only the soul can exist in this passage of time. And this illusion is probably created by Ao Jiao's soul. I know. Ao Sheng shouted, this is my Dragon Island's Li Hen heavenly technique. Damn it, this Ao Jiao is really vicious and merciless. This Li Hen heavenly technique has always been my Dragon Island's forbidden technique. I don't know how many years have passed, but no dragon race has been able to cultivate it. Even the profound armor pentagonal divine dragon keeps a respectful distance from this forbidden technique. Ao Jiao is really crazy. Of course he's not crazy. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something and said in a low voice, he's trapped in this folded jade legacy realm. What can he do in the face of the passage of time? Other than using a secret technique to cultivate into a soul, what hope does he have to survive? In this illusion, I'm afraid there are many lost dragons. Their blood essence has become the supplement of the Li Hen heavenly technique. Li Hen heavenly technique, heavenly remorse, endless regret into the sea, endless hatred into the heavens. Ao Sheng scratched his ears and cheeks and shouted, if this Li Hen heavenly technique is successfully cultivated, you can use Li Hen heavenly technique. If you don't have a great ability, you can't break it. This Ao Jiao originally had the strength of Tun Ri. How can the Li Hen heavenly that he set up be broken by us? Moreover, don't forget that the current Li Hen heavenly technique is Ao Jiao himself. I really don't know how to break this illusion array. Humph, what do you know? Xiao Hua sneered, you're doted on by Dragon Island. You haven't gone through any experience. Who says I haven't gone through any experience? Ao Sheng shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. The size of my Dragon Island is not something you can understand. I've been to all those dangerous places, you're wrong. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the soul of Ao Jiao who was waiting for him at his feet. The most difficult experience is not on Dragon Island, but on the 3 continents. Do you know why Confucian cultivators have to establish a country in hidden immortal continent before they reach the 5th grade of elemental energy? That's not only to test the art of ruling a country, but also to test the human heart. Moreover, it's the same for us Dao cultivators. We also have to go out to gain experience. Without experiencing the mortal world, you won't know what is called cunning, danger, flattery and waiting. Waiting? Ao Sheng was slightly stunned. What kind of experience is this? Chapter 40:16. For his own survival, for the sake of exterminating the other dragons on Dragon Island. Ao Jiao had to wait. He waited for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, and finally, he waited for you, the purest dragon bloodline. Perhaps. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and stopped. Ao Sheng replied indifferently, what wait, isn't it just patience? I can do it too, you don't know, when I was training on Dragon Island, in order to wait for an opportunity, I hid among the reefs and waited for 3 whole years. That's not right. Xiaohua muttered, since Ao Jiao is still in the form of a soul, and there's still the dragon cleansing pool and this stacked jade legacy realm, why didn't he remodel his body? How would I know? Ao Sheng was a little uncomfortable, his eyes turned and looked in another direction. Looking at Ao Sheng's appearance, Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He said coldly, could it be, this is still your Dragon Palace's 9th Elder's scheme? Sigh, I don't know what those old fellows are thinking. Ao Sheng sighed, but what I know is, I have never heard of a dragon's soul being able to remodel his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Boom! As if a bolt of lightning struck Xiaohua, he said in disbelief, how is that possible? It's said that your Dragon Island has a dragon cleansing pool that can remodel one's body. That's the Buddhist sect's lotus cleansing pool, okay? Ao Sheng muttered, it has nothing to do with my Dragon Island. However, since someone is spreading the news for my dragon clan, why wouldn't my dragon clan do it? Oh, of course, it's not that my dragon cleansing pool can't remodel one's body, it's just that until now, no one knows how to remodel one's body. I was tricked by a bunch of old farts again. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said. Ao Sheng shrugged his shoulders strangely and said with a smile, think about it, didn't you say everything about Dragon Palace? What did the elders say? Didn't they just follow your words? It's your wishful thinking that my dragon cleansing pool can remodel one's body. My elders also admitted it, but they didn't say how to remodel one's body. You have to rely on yourself for all the opportunities. Forget it. At this point, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with those old farts of Dragon Island. He had to deal with the predicament in front of him first. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't ask about the Dragon Palace, Ao Sheng also wiped his cold sweat. It was impossible that he didn't know of Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace of Dragon Palace. But Ao Sheng of Dragon of's Dragon Island, Dragon of Dragon of him. Of Ao, Dragon Islands, Dragon, of Dragon Dragons of Dragon of Dragon Dragons of Dragon of Dragon of Dragon, of course, of Dragon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Ao Sheng's expectations. Xiaohua's dragon bloodline Dharma body not only had its own primordial spirit, but it could also absorb the dragon chi of other dragon tribes. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was even stronger than the dragon tribes. Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body were no match for Ao Sheng. But how could Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body be separated? Ao Sheng had completely become Xiaohua's follower in a folded jade. He even got a share of the loot when Xiaohua attacked the dragon clan. In particular, now that he had accidentally fallen into Lihan Heaven, which was set up by Ao Jiao, Ao Sheng knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Lihan Heaven. He could only rely on Xiaohua. If Xiaohua turned against him, he would be the first to die. Yes, immortal. It was rare for Ao Sheng to lower his proud head and smile. What do you think we should do now? Xiaohuaji glanced at Ao Sheng and replied indifferently, didn't I tell you just now? Wait. Yes, wait is patience. Ao Sheng hurriedly replied, but, can we compete with Ao Jiao's patience? Even if we can't, we still have to compete. Only in this way can we have a chance to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven and get out. Xiaohua thought for a moment, raised his hand and pointed in a direction, you fly there, I will fly to the opposite side, let's see how Ao Jiao will deal with it. Immortal. Aosheng cried bitterly, "You won't leave me, a little dragon, to face an old dragon that has lived for millions of years, will you?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, "Do you think I am that kind of person?" "No, definitely not." Aosheng hurriedly smiled. "Not like?" "That means, yes?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Aosheng didn't want to answer anymore. He hurriedly urged his dragon body and shouted, "Yes, yes, I will fly there now." "Well, remember, don't let the sea water touch your dragon body." Xiaohua saw this and also flew to another place. He didn't forget to remind him. "Okay." Aosheng heard Xiaohua's reminder. His originally low heart immediately came to life, and his dragon body flew 100 feet away. As Xiaohua flew, he still opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to observe Ao Jiao's soul. The dragon head that was very clear in the delusion breaker Dharma eye was slightly blurred, and actually split into two dragon heads. One of them carried a body and rushed in the direction of Aosheng. Its speed was 3 times faster than Aosheng, and the other one followed closely behind. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, ordinary souls will not leave any trace in my delusion breaker Dharma eye. That is to say, this Ao Jiao either used the Lihan Heaven technique or the fragments of the dragon realm to cultivate her soul to another level. This level is probably beyond the reach of Little White Dragon. The most troublesome thing is that the soul cultivator Xiaohua is now heavily injured and can't come out to fight the enemy. If the soul technique is useful, I can only rely on myself. However, fortunately, I have some gains in the Forbidden Spring Sea. Although I have not comprehended the vast sea of soul technique, it can still be of some use at the critical moment. Xiaohua was thinking and flying. The huge dragon head also followed under Xiaohua's body. It was more patient than Xiaohua. After flying for a while, the distance between Aosheng and him had already exceeded the distance when they entered Lihan Heaven, but the scene in front of Xiaohua's eyes did not change at all. Xiaohua understood that this simple distance extension would not give Ao Jiao any pressure, and it was even more impossible to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven. What should I do? Xiaohua pinched his chin. The delusion breaker Dharma eye looked at the ferocious dragon head, and the dragon eyes that seemed to be mocking him, thinking about the next step. Roar. At this moment, in the direction where Aosheng was, a huge wave was formed, and the sea water rolled up, forming the shape of a dragon, and pounced on Aosheng. Aosheng was shocked, and with a long roar, his dragon body suddenly rose up, trying to avoid the wave. However, Aosheng only flew out 1,000 feet, and in mid-air, there was a flash of light, and layers of water ripples. Like a mirror, another sea surface was hanging upside down above Aosheng's head. Aosheng rushed into the air, and was about to fall into this new sea surface, and in this sea surface, Ao Jiao's 3 dragon horns revealed a ferocious smile without hiding it. Xiaohua saw that there was a change where Aosheng was, and just as he was about to turn back, woo-woo. Layers of strange wind whistled from under his feet and above his head, and with the sound of the wind, the soul of Ao Jiao, who had been hiding under the sea, suddenly rose up and pounced on Xiaohua. Moreover, as the wind whistled into the sky, the dragon patterns gradually condensed into water splashes, and these splashes connected together, and a seemingly endless water surface was formed again, and under the water surface, Ao Jiao's figure also appeared. Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye had not been closed, and when he saw the faint golden lines fly out from Ao Jiao's soul, and a weak and blurry dragon shape condensed above his head, he already understood that this must be a secret technique similar to the ghost cultivator's inextricable threads. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye flashed with a dark green brilliance, and the technique of lightning and thunder suddenly came out. Rumble. What puzzled Xiaohua was that the soul technique that did not have any effect before, was now somewhat recovered in the illusion of Lihan Heaven. As the thunder roared, not only did it disperse the dragon patterns above Xiaohua's head, it also destroyed the soul strands that were gathering. However, Xiaohua's technique of lightning and thunder was still controlled by the illusion of Lihan Heaven, and the sea water was destroyed a little, but the rest roared, like the anger of Ao Jiao, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the soul technique was effective, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the soul strands, and a net-like dark green seal text flew out. Although the green seal text was very vague, it was obvious that Xiaohua had just comprehended it, but as soon as the green seal text came out, the strange sound appeared again, and layers of small whirlpools appeared out of thin air in front of the sea water. Zzzt. A violent sound rang out within a radius of several miles, and more than half of the dragon-shaped sea water controlled by Ao Jiao was destroyed again, and only about 20% of the sea water passed through Xiaohua's defense and rushed to Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's flying technique with the demon body was naturally not comparable to Ao Sheng's, and in a hurry, he could not dodge. As soon as the sea water touched the surface of Xiaohua's body, it immediately turned into a thin red color, and quickly spread along Xiaohua's legs. The strands of red color were like tiny poisonous snakes, and in a moment, they had completely covered Xiaohua's legs. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and a cluster of soul strands fell. Swoosh. Like rain washing sand, all the strands were destroyed in an instant. However, at the same time, there were still some red lights flashing between the lines on Xiaohua's skin, and it seemed like they wanted to penetrate, but as the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body rippled, the remaining red color also disappeared without a trace. Roar. The soul that was destroyed by the soul technique seemed to have caused Ao Jiao's pain, and a dragon roar that shook Xiaohua to the point of dizziness came from the seawater. A dragon head that was thousands of feet long surged out from the seawater, and the dragon head that was condensed from the dark green sea water was like a real dragon, exuding an indescribable dragon's might. Even as strong as Xiaohua was, his heart could not help but tremble, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Chapter 40:17. Looking further away, Ao Sheng was about to crash into the reflection of the blue sea in the sky. Fortunately, he was quick to react. With a turn of his dragon body, he flew horizontally and stopped his upward momentum. However, Ao Jiao had already made her move. Even if Ao Sheng was temporarily out of danger, what could he do? Just as Xiaohua was channeling his soul technique to defend against Ao Jiao, two water dragons flew out from the blue sea in the sky. They both looked like Ao Jiao and attacked Ao Sheng from both sides. What was more special was that Lihan Heaven was originally an illusion created by Ao Jiao's soul. Now, between the two water dragons, there was another kind of seal that trapped Ao Sheng like a giant hand. While Ao Sheng was panicking, the dragon horn on top of his head shone like a crystal. This light was first restrained and Ao Sheng's golden dragon horn was suddenly transparent. Strands of blood could be seen. Then, a drop of golden dragon blood oozed out from the dragon horn. As soon as this drop of dragon blood came out, the dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly shrank and rushed towards the dragon blood. Woo-woo. The wind was so strong that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire Lihan Heaven apart. Even the two water dragons were cut into countless pieces by the hurricane. Of course, just as the pieces were formed, the water light in the water dragons flowed and the cracks disappeared. The water dragons still surrounded Ao Sheng. The dragon blood flowed into the dragon chi and emitted a strange fluctuation. Then, the dragon blood exploded with a bang. Thousands of dragon runes wriggled in the dragon blood and protected Ao Sheng's dragon body in a few breaths of time. A layer of blood-red dragon armor was formed. Hee hee. The two water dragons sneered at the same time. Real blood armor. Huh, real blood armor. I didn't expect your blood to be so pure. The heavens are really helping me. Little kid, come over here. As they spoke, the two water dragons rushed towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked. Dragon runes rushed out from the scales all over his body, like countless flying swords dancing, trying to stop the water dragons from getting closer. Boom boom boom. The flying swords fell into the water dragons. Although the water dragons were full of holes, Ao Jiao's ecstasy did not diminish. The water dragons also healed instantly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already in front of Ao Sheng. Roar. Ao Sheng roared. His dragon claws slashed through the air. A sharp cold light flashed and the two water dragons were cut in half. Ao Sheng's dragon tail then cut the two water dragons into 4 halves. Ha! Ao Jiao laughed, his voice roaring within 1,000 miles. In my Lihan heaven, even Ao Jia would be at my mercy, let alone a little kid like you. With this voice, the space around the water dragons inexplicably produced thousands of water silks. The water silks fell into the water dragons, and the two water dragons were as good as new again. They were still rushing towards Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dragon breath. Several dragon runes also flew out, but the dragon runes flashed in the air for a moment and quickly dimmed. It seemed that the dragon clan's magic could not be used in Lihan heaven. Damn it! Ao Sheng cursed. His body shone again. This shimmering light began to rotate with Ao Sheng's body. Layers of void cracks appeared around Ao Sheng, forcing the water dragons to retreat. Woo! The ear-piercing sound of water once again soared into the air. The water dragon instantly grew several times in size, and then fearlessly dove into the crack in the void. Sizzle! Nearly 70% of the water dragon was swallowed by the crack in the void, but the remaining 30% passed through the crack and condensed again near Ao Sheng's body. Once the water dragons were condensed, they immediately rushed towards Ao Sheng's body to kill him. Roar! Although Ao Sheng's real blood bright armor emitted a blood-red color and blocked the fatal attack of the water dragons, the bright armor creaked as it was twisted by the water dragons. Ao Sheng, who was inside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Ao Sheng also knew that he was definitely no match for Ao Jiao. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on Xiaohua. Therefore, even though dragon blood was seeping out of his body, he still ignored the water dragon's greediness and flew towards Xiaohua with all his might. The danger that Xiaohua faced was even greater than Ao Sheng's. The huge dragon head emitted a dragon's aura and rushed towards Xiaohua. The power was like a giant peak, and before it even got close, Xiaohua's body was already shaking from the impact. Xiaohua hurriedly retreated, and the green seal script appeared again between his eyebrows. The mysterious sigh sounded again, and within hundreds of miles, red clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and waves of rain poured down like a torrential downpour. This. Ao Jiao was shocked. The falling dragon head stopped there, and an incredulous expression appeared on its transparent face. And with the washing of the rain, the dragon head that was originally condensed from seawater actually had mottled marks. The marks became bigger and bigger, like boiling water falling into a snowball, gradually melting. Hee. Xiaohua sneered, sure enough, there is seawater in Lihan heaven, but in fact, it is all your soul. If I take out rainwater out of thin air, I'm afraid it will be completely opposite to your seawater. Ha! Human race, oh human race, you are indeed smart. But, where did you get the rainwater? Do you think this old man will give you a chance? Ao Jiao laughed loudly. Seeing that half of the huge dragon head had disappeared, the remaining dragon head suddenly opened its mouth. Roar. A wave visible to the naked eye rushed into the sky, and wherever the wave passed, it was like a giant hand, wiping away all the red clouds. Xiaohua's art of clouds and rain was broken by Ao Jiao just like that. Damn it. Xiaohua thought to himself, this Ao Jiao's art of Lihan heaven seems to be similar to a soul technique, and his soul is incomparably tough, comparable to Ao Sheng's dragon body. It is not a big deal that my soul technique was broken by him. But, if that is the case, how can I use the art of clouds and rain? This is really troublesome. Xiaohua pondered in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Just as Ao Jiao's fluctuations calmed down, Xiaohua slapped his forehead with his right hand. Wang. A violent rumbling sound was produced, and a dark green brilliance flashed, and a soul sword completely surrounded by soul threads flew out. This soul sword was not visible to the naked eye, but Ao Jiao could see it clearly. Ah! With a loud cry, Ao Jiao's dragon head suddenly dived, wanting to hide in the so-called sea, but the soul sword was like lightning. Ao Jiao had just descended 100 feet when the soul sword had already pierced Ao Jiao's dragon head. A strange space twisted, and there was a burst of horrifying wailing and howling. One could even see traces of Sanskrit appearing, and the soul sword fiercely rushed into the dragon head. Moreover, the soul sword's momentum did not stop, and it continued to pierce more than 1,000 feet. Wherever the soul sword passed, Ao Jiao's soul turned into nothingness. Alas, what a pity. Xiao Hua was happy at first, but when he saw that the soul sword had already pierced more than 1,000 feet, he saw that only a small part of Ao Jiao's huge dragon body was destroyed, and at the bottom of the dragon body was separated from the sea. Xiao Hua also understood that he had only killed a wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, and it was impossible to completely destroy Ao Jiao. 1. The soul sword's momentum was extinguished, and it stopped inside Ao Jiao's soul. The remaining soul began to counterattack, and the soul sword let out a roar. Xiao Hua's mysterious dark clouds also surged, and an indescribable pain appeared in his mind. Not good. Xiao Hua had long known the shortcoming of the soul sword, so he had never used it easily. Today, he had no choice but to use it. He had only killed a dragon's soul, and it had already caused discomfort in his soul. He immediately felt a warning in his heart. Looking at Ao Jiao again, how could she not know Xiao Hua's misgivings? Between the evil grins, the previously severed connection was restored. That soul once again danced, preparing to devour Xiao Hua's soul sword. Facing such a powerful Ao Jiao, Xiao Hua's mind raced. Then, his soul strands trembled, and fell into the mysterious dark clouds. He grabbed Little White Dragon and dragged him out. Roar! Little White Dragon was suddenly dragged out, and it did not understand the situation at all. However, when it saw a kind of dragon's might that could suppress it to the point that it could not breathe, how could it not know that Xiao Hua was in danger? Little White roared without hesitation, and its figure flew out, pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Ao Jiao was somewhat caught off guard, and Little White Dragon pounced on her soul. It opened its big mouth and tore at her soul, and that dragon's claws grabbed onto her soul, tearing it apart. Whoosh! Seeing that Ao Jiao's soul was destroyed by Little White Dragon, Xiao Hua took the opportunity to retrieve his soul sword. West Sea Fire Dragon Soul? Which West Sea Dragon King's soul are you? When Ao Jiao saw Little White Dragon, he immediately felt the terrifying Fire Dragon Soul's aura within his soul, and could not help but cry out. Why would Little White Dragon answer him? He sneered and said, "Since you know that I am the West Sea Dragon King, why don't you quickly bow down and surrender?" Little dragon, you indeed have the aura of a dragon king, but your bloodline is different from my Four Seas dragon race. Although it looks noble, it is not a pure dragon bloodline. How can a little dragon like you be the West Sea Dragon King? Ao Jiao seemed to be in a good mood as he laughed heartily and said, "There's a little kid with an incomparably pure bloodline from the Dragon Island over there who gave me a bloodline, and you, an unknown little dragon, gave me a dragon soul. I really don't know how I should thank you all." Humph. Xiao Hua heard from afar, and sneered, "There is no need for this. This Xiao will give you dragon vein energy. Let's see if you have the fortune to enjoy it." While speaking, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, and dragon vein Xiao Hua rushed out of his body, transforming into a dragon form and pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Hiss. When Ao Jiao saw dragon vein Xiao Hua, his heart could not help but tremble in the face of dragon vein Xiao Hua's rock-solid dragon chi. As a soul, he could understand the power of dragon vein Xiao Hua's dragon chi better than those dragons with dragon bodies. Swish. Without waiting for dragon vein Xiao Hua to get close, a loud sound of water rang out, and a dragon head that was several times larger than before once again emerged from the surface of the sea. The dragon head's mouth was wide open, and at the three dragon horns, the scarlet dragon horns flashed a scarlet red, illuminating the entire dragon head in red. This scarlet dragon head's dragon might was even stronger, far surpassing the previous one. Waves of dragon chi condensed in the surroundings, and actually gave birth to a magic treasure like jade. Chapter 40:18. Ao Jiao's means were not limited to this. With a series of splashing sounds, two more dragon heads flew out of the sea, one to replenish the soul that was previously torn apart by Little White Dragon, and the other to roll towards Xiao Hua. It's really tricky. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Xing flying in the distance, almost strangled by Ao Jiao's soul. He hurriedly urged the heavenly law embodiment technique, took out the wishful steel staff again, and waved it to rescue Ao Sheng. Rumble. Although the wishful steel staff was not the real wishful steel staff and could not completely break away from the 5 elements, Ao Jiao's soul could still be killed by it. The wishful steel staff struck down, and Ao Jiao's soul was beaten until it was dim, and Xiao Hua was much closer to Ao Sheng. Woo woo woo. Just as Xiao Hua was flying, the wind blew and the clouds shook in the space behind him. The weather changed drastically. The dragon vein Xiao Hua and Ao Jiao's scarlet-red soul clashed. The draconic chi collided, causing the space within 1,000 miles to become chaotic. Looking at Little White, it was even more powerful. Dragon roars resounded and claw shadows appeared one after another. Little White tore the soul that had just been born into pieces in just a moment. Moreover, Little White opened its mouth and devoured the soul fragments. If it was under normal circumstances, Little White Dragon would have already won. Unfortunately, this was Lihan Heaven, and Ao Jiao had been sacrificial refining Lihan Heaven for who knows how many days, and his soul was almost infinite. Roar. There were a few more sounds, and 3 more souls came out one after another, and rushed towards Little White Dragon from 3 different places. Poof. The wishful steel staff stabbed deeply into the head of one of Ao Jiao's soul, and the soul dimmed and dissipated, falling into the sea. Looking at these fragments, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly moved, and his mind sank into the mysterious cloud, and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was pulled out of it. Roar. Xiao Hua roared and stirred the wishful steel staff. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua took the opportunity to draw these floating soul fragments into his body. Ao Sheng had already flown close, and he seemed to be a little exhausted. The 2 water dragons had twisted Ao Sheng's dragon body into a fried dough twist, and if it were not for Xiao Hua, Ao Sheng would have been killed by Ao Jiao. At this time, when Ao Sheng saw Xiao Hua, he was more affectionate than when he saw the elders of the Dragon Hall, and shouted loudly, "Jinren Xiao, save me. Don't worry. This old man is coming." Xiao Hua released his secret attack and shouted anxiously. His body expanded to 100 zhang as he flew towards Ao Sheng. But right at this moment, cold laughter resounded from the space around Xiao Hua, and then 3 strands of Ao Jiao's soul transformed into water dragons that flew out from the spatial rift and obstructed Xiao Hua's path. Not waiting for Xiao Hua to wave the wishful staff, the 3 separated souls surrounded Xiao Hua and swam towards Xiao Hua. Damn it. What should we do? Xiao Hua slightly opened his delusion breaker Dharma eyes and saw that although the huge dragon head was staring at Little White Dragon and dragon vein Xiao Hua under his feet, the dragon head was no different from before. In other words, Xiao Hua's hard work for such a long time did not cause any substantial harm to Ao Jiao. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was in the same place as these 3 soul splits. He was complaining even more in his heart. These 3 divided souls were much more powerful than the previous ones. His wishful staff was no longer as weak as before. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua had killed 3 divided souls. However, at the same time, 3 more divided souls were born. Little White Dragon killed 5 divided souls, but at the same time, 5 divided souls were still fighting with Little White Dragon. Only dragon vein Xiao Hua's opponent was still the red dragon head. Although the dragon head was bitten to a pulp, dragon vein Xiao Hua's dragon body also began to be damaged. As for Ao Sheng, he was in the most dangerous situation at this time. He could no longer fly. 2 divided souls were tightly entangling him, and the true blood bright armor on the surface of his body was damaged. Roar. Seeing that Ao Sheng was in danger and that Xiao Hua could not arrive in time, Ao Sheng hurriedly roared again. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized golden light flew out. Inside the golden light was a thumb-sized dragon crown. Purple dragon crown? Ao Jiao found that the dragon face instantly appeared under Ao Sheng's feet. Looking at the dragon crown, she cried out in surprise, "Those damn Dragon Island, they actually gave you the purple dragon crown. They are really biased." As she spoke, the purple dragon crown had already landed between Ao Sheng's dragon horns. A layer of brilliant, dazzling light purple dragon pattern appeared from the purple dragon crown, turning into a dragon robe that covered Ao Xing's dragon body. Wherever the dragon robe went, Ao Jiao's two divided souls screamed and turned into ashes. Even the wounds on Ao Xing's dragon body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Ao Xing roared with joy. His dragon body twisted and the purple dragon crown overflowed with thousands of soaring dragon shapes. These dragon shapes brushed past Lihan Heaven, and the area that Ao Jiao imprisoned was broken. A path to the sky had already appeared in front of Ao Xing. Ao Xing moved his body, but only flew a few hundred feet before stopping again. This seemingly spoiled little dragon actually leaped and flew towards Xiaohua. It seemed that he wanted to take Xiaohua with him. Damn it! Ao Jiao's violent voice came from all directions. Huge heads appeared in the area that Ao Xing had rushed out from. So what if you have the purple dragon crown? I may not be able to kill you now, but I have trapped you for 1,000,000 years. However, this old man has trapped you for over 1,000,000 years. Once this old man refines the purple dragon crown, you will still be my prey. Hiss. Ao Xing took a breath and turned his head to look at the place that he wanted to fly out from. Were there not a few divided souls waiting for him to fall into their mouths? Damn it, this Ao Jiao is too powerful. Ao Xing felt a sense of powerlessness. If I didn't turn around to save Jinren Xiao, I'm afraid I would have been trapped by him. He's not even afraid of the purple dragon crown. This folded jade legacy realm is indeed a fragment of the dragon realm. Only by cultivating in such a fragment of the dragon realm can one surpass the control of the purple dragon crown. Jinren. Ao Xing landed beside Xiaohua. The dragon robe around him overflowed and wanted to bring Xiaohua into it. However, Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was now quite repelling the dragon chi of the purple dragon crown. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. The silver-white eyes of the delusion breaker eye flashed ruthlessly. After a moment, Xiaohua said, Ao Xing, is there any flaw in this Lihan Heaven? Or, as far as you know, is there any way to break it? Ao Xing almost cried out, Jinren. If there was any way to break it, I would have told you. In this Lihan Heaven, unless your cultivation is higher than Ao Jiao's, or you have a way to completely destroy Ao Jiao's soul. What other way is there? Don't you see? Ao Jiao has merged his soul with Lihan Heaven. He can transform into as many souls as he wants. His soul can appear anywhere in Lihan Heaven. Jinren can't find his real soul. Of course, if Jinren has the means to find it, that's another story. However, even if Jinren finds it, how can Jinren compare with this old man's soul? Damn it, why am I so unlucky? To destroy Ao Jiao's soul, I may not be able to do it, but to find Ao Jiao's soul, I naturally have a way. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He looked at Ao Jiao's soul, which was afraid of Ao Xing's purple dragon crown, and then looked at the dozens of water dragons surrounding the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua. They entangled the two together like how they entangled Ao Xing. Both the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua were trapped and unable to move. Xiaohua said faintly, however, Ao Xing, you have to swear that you will not say a word about what you saw today. Otherwise. Of course, of course. Ao Xing was overjoyed and shouted, I can swear to the dragon ancestor that I will never say a word about what I saw today. If I say a word, let me never find my beloved concubine. Boom. A sudden clap of thunder came out of nowhere, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared in the thunder, giving Ao Xing a fright. He looked at the phantom in disbelief, and his face was filled with astonishment. Make a proper dragon oath. Xiaohua looked at the shadow with boundless dragon might and said, this is a fragment of the dragon realm. Your dragon oath will be taken away by the dragon ancestor. This dragon oath is also the foundation to protect your little life. All right. Ao Xing clenched his teeth and a drop of dragon blood flew out. Ao Xing chanted in the dragon language, dragon ancestor above, this little dragon Ao Xing makes a dragon oath that I will never say a word about what happened today. No matter what the dragon race interrogates me, I will not say a word. If I say a word, I will immediately be stripped of my dragon blood by the dragon ancestor. I will fall into the mortal Tao and never be reincarnated. Roar. The dragon blood boiled and turned into a line of blood that fell into the dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon-shaped phantom lit up as if it was the finishing touch, and then it rushed into the void and disappeared. All right. Xiaohua nodded and ordered, stay away from me. The divine ability that I am about to use is not something that I can control. Of course, if I am unable to kill Ao Jiao, Ao Sheng, you can take advantage of the chaos to escape. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Xiaohua's solemn expression, he did not dare to say anything and moved away. Just as Ao Sheng left, woo! The wind howled and countless water dragons with the same dragon head rushed out. Like vines, they trapped Xiaohua's transcendence golden body. As the water dragons attacked, Xiaohua's demon body showed signs of collapsing. This showed how powerful Ao Jiao was. Now, all of Lihan heaven was filled with towering pillars of water. Each pillar of water was a part of Ao Jiao's soul. It was like a ghostly cultivator, and as Ao Sheng said, Xiaohua would not be able to escape from Lihan heaven if he could not kill all of them at once. Wang. Xiaohua did not care about the strangulation of Ao Jiao's soul at all. He patted his forehead and there was a buzzing sound. A silver light pillar the size of a fist appeared from the delirium breaker eye. With a loud bang, it rushed into the sea below him. Woo-woo. As soon as the light pillar touched the sea, it immediately created a silver vortex. This silver vortex rotated extremely fast and the silver color covered the sea like lightning. Chapter 40:19. Swish, swish, swish. As the silver color dyed the dozens of water dragons that were entangling Xiaohua, the little white dragon, and the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, these water dragons first lost the appearance of Ao Jiao, and then disappeared into thin air. Even in a moment, all the water pillars fell on the surface of the water, and they no longer looked as arrogant as before. However, the entire sea surface of Lihan heaven still existed and did not completely disappear. Damn it, what kind of supernatural power is this? Under the silver light pillar, within the vortex, Ao Jiao's face appeared. His face was full of surprise, but there was little fear. You can actually pin this old man's soul? However, how long do you think this supernatural power of yours can pin this old man? As he spoke, Ao Jiao's face began to distort. The vortex under the light pillar also began to reverse, and the silver color that was previously all over the sea surface gradually retreated. Even in Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye, the silver eyes began to flicker. Even the delusion breaker Dharma eye could not control Ao Jiao's supernatural power. Just at that moment, an angry roar came from Xiaohua's mouth. Shortly after, Xiaohua abruptly raised his left hand. Woo! A pitch-black light flashed and the moan of an ancient demonic creature was heard. Along with that moan, the bronze light around Xiaohua's body instantly disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black flames and crimson blood. The flames were even darker than the demonic flames from before. It was like a sparkling and translucent crystal. In particular, there were tens of thousands of tiny threads, and within those threads were countless malevolent demonic creatures that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to pounce out. With the birth of the flame and the crimson color, a demon armor appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body. This demon armor was also filled with crimson and demons, and a kind of power that could swallow the heavens and the earth continuously gushed out. Not only that, at this moment, around Xiaohua's body, a layer of several inches of space had been burned out by the dense flames. This space was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, and not a single ray of light was able to escape. One after another, indescribable demonic creatures flowed out from within the space. These demonic creatures flowed into a hexagonal region behind the demon god Xiaohua's head, and then flowed out from within the hexagonal region. At this moment, the hexagonal region was merely an outline, but that outline distorted the nearby space, making it impossible for the naked eye to see through it. You. Ao Jiao did not know what to say in the face of such a strange change. His soul had survived in the fragment of the dragon realm for so long, and this was the first time that absolute fear appeared in his heart. The aura emitted by this terrifying flame was not inferior to the dragon qi in the realm of the folded jade. Ao Jiao looked at the demon god Xiao Hua's face that was covered by a layer of demon armor. The two blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust, and complemented the ruthlessness of the silver-white eyes. Ao Jiao's heart panicked, and hurriedly wanted to abandon the silver-white pillar of light and escape, but the silver-white pillar of light was like a nail that nailed Ao Jiao's soul. No matter how Ao Jiao moved, he could not break free. Who? The demon god Xiao Hua did not give Ao Jiao any chance to struggle. With a wave of his left hand, the demon blade appeared, and the entire Lihan heaven celestial phenomenon changed. From the void around the demon god Xiao Hua's body, countless tiny black threads flew out. These black threads carried with them a thick flame and crimson color, and instantly covered the entire Lihan heaven. Even Ao Sheng, who was far away, was surrounded. Poor Ao Sheng was like a child who had a nightmare. He tightly curled into a ball, and looked at the demon god Xiao Hua in horror. The demon god's murderous aura seemed to be able to strangle Ao Sheng at any time. He also finally understood why Xiao Hua must make him swear a dragon oath. Damn it! Ao Jiao cursed angrily. Purple qi appeared at the dragon's head. As soon as this purple qi appeared, the dragon's head instantly shrank. However, this purple qi actually held up the pillar of light of the delirium breaker Dharma Eye, and the dragon's head took the opportunity to escape. Even when the dragon's head just left the vortex controlled by the silver-white pillar of light, it immediately divided into countless tiny dragon souls, and swam in all directions. The demon god Xiao Hua saw it clearly through the delirium breaker Dharma Eye. The demon blade in his left hand chopped down, and a faint black light flashed. Not only was Ao Jiao's soul split in half, but the endless dragon souls that were born were also split in half. However, the strange thing was that after all the souls were split, they only paused for a moment. Then, ha 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 ha. Big and small laughter could not be suppressed in the whole Lihan heaven. All the souls were active again. Even Ao Jiao's main soul was split into two, twisting arrogantly. Woo woo. Just when Ao Jiao felt that she had escaped the fatal blow of the demon blade and wanted to counterattack again, the demon blade roared and turned into a demon dragon. It rushed out from Xiao Hua's hand and flew towards one of Ao Jiao's main souls. At the same time, at the edge of all the souls that were split by the demon blade, strands of black silk appeared strangely. With the appearance of these black silk, the demon flames that were previously all over Lihan heaven suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of demons, madly pouncing on Ao Jiao's soul and the seemingly endless sea. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua that Xiao Hua had sent to the sea surface earlier, now also quietly appeared. Just like an ear-piercing sound, it was attached to another soul of Ao Jiao. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua's soul silk was even denser than the black silk and wrapped around Ao Jiao's main soul. The soul silk tore and devoured the soul strands. The image of the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was becoming clearer little by little. Roar! Half of Ao Jiao's main soul was fighting with the demon dragon. The other half roared madly, resisting the demon formed by the black silk and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. In the distance, little white dragon and dragon vein Xiao Hua roared at the same time. They separately pounced over and attacked the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven was formed by her soul. In this kind of illusion that was comparable to an enchantment, Ao Jiao was almost invincible, not to mention being killed by others. Any trace of his soul could be turned into the future Ao Jiao. This was similar to the ghost cultivator Huang Yi's inextricable links on that day. Moreover, Ao Jiao cultivated Lihan heaven in this fragment of the dragon realm. It was far more advanced than the dragon qi of the dragon island. Even if the ninth elder of the dragon island came, he may not be able to escape from this Lihan heaven, let alone kill Ao Jiao's soul. However, he was unlucky to encounter Xiao Hua. The demon god Xiao Hua's blood drop paradise had undergone the tempering of the fluctuations in the blood pool of the gods and devils. It had already undergone a qualitative improvement. Moreover, the demon blade had suppressed countless demons. These demons were the incarnations of the demon dragon, which was just enough to restrain Ao Jiao's thousands of divided souls. Now, Even if Ao Jiao wanted to split a trace of her soul to escape, it was not realistic. Roar. Demon god Xiaohua saw that they were evenly matched. He roared and pounced forward. With a wave of his hands, a not-so-successful blood drop paradise trapped the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Layers of black flames and layers of blood light alternately burned and attacked. The soul was cut off piece by piece. The whole world was fighting, endless devouring. The demon qi chased after the soul, and the soul fought against the demon qi. In the demon qi, Ao Sheng looked at the distant demon dragon and demon god Xiaohua enviously as they devoured Ao Jiao's soul. To be able to cultivate Lihan Heaven's soul, how could ordinary souls compare? It was rare in the world. If he used the secret technique of the dragon clan to devour some, it would definitely be of immeasurable value to Ao Sheng's future cultivation. Unfortunately, Ao Sheng did not dare to get close. When the demonic saber was waved, the saber's blade also stopped in front of Ao Sheng for a moment. Although he was protected by the purple dragon crown, Ao Sheng could already smell the blood in the demonic saber's blade. The incomparably pure blood in his body froze at that moment. He was afraid that Xiaohua had forgotten that he had already made a dragon oath. Fortunately, the demon blade flashed away, and Ao Sheng felt that he had returned to the human world from the underworld. Therefore, he now only hoped that Xiaohua could devour Ao Jiao's soul, so that he could get rid of this feeling of fear. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to one's wishes, even if it was a small elder of the Dragon Island. The devouring of the entire Lihan Heaven lasted for dozens of days. The battle within was not known to outsiders. Ao Sheng himself was in Lihan Heaven and did not know the specific situation. He only saw that the demon qi in the space was either rich or thin, and the sea blue color was also changing with the thinness of the demon qi. However, in the end, the demon dragon devoured half of Ao Jiao's main soul, rushed to the left hand of the demon god Xiaohua and disappeared. The entire Lihan Heaven was completely filled with demon qi. Roar. As the demon god Xiaohua roared to the sky, all the demon qi rapidly rolled back like thousands of streams returning to the origin, and disappeared into the blood-red armor of the demon god Xiaohua. When the armor slowly disappeared into the surface of Xiaohua's body, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who seemed to be nearly 100 feet tall, flashed into the mysterious dark clouds in the demon qi. The little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua also shook their heads and wagged their tails, and returned very comfortably. In the end, the demon god Xiaohua withdrew the blood drop cave, revealing a plain thousands of miles in size. The endless dragon qi set off a gust of wind from all directions, blowing the dust into the air. Ah! The demon god Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. All the demon qi and the demon armor disappeared, and Xiaohua's body also shrank. Pa! Xiaohua fell out of the sky, smashing into a huge rock on the ground. Jinren Xiao. Ao Sheng was like a fish in water, wantonly for a moment in the dragon qi. Seeing Xiaohua's body fall, he flew closer for a moment in fear, but then he looked into the distance again, as if thinking about something. However, in just a few breaths, he made the wisest choice. He flew in front of Xiaohua and said anxiously, Jinren Xiao, yes. Following Ao Sheng's call, Xiaohua opened his eyes. A touch of blood mixed with a wisp of cold light flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. Even Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon body trembled slightly. Xiaohua stood up, closed his eyes for a moment, and sighed, alas. I am a little further away from the mortal world. Jinren Zhao's cultivation has increased again? Ao Sheng said with a flattering smile, then I must congratulate Jinren Xiao. What cultivation? Xiaohua shook his head, although this Zhao's demonic secret technique is extremely powerful, I do not dare to use it lightly. Because every time I use it, some of my emotions will be taken away. Over time, this Xiao will become a demonic creature that only knows how to kill. At that time, under that blade, although I can kill Ao Jiao immediately, you will also be killed by this Xiao. Chapter 40-20. Yes, it's better if Daoist doesn't use such a powerful secret technique. Ao Xing shrunk his neck and smiled. At the same time, I also thank Daoist for sacrificing himself to save me. Xiao Hua looked coldly at Ao Xing, as if he still hadn't escaped from the devil's realm, and said, "You only need to remember your dragon oath, don't say anything else." Yes, Xiaolong understands. Ao Xing replied obediently. Then, Xiao Hua took out a yin-yang bracelet and handed it to Ao Xing, saying, "Go, collect all the stones here." Stones? What does Daoist want them for? Ao Xing was a little confused. Xiao Hua didn't answer. He also took out a yin-yang pouch, flew towards a place, and used his body and mind to collect the stones. All right. Ao Xing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Hua starting to collect the boulders and reverting back to his greedy self. He looked at the seemingly endless plains and released his essence force to collect the boulders as well. After collecting all the stones, Ao Xing returned the yin-yang bracelet to Xiao Hua and probed, "Daoist, do you have news of Long Yu?" "Not only do I have news of Long Yu, I also have news of the Crystal Dragon scripture." Xiao Hua looked at Ao Xing and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Xing's body shook, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, where is the Crystal Dragon scripture?" "Don't you think you should tell me the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture first?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and chuckled. Ao Xing sighed and said with a smile, "Daoist, don't tease me. Since Daoist has already swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, how can you not know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" "You're wrong." Xiao Hua replied, "Ao Jiao doesn't know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture, it's also not here." "Where is the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Xing asked. "Tell me first, what is the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Xing smiled bitterly, "Daoist Xiao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know what the Crystal Dragon scripture is for. The elders only told me that the Crystal Dragon scripture was brought into the stacked Jade Legacy realm with Long Yu and other things. If you find Long Yu, you can find the Crystal Dragon scripture. I really don't know anything else." Xiao Hua stared at Ao Xing for a moment, and Ao Xing didn't dare to shift his gaze away. After a moment, Xiao Hua nodded and said, "This old man will believe you. Since the Crystal Dragon scripture was taken by Ao Yi and separated from the Dragon Jade, the Crystal Dragon scripture must be extremely important." Ao Yi. When Ao Xing heard this name, he was even more scared than if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, He can't be alive too. Damn it, no, he can't have also cultivated Lihan Heaven, right?" Xiao Hua shrugged, shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." There was no more information in Ao Jiao's memory. However, it seems like only Ao Jiao has this hatred heavenly skill. Ao Yi doesn't. How is this possible? Ao Xing exclaimed. Ao Yi is the patriarch of the Ji clan and the 10th elder of the Dragon Hall. How could he not have it? However, after Ao Xing finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth as he realized that he had revealed something. As if he didn't hear anything, Xiao Hua flew up and searched around with his Yuan Shen. Ao Xing hurriedly flew up. He didn't dare to disturb Xiao Hua and only followed closely behind. After half a day, they came to an extremely ordinary place. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pointed. "Come here, use your dragon breath to perform the soaring dragon technique." "All right." Ao Xing didn't dare to delay. He flew over, opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Then, ripples appeared around his dragon horn and the dragon breath turned into a faint dragon in the ripples. "Go." Following Ao Xing's soft command, the dragon rushed to the sky like a cloud. However, just as it rushed out a few feet, a strange barrier blocked the dragon. The dragon's body paused for a moment and actually drilled into the barrier. Roar. A strange sound came from inside the barrier. An invisible wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew out from the barrier and seemed to be trying to escape. Before Ao Xing could do anything, the delusion breaker Dharma eye in Xiao Hua's forehead opened again. The silver-white light beam fell on the place where the dragon disappeared. The wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew around fiercely, but in the end, it couldn't escape the control of the light beam. As the light beam stirred, it fell into it and disappeared in an instant. Following the disappearance of the last wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, swoosh. As if a layer of color was cut off from the sky, Long Yu's head appeared in the sky. This Long Yu's dragon head looked very ordinary, similar to the one in Xiao Hua's space. In between the dragon head's eyebrows, there was a strange rune. It was somewhat different from the dragon rune, but it was also somewhat similar in shape. It looked very eye-catching. Ao Xing only saw Long Yu's shadow, he didn't even see the rune clearly. Xiao Hua's mind rolled and Long Yu's head fell into his space. Daoist. Ao Xing hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "You must remember what you said earlier. After leaving the stacked Jade Legacy realm, you must give Long Yu to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back. Can't you use the crystal dragon seal?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If it wasn't for this old man, I'm afraid you would have lost your life here." "AI, that's right." Ao Xing sighed and said, "I also think so. Of course, I know the truth of the matter, but the elders don't think so. They wholeheartedly want to take Long Yu and the crystal dragon seal back. Unless Daoist wants to fall out with my Dragon Island, otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. However, I feel that Daoist's future is limitless, there is no need to provoke Dragon Island now." Hee hee. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng and said, "This old man was somewhat negligent. I should have let you make a bigger dragon oath earlier." Looking at Xiao Hua's gaze, Ao Sheng felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course, I will also talk to the elders and ask them to give Daoist some more time to comprehend." Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, "The time in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is somewhat different from Dragon Island, right? And, although when the stacked Jade Legacy realm opens, the time here will tend to be the same as Dragon Island. However, the time here will ultimately be faster than Dragon Island. I have been waiting here for dozens of days. Maybe only dozens of days have passed on Dragon Island." Ao Xing explained, "And when the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes, the time here will accelerate again." Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and asked probingly, "If this old man comprehends the Dragon Jade in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, will it take less time than on Dragon Island?" When Ao Xing heard, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said with a smile, "Daoist, for our training this time, other than the Dragon Jade, the most important thing is the Crystal Dragon Scripture. Since you are here comprehending the Dragon Jade, what should we do with the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" Haha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly and said, "Ao Sheng, this old man's goal is the Dragon Jade. What is the Crystal Dragon Scripture? What does it do? This old man never knew about it. Daoist, you can't be like this, right? Ao Sheng, other than you, do the other dragons on Dragon Island also have a mission to find the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" "Yes, the 9 clans of Dragon Island, each clan will send 20 dragons to specifically search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Ao Sheng no longer concealed and nodded his head as he answered. "Isn't that the case?" Xiao Hua smiled, "Other than you, there are still 179 dragons looking for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. One more you doesn't count, one less you don't count. Why don't you cultivate here with this old man?" Ao Sheng thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, if you don't want to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture, that's fine too. Can you tell me where the Crystal Dragon Scripture is?" "I'm going to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng's helpless expression and advised, "Actually, Ao Jiao only knows that Ao Qin went to a place called Deeper Yuan. Furthermore, the scenery in this stacked Jade Legacy realm will change at any time. It has been so many years, who knows where Deeper Yuan is? Of course, if you know, you can go by yourself." "Deeper Yuan?" Ao Sheng frowned and said, "I have heard of this name before. It seems to be a dangerous place in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Since Daoist doesn't want to go, then I will go and search for it first. If I can find it, then I will turn back. At that time, I hope that Daoist can help me." What does Daoist think? The current Ao Sheng seemed to have matured a lot. He was extremely different from the Ao Sheng that Xiaohua saw at the edge of Dragon Island. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng and then looked around. He nodded and said, "All right. You and I will each take half a step back. You go and search for that deeper yuan. I will meditate here. If you find it, you can come back and look for me. However, I am afraid that the scenery in the stacked Jade Legacy realm will change again soon. You have to hurry over before it changes. Many thanks for Daoist's help." Ao Sheng smiled and said, "As for the problem of returning, this is not something that Daoist needs to worry about. My Dragon Island knows about the various changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm and already have countermeasures. Even if Daoist went somewhere else, I will still be able to find Daoist." Looks like you've already prepared for this." Xiaohua replied meaningfully. Ao Sheng naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. Xiaohua was saying that he could easily find deeper yuan. He didn't say anything more. He swayed his dragon tail and flew into the air. He nodded towards Xiaohua and flew towards a direction. After Ao Sheng flew far away, Xiaohua released his yuan sense. After seeing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, he flew to a hidden place and used the wishful rod to dig a small cave. He drilled in and sealed the cave with crushed stones. After sitting down cross-legged, his mind hastily entered the space. In the space, the complete dragon jade had already fused into one and turned into a sparkling and translucent dragon shape. This dragon shape had a multicolored luster overflowing. A kind of holiness was faintly born from the dragon's head. This holiness was so bizarre. It seemed to be different from everything in Dragon Island. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the jade archive for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at the strange rune on the dragon jade. Roar. An extremely loud dragon roar came from the rune. Then, an extremely powerful dragon might gushed out from the dragon jade, as if it wanted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua was not anxious at all. He raised his hand and grabbed slightly. The space where the dragon jade was located was immediately sealed. All the dragon might disappeared without a trace. Chapter 40-21. This is strange. After Jade Archive, Xiaohua looked at the dragon jade. He noticed that the dragon jade had calmed down. There was no change, and the complete dragon transformation art did not appear. He could not help but be surprised. Previously, I could easily see the dragon transformation art. Why is it not possible this time? Oh, could it be that it also needs dragon blood? Jade Archive, Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He raised his hand and took out a drop of dragon blood from the dragon's corpse that was previously stored in the space. The drop of dragon blood fell into the rune. The rune melted and decomposed in the dragon blood. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon runes gushed out from the dragon blood like a swarm of ants falling into the dragon jade. Then, the entire Lonyu shone with a five-colored brilliance. Halos of light wrapped around the Lonyu's body, and like a bamboo, the Lonyu was divided into 6 parts. When the brilliance began to calm down, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed a finger at the tail of the dragon jade. Buzz. The dragon jade issued a rumbling sound. More dragon runes than before turned into strands of crystal light and fell into Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand. Moreover, as the number of crystal light increased, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure gradually changed. In the end, it also turned into the image of a huge dragon. However, this huge dragon's eyes were tightly closed. A halo appeared on its scales, resonating with the flickering of the dragon jade. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon shape shook and Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared within the dragon shape. Long Yu's halo also retracted. The runes that had disappeared appeared once again as the light rushed into the dragon head. Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. No wonder Ao Jiao wanted to take this dragon jade away from Dragon Island. This dragon jade actually concealed a mystery. Not only does it have the dragon transformation art that I wanted, it also has the inheritance of Dragon Island's heavenly dragon language technique. This is strange. This heavenly dragon language technique, why didn't it pass down through the bloodline of the dragon clan? Why did it pass down through this dragon jade? Moreover, this dragon transformation art is actually not a secret technique for demon beasts to cultivate into dragons. In the inheritance of Dragon Island's dragon clan, there is a method to mold the body in the dragon cleansing pool. However, since this method can mold the body, it can also be used to temper the body. Especially for demon beasts like Little White Dragon, whose original form is a python, it can use the dragon transformation art to cultivate and evolve into a dragon. As such, it became the so-called dragon transformation art. Ao Jiao only has the first half of Long Yu's body. Without the complete dragonization incantation, it's impossible for him to reconstruct his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Damn it, so the dragon cleansing pool wasn't what I thought it would be. The Little White Dragon's body would be molded as soon as it entered. However, Little White Dragon was already able to transform from a python into a dragon, completing all 9 levels of the dragonization incantation. Now, all that's left is just a few crucial parts. He only needs to cultivate a little more. Thinking of this, Jade Archive Xiaohua flashed into the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, the Little White Dragon hurriedly asked, "Xiaohua, where are you now? I feel that the draconic energy here is too dense. What's up with the soul that you and I devoured? My soul seems to be undergoing some inexplicable changes. This is the Dragon Island Stacked Jade Legacy Realm." The Jade Archive Xiaohua explained the ins and outs of the matter. The dragon cleansing pool that can remodel your body is here. However, if you want to remodel your body, you must first cultivate the complete dragonization art. Of course. The Little White Dragon smiled and said, "Isn't my dragonization art complete?" Speaking of this, the Little White Dragon came to a realization. Could it be, my dragonization art isn't complete? I still can't remodel my body? What should I do? The dragon race can't be compared to our human race. Similarly, it can't be compared to your original body. Jade Archive Xiaohua explained, the dragon body is very mysterious. Not only can it absorb the power of the stars and moon, it can also absorb draconic energy. The dragon race even has the heavenly dragon technique. Therefore, the remodel of the dragon body isn't as simple as we thought. It requires a special method to successfully remodel it. And this method is the dragonization art. Oh. Xiaohua, could it be that you found the last piece of the dragon jade? The Little White Dragon finally understood and said in surprise. Hee, that's right. Jade Archive Xiaohua extended his index finger, and like a cold star, it landed between the Little White Dragon's eyebrows. It was also the place where the rune of the dragon jade was located. Boom. The Little White Dragon felt one rune after another rushing into his mind. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly coiled his body to carefully comprehend it. Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew his index finger and looked at the Little White Dragon's soul. He nodded slightly and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua inside the soul formation sky. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked a little strange. His whole body was several times bigger than before. In addition to his original appearance, there were also scales on his skin. These scales were faintly discernible, and there were also thousands of dragon patterns. Above Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's closed eyes, there were even 2 phantoms that looked like dragon horns. It seems that eating too much dragon soul also has its disadvantages. I'm afraid this dragon image won't disappear in a short time. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and flashed out of the mysterious cloud. He shouted, "Where is fellow Daoist dragon bloodline?" "Many thanks, fellow Daoist." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua's figure appeared, his face filled with ecstasy. "I have a place to cultivate in the future. This dragon jade not only has the dragon transformation art, but also so many heavenly dragon technique and other dragon clan techniques. This time, we have really hit the jackpot." Fellow Daoist should quickly comprehend the dragon transformation art. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled proudly. If there is a chance, fellow Daoist should also follow the Little White Dragon's body molding. Okay. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua agreed and his figure disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua returned to the space and instructed the green-robed Xiaohua a few words. He was preparing to help the green-robed Xiaohua comprehend the dragon transformation secret art with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's expression changed and he immediately escaped from the space. Woo! Outside the space, inside the stacked Jade Heritage Realm, the wind howled like a tiger. Another round of scenery began to change. Xiaohua's figure swayed along with the cave in the air. Really troublesome. Xiaohua stabilized his figure and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Xiao has just adapted to the appearance of the stacked Jade Heritage Realm, and now I have to start again. Who knows what the scenery will be like after this? At this time, the gravel in front of the cave had already been blown away by the wind without a trace. Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the scenery outside that was as gorgeous as a layer of dusk. Inside, not only were there mountain ridges shifting, there were also many dragons struggling. After several hours, the changes in the scenery began to slow down. Boom! Xiaohua's figure shook and the mountain range also fell. It's finally over. Xiaohua smiled. Now I can cultivate in peace for a while. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua closed his eyes, woo-woo. Outside the cave, the sound of wind rose again. Then, with a loud boom, something hit the mountain range not far from Xiaohua. In these several hours, there were indeed many things that collided with the mountain range, but this time was different. A low groan sounded from that place, and then, a spiritual sense similar to an elemental thought swept through the cave and landed on Xiaohua's body. Huh! A faint human voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At this time, it was already too late for him to hide anything. After thinking for a while, he simply walked out of the cave and looked up. The scenery outside the cave had completely changed. A tall man with a full beard was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He was standing on top of a mountain rock not far away in astonishment. This man's armor was already abnormally damaged. There were many bloodstains on the armor, and there was even a bloody wound on the man's neck. Xiaohua, Daoist Master Xiao. When the man saw Xiaohua, he recognized him at a glance and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding in the cave?" Hee. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This stacked Jade Heritage Realm is full of slaughter, and this Xiao's Dharma body is the delicious food of those dragons. This Xiao is not a descendant of the dragons. Coming to this stacked Jade Heritage Realm to train is just a coincidence, and I don't plan to gain anything from this training. Therefore, this Xiao simply found a place to hide, and when the time comes to train, I'll just follow you out." So that's how it is. When the man heard this, he said somewhat enviously, "Daoist Master's calm heart actually makes this one jealous. This one risked my life to enter the Dragon Island to train, just to obtain some of the ancient dragon's legacy. Now that I'm in the stacked Jade Heritage Realm, I clearly know that I'm the prey of others, but I can't help but be greedy for some things. Oh, Daoist Master Xiao, this one is Jing Province's Ao Fengping. Previously, I saw Daoist Master in the Dragon Qi territory. Oh, so it's Jing Province's Daoist Ao. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This one wishes Daoist Ao victory in advance, and success on the spot." When Ao Fengping heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He lowered his head to look at his appearance, and said with a bitter smile, "Daoist Master must be joking. Look at this one's sorry state. Just now, this one was sneak attacked by a cunning dragon. If it wasn't for this change in scenery, I'm afraid I would have already fallen into the dragon's stomach. But now, even if this one dodged the sneak attack, his injuries are quite heavy." Xiaohua nodded. "Since it's like this, Daoist Ao can heal his injuries here. This one can protect Daoist Ao. When Ao Fengping heard this, his eyebrows raised in joy, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Daoist Master." As he spoke, Ao Fengping took out a box of medicine from his bosom and consumed it. Immediately, clouds gushed out from his body, and wisps of awe-inspiring aura inexplicably gushed out, covering the surface of Ao Fengping's body. This is actually a bit strange. Seeing that Ao Fengping was actually able to use the Confucian cultivation technique in the stacked jade heritage realm, Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. How can he use the Confucian cultivation technique? After a full 2 hours, Ao Fengping finally withdrew his true qi, and then took out another set of armor to change into. Alright, Daoist Ao. Xiaohua cupped his hands again. Since your injuries have already healed, this one will return to hide. Daoist Master. Ao Fengping hurriedly said, this one has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. If Ao Sheng had said so, Xiaohua would have directly replied with, since you don't know, then don't say it. But looking at Ao Fengping's sincerity, and thinking that they were both in the stacked jade heritage realm, he still nodded and said, Daoist Ao, please speak. This one is all ears. Chapter 40-22. Daoist Master Xiao, I want to say 2 things. Ao Fengping softly said, first, the stacked jade legacy realm is not like the other places on Dragon Island. This is a fragment of the dragon domain, there are countless treasures inside. If Daoist Master can find one, it will definitely have a significant effect on your future cultivation. Daoist Master entered the legacy realm and actually hid in this mountain range to cultivate. Isn't this the so-called entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? If Daoist Master regrets in the future, you won't have this kind of opportunity again. Then what about the second? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. Second, in this stacked jade legacy realm, our human cultivators have become food for the dragons. Daoist Master's cultivation is extraordinary. How can you watch so many humans being eaten by the dragons? Daoist Master is a cultivator of the Dao sect. If you don't take this opportunity to form a relationship with the descendants of the dragons, when will you? The descendants of the dragons are also a force that can't be ignored in the hidden immortal continent. In the future, in fact, there is no need to wait for the future. Daoist Master's current strength is already intolerable by the immortal palace. If Daoist Master doesn't want to be killed by the immortal palace, forming a relationship with the descendants of the dragons is a bright path. If I form a good relationship with Dragon Island, wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to fight against the immortal palace? Xiaohua asked back. Daoist Master is looking down on Dragon Island too much. Ao Fengping laughed. Dragon Island has always only cared about the dragons of the 9 clans on the island. They don't even care about the dragon palace of the 4 seas, let alone us descendants of the dragons. As for forming a relationship with Daoist Master, it is only a joke in their eyes. That day when Daoist Master revealed his dragon body in the Dragon Chi realm, they thought of using Daoist Master. This kind of scheme, Daoist Master doesn't know. Then what does fellow immortal Ao mean? Xiaohua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Ao Fengping replied, I have made an appointment with some fellow immortal to go to a certain place in the legacy realm. If Daoist Master can, please follow me. With my strength, I'm afraid I can't reach there safely. With Daoist Master's help, I have confidence. Oh. You actually know the place in the stacked jade legacy realm? Xiaohua was a bit surprised, and you have a relationship with some fellow immortal? Could it be that you have already planned it? Ao Fengping smiled proudly, since we are descendants of the dragons, we naturally have our secrets. The stacked jadeite legacy realm is the most important part of the Dragon Island, we naturally know some of the secrets inside. Don't worry, Daoist Master. We're all cultivators of the human race. There's something vital to the cultivation of the human race there. If Daoist Master can help us, we definitely won't disappoint you. Can you tell this Xiao what it is and where it is? Xiaohua probed. Ao Fengping hesitated for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, this. I'm afraid I can't casually tell you this. When Xiaohua heard this, he shook his head even more. Then why would I go? The dragon chi here is very rich. Even if this Xiao casually cultivates a bit, it will still be stronger than outside. This Xiao will not do things that I have no confidence in. All right. Ao Fengping thought for a moment and said, I can tell you the name of that place, but I can't tell you what it is. Xiaohua asked, where? Deeper Yuan. Ao Fengping immediately replied. Xiao Hua's body shook violently. He swept a glance at Ao Fengping and asked curiously, "Why did you go to that place?" "Oh, forget it. Pretend I didn't ask." Then, Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He pinched his chin and bargained with a smile that wasn't a smile. "This? If you tell this Xiao the secret to activating the true qi of a Confucian cultivator in the folded jade legacy realm, this Xiao can consider it." Ao Fengping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "Daoist master, what do you want that Confucian cultivator's secret technique for? That thing can only be activated by Confucian cultivators with dragon qi. You're a Taoist cultivator. That secret technique is useless to you." This Xiao also understands Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua said with a smile. "If you tell this secret technique to this Xiao will have another magical ability to help you. Isn't this what you need?" Ah. Ao Fengping was surprised but also overjoyed. He hurriedly took out a jade eye and respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. "Daoist master is really amazing. You're actually a Confucian cultivator. My previous words were rude." Don't worry. Xiao Hua took the jade eye and placed it on his forehead. He looked at it while waving his hand. Ao Fengping smiled. He was puzzled again. Since Daoist master is a Confucian cultivator, even if you have some outstanding Taoist cultivation, the Immortal Palace won't force you like this, right? Now that Daoist master and the Immortal Palace are in a terrible situation, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them in the future. Alas, this matter is hard to explain in a few words. Let's not talk about it. Xiao Hua sighed. He looked around and said, "Since we're going, we'll leave now. You lead the way. This Xiao will study this jade eye for a while. Daoist master doesn't need to be anxious." Ao Fengping said with a smile. "There are some other secret techniques in this jade eye. Daoist master should take a look." "Okay," Xiao Hua said. He gave the jade eye to Xiao Hua and asked again, "Right, the scenery in the folded jade legacy realm has completely changed. How can you find the location of Deep Air Lake?" Ao Fengping's figure flew up. It was actually a Confucian cultivator's flying technique. He smiled mysteriously. "This is of course a little secret of us dragon race descendants. Hee, although the strength of the human race can't be compared to the dragon race can't compare with their brains." Xiao Hua smiled. He thought to himself, Ao Sheng is a small clan elder of this dragon island. Even he can't be sure that he can find Deep Air Lake. Ao Fengping, a human outside of this dragon island, can do it. Just thinking about it makes me feel strange. What kind of secret is there in Deep Air Lake that can't be hidden by experts? Along the way, Ao Fengping kept changing directions. Sometimes he even had to turn back. However, Ao Fengping never had the slightest hesitation. It was as if he knew exactly where he was going. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Although they met some dragon race members during this period of time, they were all around the 5th or 6th grade of elemental energy. Their true strength couldn't be counted as anything. They were completely relying on the draconic qi of the stacking jade legacy realm to bully others. Facing Xiao Hua, they were miserable. Xiao Hua didn't release Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He only let Dragon Vein Xiao Hua control the draconic qi within 10 miles. He himself used both his hands and feet to become a dragon-subduing arhat. He took all the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into his space. Ao Fengping was dumbstruck. He had seen fierce people, powerful people, but when had he ever seen a Daoist cultivator who treated the dragon race like a loach? Wasn't this a little too fierce? That reverence in his heart was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. So much so that in the end, that reverence in his heart turned into fear and unease. He even suggested in a low voice, "Daoist master. Occasionally killing a dragon race member doesn't count as anything, but Daoist master took in so many dragon race members. Aren't you afraid that the dragon island will get angry? After all, the dragon race, is originally very few, and the dragon race itself reproduces extremely slowly. Every dragon, especially the pure-blooded dragon race, they are all recorded in the Dragon Book of the Dragon Island. The dragon race members who entered the Stacking Jade Legacy realm this time all have great origins. You doing this? Hee, if you don't say it, and I don't say it, who would know? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Fengping with a double meaning and replied with a grin. Alas, I was wrong. At this moment, Ao Fengping was already regretting. He clearly knew that Xiao Hua was hiding in the cave to meditate, but it definitely wasn't hiding as Xiao Hua had said. As for what Xiao Hua's purpose was, Ao Fengping was afraid that even if he cracked his head, he still wouldn't be able to figure it out. Since you're regretting it, then you and I can part ways here. Xiao Hua smiled as he took out the jade eye and returned it to Ao Fengping, saying, however, fellow Daoist Ao won't be able to take back those secret techniques. Alas, it's too late. Ao Fengping raised his eyes to look at the distant mountain peak that seemed to be covered by a thick fog and said, We've already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan. Huh? Is that so? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he looked into the distance. He was somewhat bewildered. Since he had already arrived at the edge of the deeper Yuan, then what about Ao Sheng? Where did that Ao Sheng who claimed to be able to find him at any time run off to? Could it be that Ao Sheng didn't come to the deeper Yuan at all? Just as they were talking, Ao Fengping stopped in midair and said in a low voice, Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Immediately, Ao Fengping took out a fist-sized object from his bosom. This object looked like a walnut, it was black and had many wrinkles on it. Ao Fengping placed the object in his mouth and circulated his true qi. He used all his strength to blow into a groove on the object. Xiao Hua's ears didn't hear anything, but he could sense that there was a strange fluctuation coming from it. After Ao Fengping finished blowing, he put away that object and quietly waited in midair. His two ears slightly flapped, and after a long while, his ears trembled as if he had heard something. Then, he softly said to Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao, there's been some unforeseen events. Right now, we can't directly go to the deeper Yuan. Daoist Xiao, please follow me. Xiao Hua disagreed and nodded, I'll listen to Daoist Xiao's arrangements. Alright, Ao Fengping didn't dare to be negligent. He descended and brought Xiao Hua to a nearby valley. Xiao Hua followed Ao Fengping and didn't release his true qi. At this time, he turned around a large stone in the valley, and his eyes lit up again. This was a bright and spacious place. The surroundings looked tall, but compared to other places, they were somewhat short fruit trees. Some lantern-like fruits hung on the fruit trees' branches. These fruits looked unripe and didn't have any special fragrance. Within these fruit trees, there were some collapsed fences and broken walls. When Xiao Hua and Ao Fengping appeared, 3 human cultivators in the fruit trees raised their heads and looked at the two rather vigilantly. This is Daoist Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. Ao Fengping hurriedly introduced, I presume that the 3 of you have already met in the Dragon Qi realm. When I just arrived here, I was attacked by the Dragon clan of the West Sea, and then I encountered the changes in the Forgotten Realm. After that, I met Daoist Xiao. When I was recuperating, Daoist Xiao stood guard for me. Thinking that we needed manpower and that Daoist Xiao possessed remarkable abilities, I boldly invited Daoist Xiao to come with me. Ao Fengping, you are too bold. A human cultivator coldly said, what authority do you have to bring a stranger here? Chapter 40-23. That's right. What did we discuss before? The other human cultivator's face was also unkind as he asked. Ao Fengping's face was somewhat embarrassed as he said, I naturally know about the previous agreement, but, without Daoist Xiao, I wouldn't have been able to come here. Moreover, Daoist Xiao is a human cultivator. You all have seen his bloodline Dharma body. He is also a descendant of the Dragon clan, so he is also qualified to participate. Shut up. The first human cultivator berated, don't quibble about anything. You are blatantly arbitrary, you two don't need to say anything more. The other human cultivator laughed, since Daoist Xiao has come here, he must also know about the matter of deeper yuan. What's the use of saying so much? Since we need manpower, Daoist Zhao's arrival will be a great help. Immediately, the human cultivator turned his head and said, I am Qing Zhou's Ao Jianhong. Greetings, Daoist Xiao. Greetings, fellow Daoist Ao. Xiao Hua smiled as he cupped his hands towards Ao Jianhong and said, since these two fellow Daoists don't welcome this Xiao, and this Xiao also brought fellow Daoist Ao Fengping here as an explanation to Ao Fengping, this Xiao won't stay here any longer. This is goodbye. No. Before Ao Jianhong could speak, the two human cultivators from before shouted at the same time, since you are here, how can you come and go as you please? Ao Fengping was shocked. He was clear about Xiao Hua's strength. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he hurriedly shouted, fellow Daoists, don't be anxious. Daoist Xiao, please calm down, this old man will leave if he wants to leave, and stay if he wants to stay. Xiao Hua smiled coldly and said indifferently, this old man wants to see who dares to keep this Xiao. You dare to leave. The two human cultivators flew up and blocked Xiao Hua's path. Just as they were about to draw their swords, another wave of strange fluctuations came from another direction. Ao Jianhong saw it and immediately advised, Ao Yunqing, Ao Yuzhong, don't be anxious. There are only 4 people here. Ao Fengping and I agree that Daoist Xiao should leave, but we can't make a decision now. How about we listen to fellow Daoist's opinion? Ao Jianhong hurriedly took out something similar to Ao Fengping, and said something while blowing it. Why would Xiao Hua care about this? He said indifferently, how can the likes of you decide where I come and go? As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure floated up, and he didn't even look at Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong before flying out of the gorge. Daoist Master Xiao. Ao Jianhong saw that Xiao Hua wasn't giving him any face, and his complexion slightly changed. Ao Fengping, who was at the side, also knew Xiao Hua's temperament these days. He knew that Xiao Hua was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He hastily pulled on Ao Jianhong's scholarly robe, hinting Ao Jianhong to stop talking. Humph. Ao Yunqing and Ao Yuzhong coldly snorted at the same time, and raised their hands at the same time. 2 barricade-like confinement forces were born, and like shackles, they closed in on Xiao Hua's flying figure. With one look, it was clear that the 2 of them had practiced joint attack techniques. Xiao Hua coldly smiled, and his figure suddenly moved strangely. He raised his right fist, and with a boom, his fist hit Ao Yunqing's strength. With a crisp sound, that awe-inspiring qi was instantly collapsed by Xiao Hua's attack. Xiao Hua's fist didn't stop, and it passed through space. With a pa sound, it hit Ao Yunqing's body. The true qi around Ao Yunqing's body surged, and his figure flew back uncontrollably, shua. Xiao Hua didn't chase after Ao Yunqing. Instead, he raised his left hand, and casually chopped down. The true qi sword in his left hand suddenly split Ao Yuzhong's strength into 2 halves. Even Ao Yuzhong's scholarly robe, which was not far away, had a sword mark. Ah! Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing both turned pale with fright. Humph, your scholarly cultivation technique is not bad. If you were outside the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, you would still have the strength to fight with this old man. Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and his figure didn't stop. He indifferently flew over and said, but under this dragon qi, you're using scholarly cultivation techniques again. In this old man's eyes, it's just a child's play. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the 2 of them were ashamed and angry. They looked at each other, and at the same time raised their hands to slap their foreheads. OM. A clear sound rang out, and 2 dragon qi emitted from their bodies. Soon after, 2 dark dragon blood dharma bodies rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Damn it! Ao Fengping didn't dare to wait any longer. Thinking that Xiao Hua had even captured a real dragon, how could Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's dragon blood dharma bodies be his opponent? They couldn't even be counted as an appetizer. Huh? Daoist Master Xiao. Why are you here? Seeing that the situation was already bad, when Ao Fengping didn't know what to do, a clear voice sounded from afar. Wasn't it Ao Moyun whom Xiao Hua was familiar with? Xiao Hua's figure stopped in the air. Looking at Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing's ink-colored dragon blood dharma bodies, and then thinking about Ao Moyun's pitch-black dragon body in the dragon chi realm, he seemed to have understood something. Hee, Mr. Moyun, we meet again. Xiao Hua ignored the two dragon descendants who thought themselves infallible. He cupped his hands towards Ao Moyun, and said meaningfully, "It seems that Mr. Moyun came to the overlapping Jadeite legacy realm prepared long ago." Ao Moyun also didn't have any special secrets. He said with a smile, "What the spiritual master said is right. I came to the Dragon Island to gain experience because of this deeper yuan." Saying that, Ao Moyun turned his head and berated Ao Yuzhong and Ao Yunqing. "Why aren't you too quickly withdrawing your dharma bodies? These methods are useless in front of the spiritual master. Moreover, the spiritual master is a merciful and compassionate person. He definitely won't spoil our plans." The two seemed to listen to Ao Moyun's words. They withdrew their dragon blood dharma bodies, flew to the side, and stood there seemingly unconvinced. "Spiritual Master Xiao, don't lower yourself to their level." Ao Moyun said with a smile, "Presumably, the spiritual master has already seen it on the traveling dragon island. Because of this matter, too many dragon descendants have been lost. We have to be careful. This matter has nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "This Xiao just happened to meet Ao Fengping and sent him here. This Xiao will pretend that he didn't see anything. Goodbye." Hee, spiritual master, don't worry." Ao Moyun hurriedly said again, "I was saved by the spiritual master on the traveling dragon island earlier, but I never had the opportunity to repay you. Now that I see the spiritual master again, it's the heavens who gave me to the spiritual master. It's also an opportunity for me to repay the spiritual master." "What do you mean?" Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked. Ao Moyun looked around, raised his hand, and said, "Spiritual master, please come with me. I'll break it down for you." "Good." Xiao Hua was still at ease with Ao Moyun. He nodded and followed Ao Moyun to the broken wall between the fruit trees. "Spiritual Master Xiao." Ao Moyun pointed at the fruit trees and said with a smile, "Does the spiritual master know what these fruit trees are?" "How would I know?" Xiao Hua glanced at the fruit and replied. "Spiritual master can pick a few fruits to try." "Oh? Is there anything strange about it?" Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand, and sure enough, the fruits on the fruit trees didn't move at all, as if they were cast in iron. Xiao Hua was about to use more strength when Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. "I know that the spiritual master is strong. Spiritual master shouldn't use too much strength. This is the dragon heart fruit of the dragon domain. It's precious. However, the dragon heart fruit can't be picked from the fruit tree before it ripens. Otherwise, it will turn into water vapor and disappear." "That's strange." Xiao Hua withdrew his hand and said puzzledly, "The stacked jade Forgotten Realm has been closed for so many years, and the time inside is different from the Dragon Island. This dragon heart fruit should have ripened, right? Why is it still like this?" "I don't know." Ao Moyun shook her head. "It seems that the ripening of the dragon heart fruit requires other opportunities, right? What's the use of the dragon heart fruit?" Xiao Hua asked again. Ao Moyun shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific use, but it is said that the profound armor pentagonal holy dragon obtained a ripe dragon heart fruit in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, tch. Xiao Hua didn't believe it and shook his head. The dragon race only has one great sage of the demon race, and there are many rumors about him. Who knows which is true and which is false?" At this point, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked again, "Since the dragon heart fruit can't leave the fruit trees, can the fruit trees leave the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm?" "I don't know either." Ao Moyun smiled even more bitterly, not knowing why Xiao Hua asked this. "Haha. Then let me see whether it is true or not." As Xiao Hua spoke, he flew in front of a dragon heart fruit tree, and a bronze brilliance appeared around his body, turning into a transcendence golden body that was several hundred feet in size. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed a fruit tree. Up. Following Xiao Hua's light command, a dragon heart fruit tree was easily pulled out by him. Daoist Xiao, what are you doing? Ao Moyun was shocked. Xiao Hua ignored her and moved one after another. In a short moment, he had pulled out more than half of the fruit trees, making Ao Yuzhong and the others dumbfounded. Daoist Xiao, stop. Ao Moyun hurriedly stopped him. This dragon heart fruit is an extremely important part of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. If you continue to pull it out, I'm afraid this place will no longer exist. After the Dragon Island knows, they will definitely investigate. Hee hee. Xiao Hua withdrew his transcendence golden body and landed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, it seems that this fruit tree can still survive after leaving the land of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. Daoist Xiao. Ao Moyun didn't understand Xiao Hua's actions. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Daoist Xiao, why do you have to do this? I just want to use this dragon heart fruit to explain to you that there are countless ancient treasures in the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, and that there is an ancient golden core in the deep air abyss that can be used by Dao sect cultivators. Ancient golden core? Xiao Hua was shocked and asked, how can there be a golden core used by Dao sect cultivators in the Longyu fragment? Besides, even if there is one here, how do you know? Ao Moyun chuckled and said, Daoist Xiao doesn't need to ask how I know. When I heard this news that day, the first person I thought of was Daoist Xiao. With Daoist Xiao's current cultivation, it is suitable for him to take this golden core. This golden core is simply prepared for Daoist Xiao. That day, this was just a piece of news, I can't guarantee it. Chapter 40-24. Mr. Moyun, why don't you tell me why there are golden cores used by Dao sect cultivators here? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Ao Moyun asked straightforwardly, I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of the heavenly dragon language technique? I didn't know before, I only found out after coming to Dragon Island. Then does Daoist Xiao feel that this heavenly dragon language technique has anything to do with Dao sect techniques? Ao Moyun's words hit Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua's heart jumped for no reason. I have some thoughts, but I don't have any answers. Fellow Daoist Ao Zhantian also has the same doubts in his heart. Ao Moyun explained, however, according to his thoughts, the dragon clan is a demon clan, but they are separated from the demon clan and have a separate dragon island. Moreover, the dragon clan is closer to the human clan. It is very likely that it is related to this heavenly dragon language technique. Although the human clan's Dao sect has declined in the hidden immortal continent, it was extremely powerful in ancient times. At that time, the dragon clan and the human clan might have been one family. This heavenly dragon language technique might be a Dao sect technique itself. In that case, if Dao sect cultivators can refine pills, why can't the dragon clan do so? Even if the dragon clan can't refine pills, what's so strange about Dao sect cultivators refining pills for the dragon clan? An ancient golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment. That's even less strange, right? Ao Moyun had obviously thought about it a long time ago. One sentence after another moved Xiao Hua's heart. Yes, since the dragon clan can use the heavenly dragon language technique, why can't they take golden cores? The origin of the golden core appearing in this dragon realm fragment must be extraordinary. The dragon realm is comparable to the immortal world. How can this golden core be an ancient golden core? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Actually, now that I think about it, this golden core might not be used by the dragon clan. Ao Moyun struck while the iron was hot again, maybe it's a useless pill refined by the dragon clan, and it was left here because it was useless. That's why the dragon clan hasn't taken it away for so many years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, Mr. Moyun, it's not that I'm not greedy for this ancient golden core. The problem is that after entering the deep air abyss, I will be in a difficult position. When we entered the stacked jade legacy realm, I'm sure Mr. Moyun had already seen who I was with. Ah. Ao Moyun was startled and hurriedly said, Reverend, are you saying that Ao Sheng, Ao Sheng has a good relationship with me? He has Dragon Island behind him. Mr. Mo Yuan has a good relationship with me too. You have the human race behind you. Xiao Hua explains, moreover, this Xiao really doesn't want to participate in the grudges between your Gui tribe and Dragon Island. Therefore, even if that gold core is very tempting, this Xiao also doesn't want to obtain it. Goodbye. Hiss. Hearing that Xiao Hua knew so much, Ao Moyun was dumbfounded. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air and blankly looked at Xiao Hua cupping his hands and flying away. Mr. Moyun. Ao Yuzhong hastily flew over and anxiously said, how can you let Xiao Hua go? If he reveals our whereabouts, what should we do? There's no need to be afraid of being exposed. Ao Moyun shook his head and said, our whereabouts have already been exposed. Or rather, the Dragon Island already knows the location of the deep air abyss. Quick, inform the leader, we have to enter the deep air abyss as soon as possible, buzz buzz. At this time, at the location of the deep air abyss in the distance, the entire space was shaking. The fog that originally covered the mountain range quickly filled the entire heaven and earth along with the shaking, and the blurry mountain range became clear. It didn't seem to be any different from the mountain range they had encountered before. Quick! Seeing this, Ao Moyun hastily urged, we are already too late. The leader has already made his move in the deep air abyss. Let's go quickly. All right. Whether it was Ao Yuzhong or Ao Fengping, they didn't have time to care about Xiao Hua's departure at this time. They hastily urged their figures and rushed in the direction of the deep air abyss. Xiao Hua had only flown a few thousand feet away. Naturally, he also sensed the change. That cloud of fog rolled up and formed a cloud pattern that rushed past him and spread far away. Xiao Hua somewhat reluctantly turned his head to look inside. Alas, ancient gold core, I also want it. Unfortunately, one side is Ao Sheng and Dragon Island, and the other side is Ao Moyun's Gui tribe. I don't want to help anyone. Moreover, in this Zhao's opinion, the possibility of Gui tribe's defeat is extremely high. The elders of the Dragon Palace Hall are not fools. Since they dared to let you enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they must have some means. Anyway, this Xiao has already reminded Ao Moyun. If they insist on going their own way, then there is no other way. However, just now, I seem to have heard Ao Moyun mention some leader. This human is really mysterious. I don't know who he is. But what does this have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao has obtained the dragon heart fruit. There are still many dragon crystals outside to pick up. When Ao Sheng comes out from the deep air abyss, there is no need to wait for him. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool and help little white dragon form its body. After that, we will wait for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close. Xiao Hua's little abacus was extremely good. Unfortunately, after flying for several hundred miles, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the end of the layer of fog. This barrier was very strange. Xiao Hua flew to this place and actually couldn't pass through. Xiao Hua tried to use the Transcendence Golden Body, the Confucian Cultivator's Flying Sword, and the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye, but it was all to no avail. Damn it. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that this Xiao needs to activate the Devil Blade? Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't activate the Devil Blade for the sake of escaping. He tried a few more methods and simply gave up. Turning his head to look in the direction of the deep air abyss, he said with a bitter smile, looks like this deep air abyss needs to be visited. However, this Xiao will definitely not make a move. They can fight however they want. This Xiao will take advantage of the chaos to look for that ancient golden core. Thus, the greedy Xiao Hua finally turned back. When Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the deep air abyss, he activated the dragon race's invisibility technique and quietly approached. When Xiao Hua flew closer, he could see clearly. That deep air abyss was a huge ring-shaped mountain range. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. Perhaps it was thousands of miles in size? This ring-shaped mountain range was light black in color. The heavy rocks that stretched thousands of miles also reflected the black color. It looked very strange. What was strange was not only the mountain range, but also the ring-shaped space in the middle of the mountain range. The naked eye couldn't penetrate it. It could only be seen that there was a layer of similarly black dragon patterns in the space. The black dragon patterns were like grass in the grassland. Each dragon pattern was like a tiny dragon, and each dragon pattern was emitting a kind of condescending dragon might. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on it, he couldn't help but feel small in his heart. Looking at the black dragon patterns, he saw that there were already two groups facing each other. The ones closest to Xiao Hua were Ao Moyun and a dozen other humans and monsters. They gathered together, and in front of them were another dozen or so huge dragons. Opposite them were completely made up of dragons, and the one in front was Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng very strangely tilted his neck and twisted his dragon head towards Xiao Hua. Damn it, Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart, this little bastard must have sensed that I came to the deep air abyss. That's why he didn't go back to look for me. I hid here and there, but I still couldn't hide. These dragons behind him should be the helpers he found using the dragon race's secret technique after he found the deep air abyss. Why is Ao Zhan also here? He's injured, seems like he's in trouble. Behind Ao Sheng, there were 20 or so dragons. Their strength was about the same, and some of them were even injured. Ao Zhan, whom Xiao Hua was familiar with, appeared in front of him. Ao Tao. Ao Sheng's voice came, although you're from the Hui race, you've been adopted by the Western Sea Dragon Palace since you were young. The Western Sea Dragon Palace has always regarded you as a descendant, and my dragon race has never treated you differently. All the training and gifts have always been given to you every year. Why do you know that the deep air abyss has something that the dragon race has always been looking for, but why don't you say anything? Moreover, at this time, you still want to go against my dragon race and ruin my dragon race's big matter? This kind of ungrateful thing, do you think you can do it? Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng coldly said to the black dragon opposite him, you're just a small elder of the dragon race, of course you don't know the situation of the Hui race. Do you really think that the Western Sea Dragon Palace really treats me as a descendant? Isn't it because you want to find the secret of my Hui race from me? Furthermore, you dared to let the Hui race and their descendants come to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to train, isn't it all to find the secret? Now that I've lured you here, isn't it helping your dragon race? Don't say that your dragon race belongs to my dragon race. Ao Sheng said impatiently, you and I are both from the dragon race, the dragon race belongs to both of us. If you don't even have the dragon race in your heart, then you're not afraid of being a dragon. Hee, it's not that we don't regard ourselves as a dragon race, it's that the dragon race doesn't regard us as a dragon race. If the dragon race is regarded as one of the 10 races of the dragon race, then why did you exterminate my Hui race back then? Isn't it because your dragon race, Pangbai, Luo Shrine, and the other 9 Hui races were jealous of my Hui race's elites, and were afraid that my Hui race would control the dragon race, so you worked together to exterminate my Hui race? Back then, you already didn't regard my Hui race as a dragon race, so why do you still have to say it today? Che. Ao Sheng was really disdainful. He coldly waved his hand and said, kill them all. Break the restriction first and get the thing first. Yes. Ao Zhan and the others behind Ao Sheng responded, and urged their dragon bodies to pounce forward. Ao Tao naturally didn't show any weakness. He raised his head and roared, sons of the Hui race, today is a great opportunity for my Hui race to rise up, as long as we kill these bastards of the dragon race and retrieve the relic of the Hui race left behind by my clan's elder, my Hui race will be able to stand tall in the 4 seas, and even build another dragon island that belongs to my Hui race in the 4 seas. For the sake of my Hui race's sacrifice, for the sake of the dragon race's hope, for the sake of my clan's elder, kill. As soon as Ao Tao's words left his mouth, the descendants of the Hui race, be it the dragon race, the human race, or the monster race, were all envious. They all urged their divine abilities and pounced towards the dragon race of the dragon race on the dragon island. Roar. The battle between the giant dragons was very spectacular. Wherever the dragon claws passed, dragon blood splattered, and dragon scales fluttered in all directions. The roars shook the surroundings, and countless dragon chi and clouds madly surged within the radius of 1,000 miles. Chapter 40-25. Although Ao Sheng was a minor elder of the Dragon Island, his strength was limited, and his opponent was not Ao Tao. The one fighting Ao Tao was another giant dragon whose strength was also at the upper stage of the 6th stage. In less than 5 minutes, both Ao Tao and that giant dragon were covered in blood, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The large drops of dragon blood and large pieces of dragon meat fell on the black dragon patterns under the dragons. These dragon patterns began to flash and gather toward the center after receiving the dragon blood. Damn it. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not understand that the restrictive spell of the Deeper Yuan was also strange? He sighed secretly in his heart. This Ao Tao is the leader that Ao Moyin mentioned, right? He is also sinister enough. The restrictive spell of the Deeper Yuan should also be set up by Ao Qin. It seems that a blood sacrifice is needed to break the restrictive spell, and this blood sacrifice must be the dragon blood of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace let the descendants of the Ho in so that they could follow them to find the Deeper Yuan. Ao Tao used the dragons of the Dragon Island to follow them and kill them for dragon blood. Presumably, before Ao Tao came to the Deeper Yuan, he had already killed a lot of dragons, and what triggered the restrictive spell of the Deeper Yuan was the blood essence of the dragons that he had hunted before. Alas, the cunning of these dragons is no less than that of the human race. Oh, these tricks to lure the enemy are probably done by the descendants of the human race, such as Ao Moyin. Thinking of Ao Moyin, Xiao Hua looked in another direction. Over there, a dozen or so humans and demons were together with several giant dragons. The strength of these humans and demons was greatly reduced in the folded jade ruins. Although they could use dragon energy with the help of the dragon bloodline Dharmakaya, they were still a little weaker than the real dragons of the Dragon Island. In less than 5 minutes, 2 demons had already been killed by the dragons. As for Ao Moyin, he was now struggling bitterly. Seeing Ao Moyin try his best to resist the attacks of the dragons with his strong faith, Xiao Hua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. First, he watched the revenge of the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River, then the revenge of the Ho. He was really tired of living because of hatred. How could he live because of love, be free and happy? However, looking at the battle in front of him and thinking about the hatred he had to bear, Xiao Hua sighed again. Even now, he still didn't understand why the 2 nascent soul masters from the Dawn Rain continent were chasing after him. Was there someone else behind these 2 nascent soul masters? If he was facing the people behind them, how could he not make a move? There was also Shang Huaming. Once he returned to Dawn Rain continent, how could he not attack Shang Huaming's sect, 7 Possibilities sect, and Xuanyan school? Roar. Several dragon roars resounded. Dragon chi surged around the bodies of many huge dragons. One by one, they spat out dragon pearls. Different kinds of fluctuations and brilliance appeared on the dragon horns. The killing intent of the entire battlefield immediately became more austere. Ah! A huge dragon's chest was dug open by its opponent. It screamed miserably and fell into the restriction. If it was somewhere else, this huge dragon might still be able to struggle and rely on the strength of its dragon body to heal. However, as soon as he touched the restriction, the dense dragon patterns immediately swept across his dragon body. The dragon patterns were like sharp dragon sabers. In a few breaths of time, his flesh and blood were sliced off. Damn it! Ao Tao roared. He opened his mouth and a huge tornado rushed out. It instantly hit his opponent's face, and the dragon claws followed closely behind. Swish! A cold light flashed. The dragon general in front of him actually turned into an illusion. Not good. Ao Tao felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to twist his dragon body, he heard a cold laugh behind him. Ao Tao, since you've already lured us here, your mission is complete. Go to hell. Woo! As the wind and clouds surged, a dragon tail appeared out of thin air. The dragon's scales on the tail were as sharp as flying swords. It suddenly slashed Ao Tao's back. Although Ao Tao tried his best to dodge, under the dragon tail, 30% of his flesh and blood was still torn off and fell on the restriction. Ah! Ao Tao was in so much pain that he could only roll in the air. His opponent didn't give him a chance to escape at all. After the dragon body appeared, the dragon claws grabbed at Ao Tao's heart. Leader. The few dragons closest to Ao Tao, as well as Ao Moyun, who was not far away, were all shocked. They urged their bodies to come to his rescue. Unfortunately, they were still far away. Ao Tao was about to die under the opponent's sharp claws. Roar. At this moment, there was another roar. A jet-black dragon aura suddenly appeared behind Ao Sheng. A voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with shouted, "Whoever dares to touch the scales of the descendant of my Hui clan, I'll kill the little elder of your dragon island." Xiao Hua, who was watching from the side, was stunned. He looked at the familiar Ao Zhan in disbelief. Suddenly, his whole body was dyed black. Even the sharp claws that grabbed Ao Sheng's dragon body had turned black. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was a little confused. Wasn't Ao Zhan injured by Jianghu of the Heavenly Abode River in the Relic World? How could he be the descendant of the Hui clan? Not to mention me, even the Dragon King of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought of this, right? Ao Zhan's strength was very strong. Now that he had obtained the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. How could Ao Sheng be his opponent? Ao Zhan suddenly appeared and captured Ao Sheng. Those two sharp claws pierced deeply into Ao Sheng's dragon scales. With Ao Zhan's change, the situation of the entire battlefield changed. The two Hui clan dragons that were fighting against Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng immediately pounced on the other two dragons. The dragons of the Dragon Island were even more afraid because Ao Sheng was captured. They were dragons that could have killed Ao Tao. With a slight hesitation, Ao Tao's dragon body rolled and escaped. You're the leader of the Hui clan? Ao Sheng grimaced in pain, but he couldn't help but ask. That's right. Ao Zhan said coldly, I was going to come to Deeper Yuan. Since you're leading the way, I don't have to bother. Roar. Ao Sheng roared. His body suddenly rolled. Large pieces of flesh and blood were cut off from his body. Ao Zhan was caught off guard and Ao Sheng actually broke free. Once Ao Sheng was free, his figure immediately flew towards Xiao Hua. He even shouted, Spiritual Master Xiao, save me. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to reveal his figure. However, before Ao Sheng's dragon body could fly over, Ao Moyun, who had just returned to save Ao Tao, suddenly raised her head. At this time, she was the closest to Xiao Hua. Her body was suddenly surrounded by a pitch-black dragon blood Dharma body. As soon as this Dharma body appeared, pitch-black flames immediately appeared in the space. As the flames burned, Ao Moyun's body teleported in front of Xiao Hua. Ao Moyun looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, Spiritual Master, you saved my life. I shouldn't have done this to you. However, I have made the revival of my Hui clan my own life. Now that it's about to be realized, I have no choice but to stop you. I have no face to see you in the future. Please forgive me. Boom. Just as Ao Moyun's voice fell, her physical body and dragon blood celestial body both exploded. Pitch-black flames mixed with black blood splashed onto Xiao Hua's body, and similarly landed on the restriction. Previously, the restriction had already transformed into a vague dragon shape after receiving Ao Sheng's flesh and blood. At this moment, when Ao Moyun's blood essence landed, the dragon shape suddenly became clear. When Xiao Hua saw Ao Moyun blocking him, he thought she was going to use some method, but he didn't expect Ao Moyun to be so resolute. Without saying anything, she had already self-destructed. Caught off guard, the black flames and black blood fell on him. The black blood and black flames instantly soaked into the surface of his body. Ouch! Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. His body was on the verge of collapse in midair. He said in shock and anger, This is the poison of the dragon clan? Haha. Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Zhan shouted in the distance. This is the black poison that my Hui clan specially used to deal with the Dragon Island. Don't be afraid. At this time, you just can't use your dragon chi. When I kill Ao Sheng and the other dragons, I will give you the antidote. Damn it. Xiao Hua cursed loudly. I just came to watch the show. You even want to poison me to death? Ao Moyun, even if you don't want to live, you don't have to drag me down. You are really called Mr. Moyun in vain. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Ao Zhan's pitch-black dragon body gave birth to an indescribable dragon might. His figure once again pounced on Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Hua rather meaningfully, then hurriedly shook his tail and fled to another dragon. What are you looking at? Xiao Hua looked fiercely at Ao Sheng's back and cursed inwardly. In order to prevent me from making a move, a human has already died. How am I supposed to make a move? I am a human after all. Damn it, this is Ao Moyun's real intention. Although Xiao Hua was cursing, his mind had already been released. It wrapped around the space where Ao Moyun's flesh and blood exploded. The netherworld origin power spread out along with his mind and took Ao Moyun's soul into the inside of the space. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that the soul collected by the netherworld origin power was different from the soul collected by the Permitha, so he didn't enter the inside of the space to explore. The dragons of the Dragon Island naturally wouldn't let Ao Zhan capture Ao Sheng, but Ao Zhan was really powerful. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already torn his enemy into pieces. And at this time, the situation of the entire battlefield was completely in favor of the Gui clan. After Ao Zhan tore his enemy into pieces, his whole dragon body coiled in midair and coldly looked around. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, and a faint joy flashed through his eyes. It seemed that he was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's tacit understanding. And Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhan's expression. That kind of arrogance, that kind of condescension, that kind of confidence, he felt rather uncomfortable in his heart. Only now did he understand the true meaning of some of the words Ao Zhan said in the relic realm that day. Ao Zhan was indeed not a simple dragon guard. The so-called Ao Qian was nothing but a trash in his eyes. His ambition was lofty and far beyond what dragons like Ao Qian could understand. However, after the experience of joining hands to fight the enemy in the relic realm, Xiao Hua still had a certain understanding of this dragon who was arrogant to the bone and had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that he was still a man who could be trusted. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan saw that the Gui clan had the situation under control, so he looked at Ao Sheng and said, You don't have to hide anymore. You are a junior elder of the Dragon Island, and in the future, you will also be the leader of the Dragon Island. No matter what, I am still a member of the Dragon Island. I will definitely not take your life. It's just that the things in this deeper Yuan were obtained by the Gui clan's elder at the risk of his life. I must take them away. If you know what's good for you, then order them to stop right now. Sprinkle your blood essence and I won't hurt you. Chapter 40-26. Ha. Ao Sheng laughed. What's the point of saying all this now? The crystal dragon scripture is the sacred item of my Dragon Island. It's owned by all 9 clans. Since when did it become your clan's private property? Besides, if we spill our essence blood, wouldn't that be the same as letting ourselves be captured? Cough cough. Xiao Hua tried to smooth things over. Ao Sheng, I can vouch for Ao Zhan, his words should still be trustworthy. Xiao Hua. Ao Sheng looked at Xiao Hua with interest and asked, You know Ao Zhan? Could it be that you entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm with Ao Zhan in secret? Xiao Hua shook his head. Ao Sheng, I came to Dragon Island for Ao Zhantian, but also for other things. I already told the elders in the Dragon Palace. I only met Ao Zhantian before entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I don't know his plan at all. Oh, do you think I would still tell you the name of the deeper Yuan if I knew his plan? Who knows? Ao Xing sneered, opening the seal of the deep Yuan seems to require the essence blood of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. If I didn't come, the essence blood of the Dragon clan wouldn't exist. Is there such a coincidence? Xiao Hua looked at the dozens of dragons around Ao Xing, dumbfounded. Ao Zhan said coldly, Ao Xing, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. If you want to live, if you want to rule the Dragon Island in the future, you better give up now. If you still resist after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not giving the Dragon Island any face. You dare. Ao Xing was furious. 10. Ao Zhan ignored him and counted by himself. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ao Xing yelled in exasperation. As Ao Zhan counted, his body expanded again, and the dragon chi around the ring-shaped mountain flocked into his body. Between the pitch-black dragon scales, a pitch-black dragon stone appeared. Roar. Before Ao Zhan counted to 5, Ao Xing roared, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. The originally injured dragon body expanded as if it was inflated, and the dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. A destructive dragon aura emitted from his body. Not only Ao Zhan, but all the dragons, demons, and humans present were shocked because the dragon's might was rising steadily. In just a moment, it had reached an unbelievable level. The shock that came from the bottom of their hearts made them not only stop, but they also hurriedly retreated. Their claws were also trembling, and they were unable to resist. First Elder? Naturally, Xiao Hua was also intimidated by this dragon's might. His body couldn't help but tremble. He is somewhat familiar with this dragon's might. Isn't this the aura of the Great Elder of the Dragon Island? Ao Zhan. As expected, Ao Xing's dragon body expanded several times, and the terrifying dragon aura covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Only then did he lower his huge dragon head and look at Ao Zhan, saying, This old man has waited for you for thousands of years, and you have finally appeared. Ha ha ha, you really didn't disappoint me. Although Ao Zhan had obtained the dragon's bloodline inheritance, it was still too early after all. At this moment, he tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist, but under this power, his pitch-black dragon body was suspended in the air. The dragon flame was also transparent like a crystal, and he didn't move at all. However, even though the Great Elder of the Dragon Island sealed his divine ability, he couldn't seal his battle intent and anger. Ao Zhan said loudly, I am a descendant of the Gui clan, so I naturally won't be the same as the other 9 clans of the Dragon Island. How can I disappoint the Great Elder? However, the Great Elder actually used the body of a little child to deal with me personally. I am really overwhelmed by the favor. Ao Zhan's words were naturally sarcastic, but why would the Great Elder care? He smiled coldly, just as the previous generation's elder said, You Gui clan have always had an unruly character. You only think about yourself and not the other dragon clans. Do you know why Ao Qin took the crystal dragon and escaped into the folded jade legacy realm? Do you think it's because of those self-righteous reasons that you obtained from your ancestors? Do you think you are the only one who knows about your many schemes? All the truth is the declaration of the victor. Ao Zhan smiled faintly, don't you think your explanation is too weak? Instead of explaining this to me, why don't you explain how you can borrow Ao Xing's dragon body? If I knew you had this kind of divine ability, how could I have fallen into your trap? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island each have their own secret bloodline divine ability. There are so many. The Great Elder answered, just like how you Gui clan can naturally hide your own bloodline and transform into another clan's bloodline at will, the primordial spirit of my dragon clan is extremely similar, and we can perform the divine ability of primordial spirit residence. Do you know why Ao Xing is called the Little Elder? Not only because his bloodline is pure, but also because his primordial spirit is extremely similar to mine, the previous generation's elder. Forget it, Ao Zhan sighed, we have left the Dragon Island for a long time, and this kind of secret has long been forgotten. If not for this, our Gui clan would have succeeded today. After saying that, the black flames around Ao Zhan suddenly surged up, and a series of dragon roars came out from his body. Ao Zhan's scales overflowed with dragon blood, and his body expanded, and the dragon's aura began to rise. Oh, this is really beyond my expectation. The Great Elder was surprised to see that Ao Zhan actually had the strength to fight. Roar. While he was talking, Ao Zhan raised his dragon claws, and a shadow flashed past. Swoosh. The Great Elder's chest was instantly covered with blood. Although the Great Elder had occupied Ao Xing's dragon body, Ao Xing's dragon body was not the Great Elder's. Under this attack, Ao Xing's chest was almost torn apart. The Great Elder was shocked and had no time to think about why Ao Zhan had such a mysterious divine ability. He raised his claws and stabbed forward. Sizzle. Dozens of thunderbolts were produced, completely sealing Ao Zhan's neck. No matter how Ao Zhan shook his head and tail, he could not break free. The Great Elder's sharp claws fell, and Ao Zhan was about to be torn apart. And in Ao Zhan's eyes, there was no fear except regret. The resentment of the 10 clans of Dragon Island can finally be settled at this time. The Great Elder said indifferently, "This old man killed you, the leader, so there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. My Ji clan has tens of thousands of descendants. If you kill me, there will be other dragons." Ao Zhan shouted unyieldingly. "Kill them one by one." The Great Elder laughed, "There will always be a time when we kill them all." As he spoke, the sharp claws were about to fall, but at this time, a voice sounded, "Wait. Wait." The Great Elder's sharp claws did not stop, and he replied indifferently, "Didn't Daoist Xiao say just now? Not participating in the internal strife of my Dragon Island's 10 clans, why are you going back on your words now?" "I don't plan to participate." Xiao Hua replied indifferently. However, this Xiao saw a future great sage of the Dragon clan, who has yet to show his talent and is about to fall. "It's a pity for your Dragon clan, so I wanted to say a word." "You mean him?" The Great Elder was a little stunned. Looking at Ao Zhan, who had already given up struggling, he laughed and said, "How could he be a great sage? Why don't you tell me? I will only say one word, I won't say anything else." Xiao Hua laughed, "If there's anything, you should ask Ao Zhan." "Humph." Ao Zhan snorted coldly and did not answer. The Great Elder sneered and said, "Even if he is a great sage of the Dragon clan, he is still a great sage of the Ji clan. The more powerful he is, the more harmful it will be to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Island is already a little tired to deal with a Pentaceratops. If there is another enemy of the Ji clan, how can my Dragon Island be peaceful? Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua complained in his heart, his eyes turned rapidly, and shouted, "Sigh, Great Elder, could it be that you didn't see Ao Zhan's mercy towards Ao Sheng just now? If he could kill Ao Sheng, when he captured Ao Sheng earlier, he would have already killed Ao Sheng, right? Don't you think that with the method he used to injure you just now, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Sheng?" This. The Great Elder was a little hesitant. Xiao Hua was right, Ao Zhan did have a lot of opportunities to kill Ao Sheng. Especially what Ao Zhan said to Ao Sheng just now, he also heard it. Ao Zhan was really thinking about the Dragon clan's inheritance. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot and said, "My human race often says that family is a relationship of blood and flesh where the bones are broken and the tendons are connected. Your Dragon Island's 10 clans are all Dragon clan, their bloodline originated from the same source, no matter what, they are close. They are originally from the same root, why are you so anxious to kill each other? I don't know what grudges the Ji clan has with the other 9 clans, but after hearing a few words just now, I feel that there seems to be some misunderstanding. Actually, a lot of things are misunderstood because they can't be explained clearly. As long as things are explained clearly, the misunderstandings will vanish like smoke. Now, it is really rare. One is the son of the Ji clan, the other is the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that there is anything in this world that can't be explained clearly. Of course, Great Elder, if you really have a reason to kill, not to mention this deep Yuan, not to mention this folded Jadeite legacy realm, even on the entire Dragon Island, who can stop you? The matter of the Ji clan is too long ago. The great elder was moved by Xiao Hua's words and said. Xiao Hua at the side hurriedly waved his hand. Great elder, this is your dragon clan's secret, it is not suitable for me to know. You should talk to Ao Zhan alone. Secret? Heh heh. The great elder faintly smiled, he understood the double meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He laughed and said, you are right, this old man really wants to know, just how much does the Gui clan hate my Dragon Island 9 clans? After saying that, a layer of faint dragon chi rose between the great elder and Ao Zhan. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the 2 giant dragons froze on top of the dragon chi, and not a trace of movement could be heard. Looking at the other dragon clan, human clan, and demon clan, there was surprise on their faces. What was happening in front of them had long surpassed their imagination. They all stopped fighting and separated into 2 places, waiting for the result. Looking at everyone, Xiao Hua sighed a little. Alas, poor Ao Moyun, to be called Mr. Moyun in vain. In the end, he really thought himself clever. But, if she didn't stop this Xiao from taking action, how should this Xiao face Ao Sheng's request for help? After all, it is a living life. It is really a pity. Chapter 40-27. Ao Moyun's poison naturally couldn't hurt the current Xiao Hua, he was just giving Xiao Hua a reason not to attack. And the price of this reason was a life, which made Xiao Hua feel that it was not worth it. Xiao Hua waited for half a day, but the longer the time, the more Xiao Hua felt at ease. After all, Ao Zhan had to bargain with the great elder, which would take time. And if the great elder didn't want to listen, he would probably come out in a moment, right? Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the 2 dragons above the dragon chi moved, and the dragon chi instantly disappeared, revealing the great elder and Ao Zhan. However, the expression of the 2 dragons was different from what Xiao Hua thought. There was no crying, no ecstasy, only calmness, as if nothing had happened. This old man can't occupy Ao Sheng's dragon body for a long time. Once the great elder appeared, he immediately ordered, you don't have to fight with the Hui dragons anymore, just listen to Ao Sheng's orders. Yes, great elder. The dragons on the Dragon Island all heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Then, the great elder glanced at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, this old man will leave everything here to you. If you help Ao Sheng get the Crystal Dragon scripture, you can get the friendship of my Dragon Island. Of course, other than the Crystal Dragon scripture, this old man also doesn't know what else there is in the deeper Yuan. If you are fated to get the ruined dragon core, it might be possible. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Hua saw that the great elder was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted, do I need to eat the dragon core? Great elder, you have to tell me where the dragon cleansing pool is, right? Hee, this old man has already said what needs to be said. You can ask Ao Sheng yourself. The great elder's voice became softer and softer as he replied with a smile. After saying that, Ao Sheng's dragon body rapidly shrank, and the terrifying dragon pressure from before also weakened, revealing Ao Sheng proudly. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan's tone was not particularly intimate, and said, did you hear what the great elder said? Of course. Ao Sheng said with a smile. Ao Zhan nodded, good. You all rest for a moment, then listen to my arrangements, we will break the seal of the deeper Yuan. All right. Ao Sheng agreed and prepared to bring the rest of the dragons to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Don't be hasty. Xiao Hua called out again, Ao Sheng, tell me the truth. Where is the dragon cleansing pool? Reverend. Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. Didn't I make it clear to you earlier? I really don't know where it is. Why don't I look for it with you after we come out of the deeper Yuan? If you can't find the dragon cleansing pool, don't blame me for not returning it. Before Xiao Hua could finish his sentence, Ao Sheng, who was swimming, naturally knew what he meant. However, in Ao Sheng's eyes, Long Yu was no match for the crystal dragon scripture. He could only throw Xiao Hua's threat to the back of his head. Ao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at his subordinates and instructed, you all should also rest for a while. When we return from the stacked Jade Legacy realm, the Dragon Hall will issue the Dragon Hall order. Because my Gui clan knows our wrongs and repents, we will return the crystal dragon scripture and pardon some of the sins of my Gui clan. Then when will my clan return to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island? A dragon asked somewhat anxiously. The road to return to the Dragon Island is still very long. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. Unless my clan can produce a great sage of the demon clan. How is that possible? All the dragons were astonished. With the first step, it's always good. Take your time on the road from now on. Ao Zhan seemed to be extremely satisfied with this result. He waved his hand and said, the problem now is to find the crystal dragon scripture. If the crystal dragon scripture doesn't return to the Dragon Hall, we still have to think of a way to leave the Dragon Island. Yes, leader. All the dragons agreed and flew to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Ao Zhan flew in front of Xiao Hua and cupped his hands. Reverend Xiao, I have received your grace again. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's because you didn't have any killing intent in your heart. You saved yourself. Furthermore, I have to congratulate fellow immortal Ao. Although you have yet to complete the heavy responsibility on your shoulders, the road has already appeared under your feet. Fellow immortal Ao, sooner or later, you will be able to bring our clan back to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Hee, others may not know, but how could enlightened master not understand? If it wasn't for your grace, how could I have such a fortuitous encounter? Ao Zhan said very sincerely. I won't say any more, I won't say any more. Xiao Hua knew what Ao Zhan wanted to say. He waved his hand and said with a smile, if I can help you settle your grudges, how much less killing will there be in the future? How many fewer dragons would die? This Xiao is very willing to accept this merit. Things might not be as simple as you think. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. After all, my race has been at odds with the Dragon Island for many years. The 9 races of the Dragon Island, Pangbai, Luo Luo Shrine, and Swan and I have suffered many losses because of my race. Even if I offer the Crystal Dragon Scripture, the other 8 races will still try to stop me. Nonsense, how could it be possible without obstruction? Xiao Hua replied, but since there is a righteous cause, they will have one less weakness to use against you. Your wish will come true sooner or later. By the way, since the Gui clan has been pardoned, what about the Dragon clan in the heavenly abode? What about them? They. Ao Zhan was a little hesitant. They are naturally a branch of my clan, but my Gui clan hasn't settled down yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time to settle the matter of the heavenly abode. Wait until you are strong enough. Xiao Hua understood that the Gui clan had many things to do, and Ao Zhan was probably facing many more difficulties. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly quivered as he thought of Jianghu in the legacy realm. After all, the appearance of Jianghu and the other 2 heavenly abode dragons in the legacy realm was too strange. If no one had tipped them off, how could they have found that place? However, at this point, Xiao Hua felt that there was no point in asking Ao Zhan anymore, so he might as well keep this secret in the bottom of his heart. Ao Zhan nodded and looked at the restriction below his feet. The dragon patterns had already gathered into a black dragon, and its appearance was very frightening. Ao Zhan stared at the black dragon, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After a while, he said, this is the former patriarch of my Gui clan, Ao Qin. A dragon that could be the great elder of Dragon Island. When he was training in the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, he used the strength of a single dragon to obtain the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to obtain the position of Great Elder because of this, but the Great Elder of that generation wasn't him. In his anger, he took away the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture from the Dragon Hall, and from that moment onwards, the fate of my Gui clan changed. Ao Zhan didn't say the specific reason, but he had obviously accepted the Great Elder's explanation. Xiao Hua sighed and said, perhaps Ao Qin was wrong, or perhaps the Dragon Hall was wrong, but what's right is the fact that has already happened. Our human race has a saying that it's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Now that the bloodline of the Gui clan still exists, it's not too late. Yes, I understand, The burden on this Ao's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Ao Zhan nodded. This Xiao Hua has other thoughts in his mind. At this point, he asked again in a low voice, "That's right, Ao Zhan, tell this old man the truth. Is the great elder's words true? Does he really not know where the dragon cleansing pool is? There are 2 dragon cleansing pools on Dragon Island. One is real and one is fake." Ao Zhan glanced at Xiao Hua as he replied meaningfully, "The one outside the stacked jade Forgotten Realm is a fake. The dragon cleansing liquid inside was extracted from the real dragon cleansing pool inside the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. This dragon cleansing liquid is the essence of the dragon domain. It can't leave the dragon cleansing pool. Once it leaves the dragon cleansing pool, it can't be called dragon cleansing liquid anymore. However, this liquid can still nourish and repair the body of my dragon clan, so Dragon Island still values this fake dragon cleansing pool very much. Generally speaking, the so-called dragon cleansing pool outside of Dragon Island is this fake dragon cleansing pool. As for the real dragon cleansing pool, Daoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Ascension Pool in your Dao Sect's immortal world?" "Ascension Pool?" Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, "This Xiao has never heard of it. This Xiao has only heard of the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple." "What's the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple?" Ao Zhan sneered, "That's just a bunch of bald donkeys playing reincarnation. How can it be compared to the Dragon Cleansing Pool on Dragon Island? If you want to compare it, it's at most similar to the fake Dragon Cleansing Pool outside of the stacked Jade Legacy realm." Xiao Hua also looked at Ao Zhan meaningfully. Ao Zhan, who was only at the 6th or 7th stage of origin energy, seemed to care more about Dragon Island's reputation than the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder compared the Dragon Cleansing Pool to the Buddhist sect's Lotus Cleansing Pool, but Ao Zhan immediately stepped on the Lotus Cleansing Pool. It was probably because of Ao Zhan's understanding that the Great Elder was reassured to let Ao Zhan lead Ao Sheng and the others to find the Crystal Dragon Seal. "What does immortal friend Ao mean?" Xiao Hua asked. "It said that the immortal qi in your Dao sect immortal world is very dense. Ordinary cultivators can't withstand the higher grade immortal qi after ascending to the immortal world. Therefore, every cultivator who ascends has to remodel their body in the Ascension Pool. The dragon realm of my dragon clan is half a level higher than the immortal world. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon realm can only be compared to the immortal molding liquid in the Ascension Pool. Does immortal friend Ao Zhan understand what I'm saying? So, after your dragon clan breaks through the void and reaches the dragon realm, you also have to use the dragon cleansing liquid to remodel your body?" Xiao Hua understood. Ao Zhan nodded. "Of course. Didn't immortal friend Ao Zhan feel that the dragon qi in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is several times stronger than on Dragon Island? And this is just a fragment of the dragon realm. If it were the real dragon realm, then the dragon qi. Yes, it should be called dragon spiritual qi. Then how terrifying would dragon spiritual qi be? Ordinary dragon bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Damn it." Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth. "Your dragon clan's dragon body is already incomparably tough. If you remodel your body after reaching the dragon realm, how are the immortals of the immortal world supposed to survive? You humans don't really rely on your physical body after ascending to immortality. It doesn't make a difference whether it's tough or not, right?" Ao Zhan replied with a smile. "Don't try to change the topic." Xiao Hua snorted. "I just want to know the whereabouts of the dragon cleansing pool. After saying so much, do you think the Grand Elder knows?" "Of course he doesn't." Ao Zhan smiled. "If he knows where the dragon cleansing pool is, doesn't that mean he knows where the deeper Yuan is? Wouldn't he have found this place long ago?" Chapter 40:28. With that, Ao Zhan glanced at Ao Sheng and sneered, "Don't think that Ao Sheng knows that the crystal dragon is here. If I didn't deliberately lead him here, he wouldn't be able to find this place." "Why?" Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Ao Zhan looked around and actually transmitted his voice. The dragon cleansing pool, deep air abyss, and a place called the Mirage are the 3 most mysterious places in the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. The dragon cleansing pool is called the dragon cleansing pool because of the dragon cleansing liquid, which is the essence of dragon spiritual qi. It is the closest to the dragon domain. No primordial consciousness or divine ability can find it. Furthermore, when the stacked jade Forgotten Realm changes, the dragon cleansing pool is hidden outside the Forgotten Realm. And this deep air abyss. To be honest, it is the earliest place connected to the dragon realm. It can be said that it is the source of the dragon's spiritual energy in the entire stacked jade legacy realm. If it wasn't for my clan leader, I wouldn't be able to find this place. What? This deep air abyss is the connection between the dragon realm and the stacked jade legacy realm? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, "So, when clan leader Ao Qin came here?" Yes, that should be what the old man meant. Ao Zhan nodded. However, without the strength of breaking the void, it is impossible to pass through this connection. Of course, even if you have the strength of a great saint, you may not be able to pass through this connection. So, no dragon has ever entered the dragon realm through this connection. In the past, I seem to have heard that this is a place to send messages. Of course, by the time of clan leader Ao Qin's generation, this connection was already broken. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a mouthful of cold air, as if he understood something. Of his 2 broken dragon jade, one was from the Dawn Rain continent, the other was from the Little White Dragon, and the Little White Dragon was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Those 2 places were not the Dragon Island, nor were they the 3 continents. Previously, the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace didn't ask about the origin of the Dragon Jade because they thought that Xiao Hua's Dragon Jade was only lost in the 3 continents. What they didn't expect was that Xiao Hua's Dragon Jade was not obtained in the 3 continents. If this deep air abyss was the passage connecting the stacked jade legacy realm to the Dragon Realm, it was now closed. That is to say, the Dragon Clan wanted to go to the Dragon Realm with the 2 broken Dragon Jade. Because they failed, they ended up in the Demon Realm and Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Ao Zhan asked when he saw Xiao Hua's strange expression. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't pursue this matter any further, so he changed the topic and asked, "What about the mirage?" "I don't know." Ao Zhan shook his head. Back then, when clan leader Ao Qin divided the dragons, some of them fled to the Dragon Realm, while others fled to the 4 seas. I am a descendant of the dragons who stayed in the 4 seas. Only through the long bay that Patriarch Ao Qin had passed down did he know all of this. I don't know anything else. In other words. Xiao Hua smiled. You might not pass through Dragon Island and directly return to the 4 seas? Sure. However, the risk is extremely high. Ao Zhan nodded. There are some spatial layers around the stacked jade legacy land, and there are some distorted spatial veins that lead to the 4 seas. However, these spatial veins also lead to the void. Once we fall into the void, even if we have the body of a dragon, we won't be able to survive. Forget it. Xiao Hua extinguished the thought of escaping with the long Yu and smiled at Ao Zhan. Fellow immortal Ao, you seem to have told me everything you know. Spiritual Master. Ao Zhan said with extreme sincerity. I worked together with Spiritual Master in the Legacy Realm, so I'm very confident in Spiritual Master's character. Back then, I didn't know that Spiritual Master also had the bloodline of a dragon. Otherwise, I would have communicated with Spiritual Master more. Furthermore, Spiritual Master wasn't moved by the bloodline of a true spirit in the Legacy Realm. I really don't know what else in this world can make Spiritual Master interested. If I don't trust such a Spiritual Master, who else can I trust? Now, if my Gui race wants to be ranked as one of the 10 races of Dragon Island again, not only do I need to cultivate to the Great Sage Realm, I also need more help. Spiritual Master has a bloodline comparable to Ao Sheng's and is favored by Meng Longhal's Great Elder. I naturally won't hide anything from Spiritual Master. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't really want to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Abode River, but he didn't expect to encounter the revival of the Gui race here. He didn't even have time to cultivate in seclusion, so how could he want to spend more time on these things? He didn't want to say anything more here, so he asked again, "Oh right, is there really a ruined dragon pill in the deeper Yuan? There is. Ao Zhan nodded. Senior Ao Qin said clearly in the dragon shell that he saw the aura of a dragon pill here, but the aura of the pill wasn't particularly strong. He guessed that it might be a ruined dragon pill. How many years has it been? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Is the dragon pill still effective? Ao Zhan shook his head. I don't know about this. But this place is actually a fragment of the dragon realm, nourished by dragon qi. Even if the dragon pill is ruined, it should still be effective, right? However, spiritual master, this dragon pill, even if it's ruined, I'm afraid it's not something you can consume. That day, I spread the news just to encourage the human race cultivators. Sai, let's take a look first. Xiaohua waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Great Elder said? Leave everything to me. If I don't go in and take a look, he won't let me go. Roar. At this time, Ao Xing flew over from afar and asked, Ao Zhan, we've already rested. Can we break the seal now? Of course. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Sheng and replied, the dragon sons of the 9 clans of Dragon Island, release half of your dragon blood. What? Ao Sheng was shocked when he heard this. Why do we have to release so much dragon blood? To break this seal, we need the blood essence of the 10 clans of Dragon Island. We already had some before, plus the dragon that fell from my Ji clan, and the 7 clans that didn't release enough blood essence. Especially you, your blood essence is the most important. Ao Zhan replied without any trace of politeness. You. Ao Sheng was a little flustered and exasperated. But after he said a few words, he became dejected again. After all, Ao Zhan's purpose of luring them here was to kill them and use their blood essence. Now that he was only allowed to release half of his blood essence, although it made his heart ache, compared to the previous deadlock, there was a fundamental difference. Roar. Ao Sheng roared, opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon blood fell like a fountain. The dragon blood fell on the black dragon seal, and the black dragon seal began to slowly rotate. When Ao Sheng was dispirited in mid-air, the other dragons also spat out their blood essence. The black dragon above the seal sped up and surrounded the ring-shaped mountain, forming a huge whirlpool. The hurricane above the whirlpool also took the shape of a dragon. Seeing Ao Sheng curled up and not moving, Xiaohua smiled and said, What's wrong? Didn't you just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Why can't you move? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Ao Sheng shouted, This is blood essence. I'm also a dragon. If I was a human, would have died long ago. Huh, you also know about dying? Xiaohua laughed, Your dragon clan doesn't have pills? What pills do I need? Ao Sheng said disdainfully, If you want to eat, wait until you enter the deep air lake to eat dragon pills. Xiaohua smiled, took out a jade bottle, and said with a smile, This Xiao has refined blood replenishing pill, do you want it? No. Ao Sheng waved his hand, This thing is useless to me. All right. Xiaohua nodded, This blood replenishing pill is refined by this Xiao. It is most suitable for humans, but it seems that the Yao race can also use it. If you don't want to use it, then forget it. It's a waste not to eat it. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to take the jade bottle, Ao Sheng raised his dragon claw and shouted, Give it. Let me try. Just now I wanted to give it to you, but you didn't want to eat it. Now I want to eat it, but I won't give it to you. Xiaohua smiled, pretending to take it and said, Woo. A strong wind swept past, and Ao Sheng snatched the jade bottle. He put the jade bottle into his mouth, and with a crunch, his dragon teeth crushed the seal on the jade bottle, and the bottle of blood replenishing pill fell into his stomach. Xiaohua was a little stunned, and slapped his forehead, Damn it, this Xiao now knows what it means to be an old cow chewing peony. I am a little dragon, not an old cow. Ao Sheng shouted angrily, I am a little elder of the dragon race, yet I can eat your pill. In the future, if you sell pills in the hidden immortal continent, this will be a big gimmick. This, What kind of pill is this? Suddenly, the dragon qi around Ao Xing's body surged, and layers of blood color gushed out from the dragon scales. When this blood color reached Ao Xing's face, his entire face turned red. Spiritual Master Shao. The dragons at the side could not compare to Ao Xing, and their expressions were even more dispirited. Seeing Ao Xing like this, they were all overjoyed and shouted, "Do you still have more pills? Can you wait for me a moment?" Xiao Hua beamed with joy and said, "Of course. However, this is the pill refined by this Xiao. In the future, you must remember it. And this Xiao is now cooperating with Luo Yi Merchant Union. If you need it in the future, feel free to look for Luo Yi Merchant Union." Luo Yi Merchant Union, okay, we will remember it. The dragons hurriedly urged, "Spiritual Master, give us the pills first." When Xiao Hua took out some blood-replenishing pills and gave them to the other dragons, the blood qi around Ao Xing's body finally stopped. He blinked his eyes and asked puzzledly, "What's going on? It's obviously very comfortable, and my blood qi is surging. Why did my blood essence recover so little?" "Ha." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "Can blood essence be recovered by ordinary methods? That is to rely on one's own recovery. This Xiao's blood-replenishing pill can only replenish ordinary blood qi. It is only somewhat beneficial for you." "That's not bad." Ao Xing nodded. "Luo Yi Merchant Union, I will also remember it." "Spiritual Master Xiao, do you still have more?" "Indeed no more." Xiao Hua shook his head. "This Xiao does not use these things, they are all sold in Luo Yi Merchant Union." "Spiritual Master, how can you play without them?" Ao Xing shouted, "You have piqued my interest, how can you not care? There is really no more." Xiao Hua shook his head, and then mysteriously probed, "Of course, if you can tell this Xiao the location of the dragon cleansing pool, this Xiao will consider refining some more for you after the stacked Jade Legacy Realm." Chapter 40-29. I also want to know. Ao Xing smiled bitterly, "But I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off." All right. Xiao Hua smiled, "I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you." Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ao Xing. This time, Ao Xing did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Ao Xing, it was much smaller than before. "Daoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy." Ao Xing looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiao Hua replied, "This was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it." Ao Xing waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, "No matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it." Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar. The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then, their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Ho! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Ao Zhan, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Ao Zhan also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Woo! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Longbei followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Ao Sheng was shocked. Ao Qin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, if it wasn't for me, even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Ao Sheng did not refute. It seemed that Ao Zhan was right. Xiaohua naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar, roar. The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. Puff. There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then, an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deeper yuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then, wang wang. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Run! Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This is the source of the dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Ao Zhan did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. Yes. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiaohua were left. Damn it. Ao Sheng muttered and moved closer to Xiaohua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deeper yuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Woo! Ao Sheng was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiaohua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deeper yuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly, as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Sheng felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiaohua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready." Ao Zhan, will you lead the way? Phew. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone, please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deeper yuan. Woo! Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiao Hua and Ao Xing flew down and followed the two dragons into the deeper yuan. The deeper yuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible dot. The rich dragon qi in the deeper yuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Sheng. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us, they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise, your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Xing pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally, there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiao Hua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ao Zhan and Ao Zhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Ao Zhan said, "It's close to the left." "Is it here?" Ao Tao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Ao Zhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Ao Xing directly." Ao Tao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha kacha, the stone wall that had been tempered by dragon spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Ao Tao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. "Wait!" Ao Zhan suddenly spoke. Ao Tao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No." Ao Zhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this AO has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." "Good." Ao Tao retreated to the side and glanced at Ao Xing from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Ao Zhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Woo! Ao Zhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Ao Tao. Whether it was Xiao Hua or Ao Sheng, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded, another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Ao Zhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded, a surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. Ao Tao! Ao Zhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Ao Tao didn't seem to be afraid of Ao Zhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Ao Tao and asked coldly. Ao Tao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Ao Zhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." What right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan was so angry that he laughed. Ha! Ao Tao laughed loudly, twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell. He shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race. Because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Woo! Ao Zhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Ao Tao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Ao Tao to the side. Roar! Ao Tao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Ao Zhan again. He shouted, "Ao Zhan! Do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race. You actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Ao Zhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Ao Zhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh! With a deafening sound, Ao Zhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Ao Tao's back. Ao Tao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. Ao Tao! Ao Zhan didn't continue his attack. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand." Ao Tao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the Dragon Island's 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the Dragon Island, my Hui race can occupy the other Dragon Islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the Dragon Island's 9 clans? This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the Dragon Island? How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture?" Ao Tao. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and sighed. "I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally, you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much." Ao Tao said coldly, "Although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced. Ao Tao replied very calmly, I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past, are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it. Ao Zhan said indifferently, not to mention the dragons who died in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island, just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice any more. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all. You are wrong. Ao Tao shook his head firmly and said, those who can persevere, must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, you cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this Crystal Dragon Scripture belongs to. I want to take this Crystal Dragon Scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race. You dare! Ao Zhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Ao Tao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Ao Zhan's. Roar! Ao Tao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Ao Zhan. As Ao Tao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Ao Zhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan roared and similarly pounced towards Ao Tao. The two dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the two began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the Crystal Dragon Scripture that the two dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiao Hua urged his figure to fly over. Ao Sheng was very obedient. He did not go near the Crystal Dragon Scripture and even avoided the two dragons' desperate fight. Xiao Hua flew in front of the Crystal Dragon Scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See! Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this Crystal Dragon Scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Roar! Xiao Hua released the dragon vein Xiao Hua. The dragon vein Xiao Hua opened its mouth and swallowed the Crystal Dragon Scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiao Hua's meridians. What made Xiao Hua puzzled was that not only did Ao Zhan not care about him collecting the Crystal Dragon Scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Daoist. Just when Xiao Hua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiao Hua's voice sounded, this Crystal Dragon Scripture is a bit strange. You delay Ao Sheng and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked Jade Legacy realm before returning it to them. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng who was sitting at the side and replied, if it was Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, naturally it would be fine. But Ao Sheng still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance. How about? The dragon vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Fellow Daoist can comprehend it inside the space. This Crystal Dragon Scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Sheng who seemed to have regained his senses and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, I will deal with Ao Sheng. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can. All right. The dragon vein Xiaohua said a word and did not speak again. Xiaohua. Ao Xing flew over and opened his mouth. Where is the crystal dragon scripture? This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first. Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, Ao Sheng, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious? AI, of course it is. Ao Sheng also sighed. I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much. In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. Daoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first? Oh, don't be anxious. Xiaohua waved his hand. Tell me, between Ao Tao and Ao Zhan, who is right and who is wrong? This. Ao Xing hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Ao Zhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. It cannot be compared to your human race. That, can you? Without waiting for Ao Xing to say more, Xiaohua interrupted again. The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Ao Zhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here? Ao Xing's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us? Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing with doubt in his eyes. From Ao Xing's repeated requests, Xiaohua understood that Ao Xing wanted to get the crystal dragon scripture. But why did Ao Xing not go to get the crystal dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons without any suspense? Xiaohua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Ao Zhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Ao Zhan like a black robe. Ao Zhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Ao Zhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Ao Xing at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Ao Zhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously, he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Ao Zhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 40-31. Pooh. As the white horse passed by, Ao Zhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. You. Aren't you courting death? Ao Zhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, what exactly are you thinking? Humph. Damn traitor. Ao Tao snorted coldly, I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace. You. Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, if you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die. Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. Daoist Master Xiao. Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came, you. Can you take me out? I have something to tell Daoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know. Okay. Xiaohua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Ao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Daoist master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Ao Zhan wanted to go down, Ao Sheng naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too. Daoist master, take Ao Tao up first." Okay. Xiaohua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Daoist master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Daoist master." Okay. Xiaohua nodded. "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Ao Zhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple." Ao Tao said in a low voice, "I have the same pure bloodline as Ao Zhan. I'm also the leader of the Gui clan." Ah. Xiaohua was startled and instantly understood. In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Ao Zhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality, you are also the real leader, and you are the real leader in the dark. You could say that. Ao Tao replied, "The bloodline of the Gui clan can be divided into two. Ao Zhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Ao Zhan's. See. Xiaohua was shocked. "What do you mean?" "No one knows my true appearance." Ao Tao said, "Not even the second elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure, they only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the second elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Ao Zhan will never be able to lead the Gui clan back to Dragon Island. Even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. So, to fulfill his wish, to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die." Does Great Elder know about this? Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about. Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. "I can't even tell Ao Zhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart and he will definitely not be able to step into the Great Sage Realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the second elder and the rest of the Dragon clan will use to deal with Ao Zhan. So, Daoist, I hope you can remind Ao Zhan when you have the chance." "Why does it have to be this Xiao?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Because of Daoist Zhao's dragon bloodline." Ao Tao replied, "And also for Daoist to complete Ao Zhan's true dragon bloodline." "How do you know?" Xiaohua was shocked. "I originally came from Ao Zhan's bloodline, my strength is similar to his. It can even be said that we should be exactly the same." Ao Tao explained, "And in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Daoist, how can I not know? As for Daoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan." At this point, Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiaohua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiaohua's matter, he changed the topic and said, "The dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Daoist, please give it to Ao Zhan." "About my matter?" "Daoist, please don't tell Ao Zhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Daoist, please help me, help my Ho clan." "Good. Don't worry." Xiaohua nodded, "I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die." "No, I must die." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "If I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter?" Daoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Ao Zhan and my whole clan. Forget it. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Ao Zhan's, Xiao Hua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise, it would be used against Ao Zhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiao Hua to send him up. Xiao Hua packed up, took the dragon armor and flew down. As he flew, he shouted, "Green-robed fellow Daoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal." As he spoke, Xiao Hua pulled out the green-robed Xiao Hua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air, he raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then, the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems, this crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought to himself, damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But, since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them? These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiao Hua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his figure to go deep into the deeper yuan. After finding Ao Zhan, Xiao Hua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, "Ao Zhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you." Ao Zhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered, who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon? Hee. Ao Xing laughed, "Ao Zhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the dragon palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the dragon palace? Won't that be too convenient for the dragon palace?" Ao Zhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, "Where's Ao Tao's corpse?" "What corpse is there?" Xiao Hua spread out his hands. "I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it." After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. He got lucky. Ao Zhan snorted and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below." "It can't be. How can it be so easy to get the dragon core?" Xiao Hua was a little happy. Ao Xing smiled and said, "Daoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal?" "What's the hurry?" Xiao Hua said impatiently, "I'll give it to you when we get out of the deeper yuan." Hee. Ao Xing smiled and said, "I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Daoist Xiao wants to hear it." "All right." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Ao Xing said a few words, Xiao Hua sneered, "Ao Xing, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ao Xing smiled. "First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Daoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right?" Xiao Hua didn't understand what Ao Xing was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Ao Xing, asking Ao Zhan, "Is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something." Senior Ao Qin left the crystal dragon seal in the deeper yuan, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Daoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, however, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Ao Qin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, you all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it. I'll go with you. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Let's go. Ao Xing also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon chi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiaohua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiaohua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiaohua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's Great Elder is right. Xiaohua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon chi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiaohua separated a trace of Yuan Shen. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shen left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shen was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shen. This is troublesome. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shen. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiaohua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon chi was the densest. Xiaohua's ethereal steps didn't require true chi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiaohua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns in the time it took for Emil to fly in. This light pattern was black and white, and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiaohua's heart tremble. Xiaohua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker Dharma I could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiaohua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money grubber Xiao Hua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiao Hua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble. Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiao Hua's Naiwen palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Naiwen palace, all the innate divine restrictions seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiao Hua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared, and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiao Hua's fleshly body again, in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiao Hua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Tao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Tao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiao Hua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiao Hua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind, "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Actually, from the moment Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I've been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish, but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiao Hua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Tao foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiao Hua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiao Hua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiao Hua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became. And the seed under the Tao foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Tao foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time, in the space, where Xiaohua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiaohua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to heal, another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiaohua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiaohua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dream slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiaohua's figure finally became complete. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiaohua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiaohua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiaohua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiaohua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiaohua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiaohua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiaohua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction, and blocked Xiaohua's retreat. So close. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. This is... After flying for a while, Xiaohua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiaohua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust, slowly rotating. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 40-33. Xiaohua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. Wang. The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiaohua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiaohua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiaohua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, roar. The crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiaohua came from. Damn it! Although Xiaohua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it, it can't be. Xiaohua woke up. Could it be, this crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiaohua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiaohua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiaohua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiaohua flew back, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were already gone. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiaohua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep airlock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiaohua released his Yuan Shen, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiaohua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now, I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiaohua saw Xiaogua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Oh. Xiaogua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiaohua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiaogua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiaohua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master. Xiaogua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive. Xiaohua immediately replied with a smile, Xiaogua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiaogua was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. Sigh, I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive. Xiaohua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan had not returned, Xiaohua stood up and smiled. Since Ao Sheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiaohua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake, he had forced Ao Sheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Ao Sheng had agreed to go with Xiaohua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiaohua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool, or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiaohua by Ao Sheng, but unfortunately, Xiaohua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sigh, the dragon palace of the 4 seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and the Dragon Hall's great elder, Xiaohua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the Dragon Island was like this, then how bad could the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas be? Xiaohua could not help but sigh inwardly, this must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiaohua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiaohua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiaohua's back for a long time. Xiaohua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuanshen did not notice. He only released his Yuanshen to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse, there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The stacked Jade Legacy realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the Four Seas. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was confident that he could find the dragon cleansing pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the dragon cleansing pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiaohua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuanshen swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuanshen swept past Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto Xiaohua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiaohua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Daoist sex Xiaohua?" Just when the Yuanshen locked onto Xiaohua, Xiaohua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiaohua. I wonder why fellow immortal is looking for I. Where's Ao Sheng?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuanshen and looked around, then asked. Xiaohua shook his head, "I was with Ao Sheng earlier, but for some reason, he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again." I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. "Ao Sheng's life and death has nothing to do with you or me." The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him." Just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder, to actually come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm for experiential learning. A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiaohua entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm first. He snorted coldly, like a huge thunderbolt, and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the Heavenly Abode River after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, all the credit is taken away by second brother. You." Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace? You are the 7th Prince Baitan?" Roar. Hearing Xiaohua call him Baitan, the 7th Prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human, this daddy is the 7th Prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant, it is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the second prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the Heavenly Abode River was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter, ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you? Ao Zheng roared, waving his dragon claws. He shouted at the other dragons, don't talk to him anymore, Ao Yen, you and the others attack. After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates, don't let him escape. Roar. The 4 huge dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon, Ao Yen, without activating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiaohua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiaohua's surroundings and piercing towards him. Chapter 40-34. Wu. The wishful steel staff stirred the dragon chi and smashed into Ao Yan's dragon claw. Before it could get close, the wind from the dragon claw was extinguished. Moreover, just as Ao Yan was shocked and wanted to avoid the wishful steel staff and grab Xiaohua's body, the wishful steel staff hit the side of the dragon claw at an extremely strange angle. Ah! Ao Yan screamed and the dragon claw immediately collapsed. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure suddenly urged, wanting to use the power of the staff to escape the encirclement of the 5 dragons. Ha ha ha! Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could fly more than 100 feet, a thunderous cyan spear appeared in front of Xiaohua. The dark blue dragon that was previously on the side of Xiaohua showed a human form, and the long spear crossed the sky and pointed at Xiaohua's chest. Second Prince is right, the human race is the most cunning. We just started to fight, and you want to escape before even a move and a half. This kind of thinking. How is this the demeanor of a master? Boom. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. He waved the wishful steel staff and sent the long spear flying. At the same time, his figure retreated. When he squinted his eyes and looked around, he found that he was still under the siege of the 5 dragons. Except for the position of the 7th Prince Ao Zheng, the position of the other 4 dragons had changed. Even the 5 dragons had shrunk their dragon bodies and turned into human form in order to trap him. Grandma, this. I'm afraid it's a kind of array formation of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua was a master of array formations. Now, he understood at a glance and secretly complained, I'm afraid my plan to escape with the help of a small body will not work. Xiaohua had already fought with Ao Yan. Although he injured Ao Yan, now looking at Ao Yan's indifferent appearance and the teasing look in her eyes, it was obvious that he had deliberately injured himself before to reveal his true purpose. Xiaohua was now accustomed to the cunning of the dragon clan. He roared and displayed the Heavenly Law embodiment technique. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward the light red dragon clan. As early as in the Dragon Palace Hall, the Great Elder had already told Xiaohua about the strangeness of the stacked jade legacy realm. Naturally, Xiaohua was already prepared in his heart. Although all magical powers such as divine thoughts could not be used, he relied on the monster body and the dragon vein to still be at ease in the stacked jade legacy realm. He even broke Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven. Xiaohua gradually threw the Great Elder's words to the back of his mind. He felt that by relying on his own monster race cultivation method, he could also get whatever he wanted. But now that he had encountered Ao Zheng and the other 4 dragons whose elemental power was around the 6th or 7th grade, Xiaohua realized that his monster race cultivation was still too shallow. Compared with these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for thousands of years, he was too far away. Seeing that Xiaohua had transformed into his Transcendence golden body, the North Sea Dragon clan knew that Xiaohua had given up on escaping and was ready to fight to the death. The group of dragons also urged their dragon chi and revealed their dragon bodies. When the light red dragon clan saw Xiaohua flying over, he also opened his mouth and a flame spear fell into his hand. He danced and fought with Xiaohua. The North Sea Dragon Palace originally had a foundation. The dragons who could follow Ao Zheng to participate in the stacked Jade Legacy realm were naturally the elites of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The magical powers of this light red dragon clan were not inferior to Xiao Hua's. Under the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, he was even more valiant than Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already at a disadvantage, Ao Zheng and the other dragons gradually relaxed their vigilance. The 4 dragons only guarded the 4 corners to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping and did not particularly press him. Xiao Hua seemed to be focused on the fight with the light red dragon clan, but the light in his eyes was still looking around. When he saw the 4 dragons relax, his figure immediately burst out, and the wishful steel staff sword, hitting the opponent. The light red dragon clan was naturally shocked. The long spear danced, and the end of the spear swept across. Boom! The spear collided with the wishful steel staff, but this time, it was somewhat beyond the dragon's expectations. The force from Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was stronger than before, and the dragon's long spear was somewhat bent. The dragon hurriedly urged his dragon chi, and his strength rose again. At this moment, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff shrank, and his whole body fell down extremely strangely with the force of the long spear. Ah! The dragon was stunned, but in a flash, he understood. His body moved, and the long spear chased after him. He shouted, "Second Prince, this cunning human still wants to escape." However, before he finished speaking, where the long spear was pointing, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Even if he swept with his primordial thought, he could not find any trace at all. Quick! In the distance, Ao Yen shouted, "Ao Ding, you continue to chase, I will chase above, don't let him create a diversion. Ao Yu, check the left. Ao Long, check the right." Ao Zheng's face was also red, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had been stable and motionless all this time, but now he could not help but move. He ordered and flew down. 7th King, the yellow dragon Ao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Don't worry, let's stabilize the formation, got it?" Ao Zheng waved his dragon claws impatiently, "You and the others, quickly kill this human, yes." Ao Yu and the others released their primordial thought to search around, and although Ao Zheng said that he would not move, his body still flew up. As he flew up, the space that was previously sealed by the 5 dragon auras began to have some gaps, and the dragon chi from outside began to pour in. However, Ao Zheng seemed to be a little anxious, and did not care about this. His dragon head looked around, worried that Xiao Hua would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly, Ao Zheng stretched out his claws, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air, piercing towards the slanted space above without any warning. Pung! With a loud sound, at the tip of the spear, circles of ripples appeared, and the space was slightly distorted. Behind these ripples, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed. That spear pierced into Xiao Hua's arm, and Xiao Hua's face was not only filled with pain, but also extreme shock. Ha ha ha! Ao Zheng laughed loudly, and at the same time, the 4 dragons who released their primordial thought to search around also laughed. They all stopped, and their figures cooperated with Ao Zheng, surrounding Xiao Hua in a formation. You guys already knew?" Xiao Hua's right hand landed on the spear that pierced into his arm, and he asked in surprise. Ao Zheng said proudly, "Cunning human. Don't you know the magical powers of the Dragon King's 9 sons? Just now you called this king Bai An, and in just a moment you forgot about Bai An's magical powers?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and sighed, this Xiao really forgot. Bai An is enshrined in the court of justice, naturally because Bai An is very observant, and nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. So you, the Dragon King's 7th prince, also have this magical power. Since you know, then die. Ao Zheng laughed sinisterly, and his dragon claws suddenly became thicker, and even dragon scales appeared on the spear, and drilled into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the spear that had almost transformed into a dragon's shape was grabbed by the neck, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Damn it! Ao Zheng urged his dragon power, but he actually could not pull out the spear, and he unconsciously lost face. He immediately understood that when he was plotting against Xiao Hua, Xiaohua also played a small trick on him. Roar dragon patterns appeared on Ao Zheng's body, and he madly pounced towards Xiaohua, and his dragon claws involuntarily exerted strength again. Woo! Xiaohua suddenly loosened his grip, and his whole body floated away like a paper man, and disappeared in a moment. My lord! Ao Ding and the other dragons were shocked. If Xiaohua escaped at this time, it would really be a big loss of face. Ao Zheng did not say anything, and a blue light flashed on his dragon horn, and like a thunderbolt, a brilliance flew everywhere, and the space around thousands of feet around was torn apart by this brilliance, but Xiaohua, who was good at escaping, was not in this space at all. Damn it! Ao Zheng roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a rare purple cloud, and the entire cloud rushed into the space like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in places where the brilliance could not find. However, Xiaohua seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and there was no sign of him appearing at all. Phew! Ao Zheng exhales and raises his head to look at the four dragons who want to speak but don't dare to. He suddenly laughs. Damn it, no wonder second brother said that this Xiaohua is cunning. This king still unknowingly fell into his scheme. Forget it, why is this king wasting time with him? As he spoke, Ao Zheng opened his mouth, and a faint purple dragon breath came out, and then a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out, supported by the dragon breath. The dragon pearl's brilliance was faint, but where the brilliance went, all the dragon chi showed the shape of dragon patterns, and at the top of the space, in a corner, Xiaohua's figure appeared. Roar! The one closest to Xiaohua was the deep blue dragon Ao Long, and Xiaohua was at the edge of his perception. If he moved slightly, as long as the five dragons relaxed in the slightest, Xiaohua would immediately escape through this gap, and Ao Long could not help but cry out in alarm. Xiaohua sighed when he saw that the light had appeared and his body was exposed. Without the escape techniques that he usually had, in front of these five giant dragons whose elemental energy was around the 7th level, he was doomed. Ao Long cried out in alarm, and also opened his mouth, taking out a jade bottle-like dragon weapon, and then a brilliance rushed out from the dragon weapon, and the nearby dragon chi crazily rushed in, only to see a waterfall rushing out from the dragon weapon, smashing towards Xiaohua. Seeing the surging water, each drop of water containing great power, Xiaohua not only did not panic, but a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. In the past, he relied on the innate true water to kill countless enemies, but now, he was blocked by a dragon using the same Dao method. Roar! Xiaohua did not dodge, and the heavenly law's embodiment of earth rapidly absorbed the dragon chi, and strands of dragon patterns also appeared on the surface of his bronze body. Swish! Ao Long's jade water rushed onto Xiaohua's dharma body without any suspense, and not only did countless water sparks appear, even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted by these splashes of water. However, what made Ao Long stunned was that Xiaohua's body only flashed brilliantly, and the splashes of water did not cause any harm to Xiaohua at all. Chapter 40-35. No way. Ao Long was a little absent-minded. The dragon weapon in his hand also awkwardly stopped in midair. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohua's body would be reborn in the blood pool. How could his dragon weapon injure him? Woo! Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Long's distraction and swung his wishful staff. Boom! It hit the dragon weapon. A burst of splendor splashed, like a silver bottle leaking. Countless splashes seeped out from the cracked dragon weapon, causing Ao Long to be flustered. I'll meet Daoist Master Xiao. The light red dragon Ao Ding hurriedly came out from the side. He opened his mouth and a fiery red ring came out. The ring rushed out and immediately ignited with flames. The flames were blue and purple, scorching the space within 1,000 feet. Xiaohua sneered. Since he started cultivating, when was he afraid of going overboard? He was about to wave the wishful staff in his hand when he heard Ao Zheng, who was beside him, roaring, "Don't do anything. All of you go together. Kill him as soon as possible. Once this matter is over, we still have the more important 4 C's debate." Okay. Hearing Ao Zheng's anger, Ao Ding and the other dragons didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly urged their dragon chi and surrounded Xiaohua. At the same time, they took out their dragon weapons and attacked Xiaohua at the same time. Cunning dragons. Xiaohua shouted, for 7th grade dragons actually besieged Xiaohua, a human. If this spread out, I'll be laughed at. Huh, Xiaohua, you're wrong. Ao Zheng laughed, they're only 6th grade elemental energy. Only with the help of dragon chi here can they have the strength of upper 6th grade. Their cultivation should be about the same as yours. Moreover, do you think you can escape from me today? Can others hear your grievances? Okay, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and sneered, in that case, I have no choice but to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace. I don't have any face to begin with, so it doesn't matter. Xiaohua, you're overestimating yourself. At this moment, Ao Zheng's figure also started to move. His ability was the highest and should be at the middle stage of the 7th grade of origin power. However, he was the same as Ao Jing. Other than the fact that he was a little angry previously and lost his composure, he did not particularly step forward during the fight. As Xiaohua's voice fell, the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body gradually retracted. Shortly after, his arms and other parts of his body began to mutate. Command edicts that were harder than sharp swords were born. An aura of disdain for the entire world was born from Xiaohua's body. This aura grew denser and denser, and in the end, it actually forced the 5 dragons to fly back several thousand meters. Just as the 5 dragons were once again dumbfounded, the heavenly phoenix's demonic body, the phoenix parasol tree, appeared. The phoenix parasol tree raised its head and let out a long cry. The dragon chi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers swarmed into the phoenix parasol tree, and the flame-like phantom around the phoenix parasol tree swayed wildly. Woo! After the phoenix parasol tree appeared, it did not give Ao Zheng and the other dragons a chance to catch their breath. It stretched out its twin thorns and the phoenix beak pierced through the void, directly pecking at Ao Yu's forehead. The phoenix parasol tree's claws, which were even more arrogant than Ao Yu's dragon claws, carried an unparalleled amount of dragon chi as it sharply scratched at Ao Yu's chest. Roar! Ao Yu was stunned at first, but then he went berserk. As he roared, his dragon body expanded by 3 times and he pounced at the phoenix parasol tree. Rumble! The dragon and phoenix fought fiercely, and the dragon chi exploded. Pieces of flesh and territory flew out amidst the explosion. Although Ao Yu's dragon body was not as tough as the phoenix parasol tree's phoenix body, his control of the dragon body and the use of dragon chi far surpassed the phoenix parasol tree's. Although the phoenix parasol tree's dragon body was torn to pieces, Au also used his dragon tail to entangle the phoenix parasol tree's wings. The dragon armor on his dragon head even took the opportunity to pierce 2 large bloody holes in the phoenix parasol tree's arms. Roar! Just as the phoenix parasol tree's left claw was about to pierce Ao Yu's abdomen, Ao Ding roared and pounced from the phoenix parasol tree's back, flames shooting out of his mouth and nose. Damn it! Though the phoenix parasol tree wasn't afraid of the flames, he didn't dare underestimate Ao Ding when he saw his back. He spread his wings and ignored the injured Ao Yu, preparing to meet Ao Ding's attack. But right at this moment, an invisible restriction appeared around his body like shackles, and began to restrict his movements. This is bad. Alarmed, the phoenix parasol tree hurriedly looked around. Ao Zheng, who'd been standing quietly, was now swimming around him with the other 3 dragons. Clouds of gray, blue, red, yellow, and purple surged out of the 5 dragons' bodies. These clouds intertwined with the dragon chi and spun for nearly 1,000 miles. The chains that were imprisoning the phoenix parasol were clearly born from these clouds. Damn it, so this is the real purpose of the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon formation. The phoenix parasol tree finally understood. The 5 dragons had taken turns to attack him, but it was all a ruse. Ao Zheng's true intention was to trap him to death with the formation. Dragons were truly cunning. Caw! The phoenix parasol tree let out another long cry and flapped his wings. The binding force was greatly reduced, and he reached out with his right claw. An illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Ao Ding's abdomen. Whoosh! A bloody gash dozens of meters long appeared, and dragon blood flowed out. Wounded by the phoenix parasol tree as soon as they met, Ao Ding hurriedly retreated in fright. Roar! Right at this moment, the image of an enormous dragon suddenly appeared on the phoenix Wu's back. As soon as it appeared, it immediately roared furiously, and then the dragon Chi in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have gone mad and charged towards the dragon and phoenix. Expanses of gorgeous multicolored light suddenly appeared around the dragon and phoenix, and rays of multicolored light were reflected from within the multicolored light. Dragon and phoenix parasol tree? Ao Zheng was shocked, and then greed appeared in his eyes. He roared, "Capture this human alive, capture this demon phoenix alive." Before Ao Zheng could finish speaking, a series of cryptic draconic words came out from the dragon-shaped phantom. As soon as the draconic words appeared, the draconic aura that was madly pouring in suddenly became violent. Balls of draconic aura that were dozens of miles long began to condense. Within a range of 500 miles, countless balls of draconic aura instantly gathered. These balls of dragon chi were like warriors, ready to pounce on Ao Zheng. Dragon. Heavenly draconic technique? Ao Zheng was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he not expect Xiao Hua to know the heavenly draconic technique, but he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. Run. Ao Zheng looked at the dense balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles. His body moved quickly, and he charged straight up into the sky. As soon as Ao Zheng rushed up, a flaw appeared in the dragon formation of the 5 dragons. The phoenix parasol tree had no intention of chasing Ao Zheng at all. It spread its wings, and its huge body immediately rushed out like a meteor, flying in a certain direction. The moment the phoenix parasol tree rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 dragons, the balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly disappeared at the same time. This. Ao Zheng had just rushed 10,000 feet into the sky when he naturally felt the change in the dragon chi. At this time, how could he not know that Xiao Hua's heavenly draconic technique was only half-baked and had no power at all? He was actually scared to this extent by Xiao Hua's empty fort strategy. It was really a disgrace to the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Chase. Ao Zheng roared and chased after the phoenix parasol tree without stopping. Ao Yu and Ao Ding dragged their injured bodies, and Ao Long and Ao Yen also roared as they chased after it. Although the 5 dragons were heroic, other than Ao Zheng, the other 4 dragons had the same thought. Damn it, how can we catch up to such a cunning human? Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua, who was in front of the 5 dragons, had already disappeared. The 5 dragons did not know whether Xiao Hua flew away or was hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, other than Ao Zheng, the 4 dragons did not dare to be too far away, for fear that Xiao Hua would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Roar. Ao Zheng let out a furious roar. He swung his dragon tail and flipped over a small mountain. He then flew to another place. The other 4 dragons shrunk their necks. No one dared to say anything. They followed him with their tails between their legs. 5 dragons with 6th or 7th grade essence energy actually let a human escape in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If word got out, it would really be a disgrace to the dragons. 2 hours later, at the place where Ao Zheng overturned the small mountain, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Xiao Hua, who had successfully escaped from the 5 dragons, actually had a vexed expression on his face. Damn it, this Feng Wu's incarnation was originally reserved for this Xiao to use when walking in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm in the future. Now, it was actually forced to reveal by Ao Zheng. What a blunder, Xiao Hua thought to himself. But, if I don't use the phoenix body, what other divine abilities can this Xiao have? That demonic blade had just been activated once. If I activate it consecutively, perhaps I can kill Ao Zheng, but what about this Xiao? I'm afraid I will also fall into the demonic path, right? Sigh, now that I think about it, this world is really wonderful. This Xiao cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons, and other divine abilities, but here, I can only rely on the demon race's divine abilities to escape. Looks like the saying of the ancients, there's no harm in having more skills, it's really not wrong. Also, this Xiao has seen many demons, and each one of them is all brawn and no brains. But why is this dragon race more cunning than the other? From Ao Jing to Ao Zhan, then to Ao Zheng, one scheme after another. They are simply more intelligent than the human race. Fortunately, there's Ao Tao in Deep Air Abyss who values friendship. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't dare to deal with the dragon race in the future. Xiao Hua looked at the direction Ao Zheng and the others chased after him. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and flew in another direction. He found a call and hid in it like before. He already understood that in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, the divine abilities related to the dragon race were the most popular. Now, although he had obtained the Dragon Jade, he only focused on the dragon transformation art. He didn't cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in the Dragon Jade technique. Just now, when he was forced to helplessly by Ao Zheng, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in a hurry. Sure enough, although Xiao Hua didn't cultivate it, in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, when Xiao Hua slightly used the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique, it immediately had an inconceivable effect. Since that was the case, there was still time. Why didn't Xiao Hua comprehend one or two Heavenly Dragon Jade techniques before looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool? Chapter 40-36. Xiao Hua hid in a secluded place and cultivated for more than a few months. A few months of time was really short for cultivation, not to mention the mysterious Heavenly Dragon technique. Xiao Hua only took a rough look at the Heavenly Dragon technique in the Dragon Jade and found two extremely simple ones. Moreover, he only tried them for a while before hurriedly flying out of the valley. After all, he didn't know when the training in the stacked Jade Legacy realm would end, and he also didn't know how long he would spend looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Xiao Hua flew into the air and looked left and right. The scenery around him didn't change. This time, the interval between the changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm was a bit long. Xiao Hua thought for a while and flew in a direction. Beside a stream, outside two mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, 4 seasons alternating. Xiao Hua flew aimlessly as he muttered to himself. He scanned the area with his origin force to search for similar clues. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua flew for a few more days. Not only did he not find any obvious clues, he didn't even see a single dragon. He didn't even see a huge rock with a dragon crystal hidden in it. It was as if everything in the vicinity had been plundered by the dragon. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua stopped in the air and pondered while pinching his chin. Could it be that in these few months, the stacked Jade Legacy realm has undergone some changes? Woo! Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a fishy wind suddenly blew from high up in the sky. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked up. However, the place where the wind blew was empty. He could only see the disorder of the dragon Qi and couldn't see anything unusual. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. He was already on guard. The sound of the wind definitely didn't come from nothing. There must be a dragon hiding there. Xiao Hua seemed to have already seen the dragon's sharp claws. Xiao Hua raised his hand and prepared to attack the space between his eyebrows and open the delirium breaker eye. But at this moment, a very surprised voice came from afar. At the same time, a trace of origin will also swept over. Xiao Hua? Who? Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Following the sound of the voice, the dragon's aura that made Xiao Hua vigilant immediately disappeared. Daoist Master Xiao, do you still remember me? A voice that Xiao Hua found familiar came closer. When Xiao Hua saw it clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He whispered, "Immortal friend Xian? Hee, long time no see. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xian to also come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm to train. Wasn't the person flying over from afar the former Western Sea Dragon Palace's Vice Inspector, Xiancheng?" To an old turtle like Xiancheng, a few hundred years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiancheng still looked the same, turning into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. He still had a goatee on his chin, a pair of shifty eyes, and a medium-sized turtle shell on his back. It was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's impression. "I'm ashamed." Xianxia flew closer and cupped his hands. "I originally accompanied my family's third crown prince to participate in Dragon Island's experiential training, but I didn't expect to encounter the opening of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I was testing the purity of my bloodline in the Dragon Chi realm, but I didn't expect that I would actually reach the qualifications to enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, so I also came in to train. However, this old man is slow-witted. After so many years, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. I haven't gained anything during this time." When Xiao Hua heard what Xianxia said, he disapproved in his heart. That year in the so-called Western Sea, he clearly saw how Xianxia performed. That Bai Haojiao, who looked a lot more powerful than Xianxia on the surface and was also a lot more scheming, was played by him in the palm of his hand. How could he believe Xianxia's words now? "That's right," Xiao Hua also said with a smile. "This Xiao is similar to fellow immortal Xian. I also occasionally entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm. First, I was thinking about how to escape, so how could I gain anything? Right now, this Xiao is waiting for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close and leave. Oh, speaking of which, fellow immortal Xian, when will this stacked Jade Legacy realm close?" "When I was about to come, I heard my family's third crown prince say that it seems to be closing soon," Xianxia replied. "Right now, the time inside the stacked Jade Legacy realm is already the same as Dragon Island. When it accelerates again, it will be the beginning of the stacked Jade Legacy realm's closing." "Time?" Xiao Hua frowned and said in confusion. "How can the changes of time be sensed?" "Oh, it's simple." Xianxia also concealed it and said with a smile. "There is no time in the 4 seas. Above Hidden Immortal, there are 4 seasons. When spring comes, autumn comes, summer comes, and winter comes, that is the sign of time acceleration." "Change of the 4 seasons?" Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he couldn't help but cry out. "Fellow immortal Xian, do you know what 3 dragons playing with a pearl is?" "3 dragons playing with a pearl?" Xianxia stared blankly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "This old man doesn't know what Daoist means by that." It's nothing." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. This Xiao was just thinking of something else. "Oh, right, fellow immortal Xian, where are you heading to?" "Sigh." Xianxia sighed and said. This old man entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm and hid in a place. "Just now, I received a message from my family's third crown prince. He wants me and the other subordinates of the Western Sea Dragon Palace to hurry to the Turning Dragon platform. Although this old man doesn't want to come out, I don't dare to disobey the Crown Prince's orders. I can't not go." "Turning Dragon platform? How do you know that place is called Turning Dragon platform?" Xiao Hua asked strangely. Who would have thought that Xianxia was even more strange than him? "Of course I don't know. But my family's third crown prince said the location and also said that the place is called Turning Dragon platform." Hee, Xiao Hua laughed self-deprecatingly. This Xiao thought too much. This Xiao thought that fellow immortal Xian was the same as this Xiao, entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm for the first time and not knowing where this place is. "It's nothing." This old man is also very unfamiliar with this stacked Jade Legacy realm, Xianxia said with a smile. "Before entering the Legacy realm, this old man specially asked my family's prince. Otherwise, this old man also wouldn't know." Since that's the case." Xiao Hua looked at Xianxia, who was smiling harmlessly, and said, "Fellow immortal Xian, you should go to the Turning Dragon platform. Don't let your family's third crown prince wait anxiously." As he spoke, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and wanted to bid farewell to Xianxia. After all, Xiao Hua's current strength had already surpassed Xianxia. He wasn't afraid that Xianxia had any schemes. Moreover, looking at Xianxia's slightly nervous expression, Xiaohua also understood that Xianxia definitely didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the Western Sea alive. He was very shocked to see him. Moreover, Xiaohua wasn't afraid that Xianxia would reveal this matter. After all, only he and Xianxia knew about the Western Sea. As for how big the Western Sea was, Xianxia probably knew much more than him. The mastermind of the Western Sea was Xianxia. If this matter was revealed, Xianxia would undoubtedly die. What was he afraid of? At worst, he could just say that he saved the Grand Mist Ancestor. Although the Grand Mist Ancestor also didn't know that he was still alive, he had already asked Daoist Master Qing Su to recruit him several times. That. Xianxia raised his hand and said with some hesitation, Daoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment. Oh. Fellow Immortal Xian, is there anything else? Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head and said, there's nothing special. It's just that when Daoist Master asked about the 3 dragons playing with a pearl, this old man suddenly thought of the turning dragon platform. What do you mean? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. What does the 3 dragons playing with a pearl have to do with the turning dragon platform? This old man is only guessing. Xianxia said with a smile. According to my family's 3rd prince's message, the turning dragon platform is a huge round platform, similar to a pearl. Moreover, the dragon palace of the 4 seas will be fighting on the turning dragon platform. However, no matter what, it should be 4 dragons playing with a pearl and not 3 dragons playing with a pearl. What are the dragon palaces of the 4 seas fighting on the turning dragon platform for? Xiaohua was confused and asked curiously. Xianxia replied, Daoist Master Xiao might not know that the dragon palaces of the 4 seas are led by the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but in reality, whether it's the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Dragon Palace or the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, their strength is not inferior to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Under the leadership of Dragon Island, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas seem to be very harmonious. On the surface, there is no change in the rankings, but secretly, there is no lack of competition between each other for this ranking. Of course, outside of the 4 seas, no one knows these secrets. That is to say, the turning dragon platform's fight is also one of the competitions? Xiaohua somewhat understood. Yes. Xianxia nodded. Not only this time's training in the Folded Jade Legacy realm, but every time Dragon Island's training, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas will have this kind of competition. Every time Dragon Island's training nears the end, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas will find an opportunity to put their gains together and then distribute them according to the ranking of the competition. So much so that in the future, when there is a need for a ranking in many places, it will also be decided according to this ranking. Therefore, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas attach great importance to every training competition. As long as there is a contribution in the competition, the dragon clan will be rewarded. Speaking to here, Xianxia paused for a moment and changed the topic. Daoist Xiao, this old man previously heard of the grudge between Daoist and the Immortal Palace. Originally, I thought it was just the same name, but now that I have seen Daoist, this old man knows that Blackwind Ridge's Xiaohua is Daoist. If Daoist wants to safely escape from the Immortal Palace's suppression, it is best to form a good relationship with my West Sea Dragon Palace. With my West Sea Dragon Palace's support, the Immortal Palace will not dare to make a move against Daoist. Of course, this old man is saying this for the sake of Daoist and also for my 3rd prince. If Daoist makes a contribution in the competition, not only will 3rd prince benefit, but this old man will also benefit. This Xiao only has the strength of a little over 5th grade essence energy. How can I defeat the dragon generals of the dragon palaces? Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Xianxia smiled and said, Daoist's current strength may not be a match for the other dragon generals of the dragon palaces, but Daoist's potential is something this old man has never seen before. Back then, Daoist's strength. This old man knows. How many years has it been? Daoist is actually already at 5th grade essence energy. This old man does not ask for anything else. I only ask for a warrior for my West Sea Dragon Palace. How is the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice. Xianxia said without hesitation. My West Sea Dragon Palace is the West Sea Dragon Palace. Not to mention the North Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the East Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the Immortal Palace, my West Sea Dragon Palace will not be afraid. Chapter 4037. Really? Xiaohua reminded with a faint smile, I just offended the 7th Prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. He couldn't wait to eat me alive. Fellow Daoist Xian, you have to think carefully. Ao Zheng? Xianxia stared blankly and said with a bitter smile, how did you offend Ao Zheng again? The 7th Prince of the North Sea is extremely narrow-minded and vengeful. Since you offended him, I'm afraid you won't have a peaceful day in the future. How about this, if you want to go to the Turning Dragon platform, you should first hide your appearance and wait for me to report to my 3rd prince. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. If Xianxia agreed, Xiaohua would naturally be suspicious. However, Xianxia declined, and Xiaohua instead believed him. He might not go to the Turning Dragon platform to participate in the competition of the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, but he must go to the Dragon Cleansing Pool. The competition Xianxia mentioned was very similar to the 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xiaohua had no choice but to go take a look. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, all right, since that's the case, I'll go with fellow Daoist Xian. Xiaohua agreed, but Xianxia hesitated and said somewhat awkwardly, I can bring you there, but I have to report to my 3rd prince first. Deal. Xiaohua replied straightforwardly, I'll do as fellow Daoist Xian said. Even if I can't participate in the competition of the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, it's enough for me to meet the 3rd prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Demonic clouds appeared under Xianxia's feet. He raised his hand slightly and flew away first. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia's back. He knew that Xianxia was rather unwilling, but he didn't care and urged his figure to follow. The two flew for a few hours. Xianxia, as he said, was not particularly familiar with the folded jadeite legacy realm. As they walked, they searched. Along the way, they did not see any dragon tribe. It seemed that the dragon tribe, who were training in the folded jadeite legacy realm, had gathered at the Turning Dragon platform to prepare for the competition in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. After flying for another hour, dragons gradually appeared in the same direction as Xianxia. Xianxia didn't greet these dragons and only flew forward with Xiaohua. Seeing a screen-like mountain range appear in front of the two, Xianxia stopped and said carefully, Enlightened One, please wait here for a moment. This old man will go and report to the 3rd Crown Prince first. All right. Xiaohua nodded and stopped in midair, watching Xianxia fly away. Xiaohua released his essence perception and looked around, trying to find clues about the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Xiaohua frowned again. Although Xiaohua had yet to see the Turning Dragon platform, there were already many dragons nearby. How could the Dragon Cleansing Pool be in such a place? Perhaps, this Xiao should go to the left side of the Turning Dragon platform to take a look. Xiaohua urged his figure and flew towards the Turning Dragon platform. Who are you? Why did you barge into the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas? Xiaohua had only flown a few thousand feet when 2 dragon generals appeared in midair and blocked Xiaohua's path. Forbidden area? Xiaohua looked into the distance and asked curiously, the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is a place where we, the descendants of the Dragon Clan, train. When did this place become a forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas? Does the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Island know? The Dragon Island does not know, the Dragon Palace even more so does not know. The 2 dragon generals' eyes flashed with ominous glints as they surrounded Xiaohua from both sides. Cough cough. Not far away, Xianxia's coughs could be heard. He berated, what are you two waiting for? This is a dragon general of my West Sea Dragon Palace. Oh, so it is the West Sea Patrol envoy. When the 2 dragon generals saw Xianxia, their expressions relaxed as they said with a smile, "This immortal friend did not mention his origin, how can we let him in? He even threatened us, saying that he will report this matter to the Dragon Palace." "Hee, Daoist Xiao is just joking with you, no need to take it seriously." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You two go and patrol. This old man will bring him to see my third crown prince." "All right." The two dragon generals nodded and flew away. "Let's go." Xianxia brought Xiaohua to the vicinity of the turning dragon platform. He stopped and said with a smile, "I will not hide it from Daoist Xiao." My third crown prince heard about Daoist Xiao's matter and felt somewhat troubled. My West Sea Dragon Palace is definitely not afraid of the Immortal Palace alone. But Daoist Xiao offended Ao Zheng, it is very troublesome. Third Crown Prince is not willing to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. So. No problem. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Xiao will just walk around nearby. In a while, I will just watch the show from the side." "Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious." Xianxia immediately waved his hand and said, "Let this old man finish speaking." Although Third Crown Prince is not willing to offend Ao Zheng, he did not say that Daoist Xiao is not allowed to contribute to my West Sea Dragon Palace. Daoist Xiao only needs to wait by the side. If we need Daoist Xiao to take action, I believe that my Third Crown Prince will not have any more misgivings. All right. Xiaohua did not really want to rely on the West Sea Dragon Palace, so he casually nodded his head. This Xiao will be nearby. If you need this Xiao to take action, feel free to speak. Then, this old man will go over first. Xianxia finally relaxed. He raised his head to look at a place and said, "North Sea Dragon Palace is over there. It seems that Ao Zheng has not come over yet. Be careful by the side. Just don't let him see you." Xianxia exhorted a few more words before turning around and flying away. Xiaohua relaxed and looked towards the turning dragon platform. Indeed, it was as Xianxia said. This turning dragon platform was a spherical greenish-black round platform. It was several thousand zhang tall and towered on top of the mountain peak. It was very similar to a stone pearl. This round platform was perfectly round and flawless. It was truly a work of the gods. Damn it. There is a dragon pearl, but where are the three dragons of the three dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua's eyes looked all around, but he could not see anything strange. Xiaohua looked at the four groups of dragons gathered in the four directions of the turning dragon platform. There were also many dragons nearby who seemed to be watching the show. He prepared to leave. Right at this moment, woo! The sound of wind whistling flew out from the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. A huge dragon rushed onto the turning dragon platform. He looked around and said loudly, "This king is the East Sea Dragon Palace's second crown prince, Ao Qiong. I believe that all the dragons already know what is going on here. The Stacked Jade Legacy realm is about to close. Our training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm will also end soon. The training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is an extremely rare opportunity for us. I believe that all of you have gained a lot in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Today, my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will also hold a routine competition in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. We will once again distribute the treasures we obtained in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. This king also does not want to go into the details of the competition rules. This king only wants to say that the dragon who can stand on the turning dragon platform in the end will be the final winner." Roar, roar. The group of dragons all roared, appearing very excited. Second prince. At this moment, a dragon general flew out from the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said somewhat timidly beside the turning dragon platform, "My seventh prince has not come yet. Can this competition be postponed? Ao Zheng is not here, but you all are." Ao Qiong did not give this dragon general any face at all. His dragon eyes looked towards the sky and shouted coldly, "When Ao Zheng comes, it won't be too late to let him fight." But what if my seventh prince can't make it in time? That dragon general endured Ao Qiong's forceful dragon aura and said reluctantly, "Hee. Ao Cheong sneered and said disdainfully again, the competition on the turning dragon platform is the joint decision of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. The dragon race of the Three Seas Dragon Palace has been waiting for more than 10 days. Ao Zheng has not come yet. Could it be that we have to wait until the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes? Moreover, who knows if Ao Zheng is afraid? Does he not dare to come? My East Sea Dragon Palace has plenty of dragons with intermediate 7th grade essence energy like him. It doesn't matter if he has one more or not. But that dragon general seemed to want to argue. Ao Cheong simply shouted, does your North Sea Dragon Palace still want to participate in the competition? If you don't, just go to the last place. All right. The dragon general did not dare to say any more. He hurriedly returned to discuss with the other dragon generals on how to deal with it. Dragon warriors. Ao Cheong's dragon aura lingered around his body. His dragon aura soared into the sky as he said encouragingly, the previous experience was nothing. The competition on the turning dragon platform is the real battle. Release your dragon aura, release your dragon aura. Let the heavens and earth tremble and let the seniors of the dragon region be excited. Roar. All the dragons roared. Especially the dragon generals of the East Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and South Sea Dragon Palace. They urged their dragon bodies to pounce on the turning dragon platform. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They actually started to fight. As for the North Sea Dragon Palace, seeing that the Dragon Palace of the Three Seas had already made their move, they did not dare to hesitate. Under the lead of a 6th grade essence energy dragon, they also pounced over. In just a short moment, miserable screams and angry roars could be heard in the air above the turning dragon platform. Pieces of flesh mixed with dragon blood fell onto the turning dragon platform. Motherfucker, Xiaohua saw the dragon aura surging over like a tidal wave. That dragon aura and the strength of the battle were similarly spreading out in all directions like raging waves. He hurriedly retreated and secretly cried out in his heart, how is this 3 dragons playing with a pearl? It's more like 100 dragons playing with a pearl. Forget it, I believe that there's no dragon cleansing pool here. I'd better go somewhere else. Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to turn around, Xianxia flew over and said with a smile, now is a good opportunity. North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng is not here. Daoist should quickly take advantage of this opportunity to get on the turning dragon platform. If you can defeat a few dragons, my 3rd prince will also gain face. Get on the platform now. Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He pointed at the huge dragons churning on the turning dragon platform and said, how strong are these dragons? If I go over now, wouldn't I be killed for nothing? Daoist, now is a good opportunity to win in the chaos. Xiancheng's expression slightly changed as he urged, moreover, Daoist's body is extremely small. There are also many opportunities for sneak attacks. If you don't go now, when will you? This old man has already reported this to the 3rd prince. If you don't go, not only will this old man lose face, you'll also make the 3rd prince unhappy. If the 3rd prince gets angry. Xiaohua's heart jolted. He thoughtfully looked at Xianxia and asked, if the 3rd prince gets angry, what will happen? What will happen? Xianxia sneered, when humans get angry, blood will splatter 3 feet. When my dragon clan gets angry. Chapter 4038. Roar. Just as Xianxia was about to threaten them, a shrill roar came from afar. Several giant dragons had already flown to the somersault dragon platform without waiting for the roar to land. The dragon at the front held a dragon shell in his claws. He arrived in front of the somersault dragon platform and shouted, stop, stop. However, the dragons were in the midst of fighting. Who would pay attention to him? None of the dragon clan members stopped. 2nd prince. The dragon raised his claws and took out the dragon shell. He shouted, look, the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng, and his dragon generals Ao Yen, Ao Long, Ao Ding, and Ao you have all been killed. As he spoke, the dragon shell flipped. The purple dragon body of Ao Zheng, the light gray dragon body of Ao Yan, the light blue dragon body of Ao Long, the light red dragon body of Ao Ding, and the yellow dragon body of Ao Yu immediately floated to the side of the somersault dragon platform. Seventh Prince. When the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace saw this, they immediately broke away from the fight and landed beside the remains of the 5 dragons. They all looked at the corpses of the 5 dragons in disbelief. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's a little strange. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally landed on the corpses of Ao Zheng and the other giant dragons. Their chests and abdomens had been torn apart by sharp weapons. Their hearts and lungs were missing. It was exactly the same as the corpses he saw earlier. He could not help but feel puzzled. When the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace stopped fighting, the dragons of the other 3 Sea Dragon Palaces naturally stopped as well. All the dragons looked at Ao Qiong. Ao Ing, Ao Qian. Ao Qiong flew out with a displeased expression. He looked at the dragon generals of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Palaces and scolded, "Tell me, what's going on?" The 3rd Prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Ing, and the 4th Prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian, flew out with unfriendly expressions. The 2 dragons looked at each other and said in unison, "Ao Qiong, what do you mean by this? What does Ao Zheng's death have to do with us? If it's not you, could it be me?" Ao Qiong said angrily. There might be some casualties in the competition between the 4 Sea Dragon Palaces, but the 7th Prince of the North Sea died in the competition. How are we going to explain this to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This has nothing to do with me or the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Ing waved his hand without hesitation. Ao Qian also denied it. Second Prince. The dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace couldn't take it anymore. They all roared, "You must seek justice for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You must find the murderer who killed our 7th Marquis. As long as the 2nd Prince can help the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon Palace will compete with the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ao Bo. Ao Ing said coldly, "Are you representing the North Sea Dragon Palace?" No, the 3rd Prince misunderstood. He looked at Ao Ing, then at Ao Qiong and Ao Qian. "We, the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace, don't know what's going on, so we'd like to ask the 3 lords to help us. No matter which dragon palace can help us find the murderer, we will join forces with that dragon palace in this competition." This. Ao Ing, Ao Qiong and Ao Qian rolled their eyes. They naturally had to find out the truth about Ao Zheng's death. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to the North Sea Dragon Palace and Dragon Island. What they cared about the most was the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This was a force that could compete with the other 3 dragon palaces. Whichever side they sided with would definitely win this competition. "I know." Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and excited voice came from below the turning dragon platform. The dragons could not help but be stunned, and their gazes looked in that direction. Wasn't the one who spoke Xianxia of the West Sea Dragon Palace? At this moment, Xiao Hua was still standing beside Xianxia, thinking about what happened. He didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly speak. Xiao Hua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Xianxia suddenly stepped back and distanced himself from Xiao Hua. He raised his walking stick and pointed at Xiao Hua. "It's him. It's him. It's him who killed Ao Zheng, Ao Yu, and the other dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Xianxia, are you crazy?" Facing Xianxia's sudden betrayal, Xiao Hua was extremely shocked and furious. He finally understood the purpose of Xianxia inviting him here. As long as he was killed, the matter of Xianxia barging into the West Sea would definitely not be known by others. Moreover, at this point, no matter what he explained, there probably wouldn't be any dragons who would believe him. Xianxia's intentions were truly sinister. How is that possible? Ao Qiong's face was full of disbelief as he berated, "Xianxia, he's a human. How could he kill 5 dragons around the 6th level essence power? The West Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Ing rolled his eyes and said anxiously, Xianxia, don't be afraid. Quickly tell us what you know. This king will uphold justice for you. When Ao Qiong heard this, how could he not know that Xianxia didn't know anything at all? He just casually pulled a scapegoat and confirmed the merit first, pulling a group of dragon generals from the North Sea Dragon Palace to the West Sea Dragon Palace. However, Xianxia's words shocked Ao Qiong again. Xianxia pointed at Xiaohua and said, I'll let Third Crown Prince know. He's the human cultivator Xiaohua. He's the best at concealing his cultivation. Previously, I saw him fighting with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng and Ao Yu. However, this subordinate's cultivation was shallow, so I didn't dare to look and hid far away. Later on, this subordinate met Xiaohua again, but I saw that he wasn't injured at all. If you say that he didn't kill 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng, this subordinate definitely wouldn't believe it. Moreover, this subordinate also found out from his mouth that he has an old grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Therefore, he must be the murderer who killed 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng. That's right, Xiaohua, it's Xiaohua. A North Sea Dragon exclaimed, 7th King received 2nd King's message. This human Xiaohua spoiled our North Sea Dragon Palace's matter. 7th King brought Ao Yu and the others to find Xiaohua. This time, they didn't return. Indeed. Indeed. Another unknown dragon below the turning dragon platform also came to a realization and said, this subordinate also met 7th King. He asked me if I've seen a human cultivator called Xiaohua. That's right, it's him. All right. Without waiting for the other dragons to speak, Ao Ing waved his dragon claw and shouted, subordinates of the West Sea Dragon Palace, surround Xiaohua and kill him. There's no need to ask anymore. Let's take revenge for 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng first. Yes. A group of dragon generals from the West Sea Dragon Palace flew out from the turning dragon platform and surrounded Xiaohua. Ao Qiong was somewhat puzzled and shouted, Ao Ing, even if Ao Zheng is looking for Xiaohua, it doesn't mean that Xiaohua is the murderer who killed Ao Zheng. Won't we know if we see Xiaohua's strength first? Ao Ing replied sinisterly. All right. All right. Ao Qiong was helpless. Ao Ing was right. If Xiaohua could fight with a group of dragons, he naturally had the ability to kill Ao Zheng. But if Xiaohua couldn't defeat a group of dragons, as long as they captured him, wouldn't they know if it was him after a little investigation? However, Ao Qiong was very suspicious whether Ao Ing would spare Xiaohua's life and give him a chance to fight for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing the West Sea Dragon Palace move, how could the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace hold back? All of them flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua glared fiercely at the complacent Xianxia. He didn't know if Xianxia really saw him fighting with Ao Zheng, but the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were right. Right now, he couldn't defend himself. Facing these dragon generals with ulterior motives, what other choice did he have other than to escape? However, if he escaped, wouldn't his crime be confirmed? Of course, this wasn't the time to hesitate. Seeing that dozens of dragons were already rushing over, Xiaohua made a prompt decision. His body flashed with brilliance. He couldn't care about anything else and was about to use his phoenix body to escape. Roar. Just when Xiaohua was about to expose the secret of the phoenix parasol, a dragon roar that Xiaohua was familiar with came from afar. Wasn't that the small clan elder of the Dragon Island, Ao Sheng? Damn it. Xiaohua was overjoyed and immediately wanted to transmit his voice. However, after the dragon roar, Ao Sheng's panicked voice had already resounded around the turning dragon platform, run. Long Sea is here. What? Long Sea? As soon as they heard the two words Long Sea, all the dragons panicked. The dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace who were rushing towards Xiaohua no longer had the heart to avenge Ao Zheng. They swung their dragon tails and fled into the distance like stray dogs. Seeing that his crisis was mysteriously resolved, Xiaohua was really puzzled. Long Sea? What's that? the front of the turning dragon platform was in a mess. Xianxia had already escaped long ago. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan appeared with dozens of dragons and humans in a similarly sorry state. Before Xiao Hua could fly into the air, in the space where he was at the same level as Ao Sheng, a loud and clear sound rang out. This sound was extremely penetrating. When Xiao Hua heard it, it directly pierced into his heart. Especially inside his body, his meridians were violently pulsating, as if they were dragon veins. Xiao Hua was very afraid of this sound. Not only that, when the sound fell, dozens of dragons near Xiao Hua who had just escaped immediately fell to the ground. Their dragon bodies twisted uncontrollably, their dragon claws powerlessly grabbing the ground. On the dragon heads that were struggling to raise their heads, a pair of previously incomparably arrogant eyes were now anxiously and fearfully looking at the sky. In the sky, the figure of a strange demon beast appeared. This demon beast was only dozens of feet tall, like a toad. Other than its abdomen, which was a little green and red, there were fist-sized bumps on its back. Between these bumps, there were many dragon carvings. These dragon carvings did not produce clouds, instead, they seeped out an extremely stinky liquid. This liquid drifted with the wind, and when it entered the nostrils of the dragons, it caused their bones to go soft and their tendons to go numb. Once the demon beast, Long Si, appeared, it immediately pounced on the giant dragon that was lying limp on the ground. Long Si's body landed on the giant dragon's dragon shell. When it opened its mouth, a long and thin crimson tongue stuck out. This tongue was actually also in the shape of a dragon. The dragon-shaped tongue immediately pierced into the dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon wailed, its body trembling. However, as if it was an innate fear, the giant dragon could not move at all. Just as the giant dragon wailed and trembled, the giant dragon's brain matter was swallowed by Long Si. Without waiting for this giant dragon to die completely, Long Si flew to another giant dragon and greedily sucked its brain matter again. Chapter 4039. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Xiao Hua suppressed the fear in his heart and quietly flew into the sky. When Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan saw Long Si flying out, they had already flown in another direction. Xiao Hua finally managed to catch up with them. Ao Sheng didn't have time to ask Xiao Hua how he came to the turning dragon platform. He only said with lingering fear, "This Long Si is from the dragon realm. It was originally the food of the dragon race in the dragon realm. Who knows how it came to the stacked jade legacy realm? Damn it, how can the dragon race of the dragon island deal with something from the dragon realm? Run, hide, wait until the stacked jade legacy realm closes, then we will have a chance to survive." Just as Ao Sheng was reminding them, a sound that caused Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng's dragon chi to tremble came from the space above their heads. Long Si, who had sucked the brains of dozens of giant dragons in an instant, chased after them again. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan's bloodline was pure, they didn't go limp because of Long Si's cry, but the other dozens of dragons and humans couldn't do the same, their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. However, Long Si seemed to be more interested in the pure-blooded Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan. It didn't care about the dragons at all. What was special was that Long Si's gray eyes were also looking at Xiao Hua. Not good. This guy seems to have found my dragon vein. What should I do? Xiao Hua saw Long Si looking at him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He then looked at Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, they were all afraid. He knew that the two dragons couldn't win against Long Si, this natural enemy, and he was afraid that only the great elder of the Dragon Hall could win. He quickly thought in his heart, I wonder if the great elder of the Dragon Hall can fight against Long Si? If he... Woo! At this critical moment, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky again. Along with the whistling of the wind, thousands of clouds rolled, and the scenery on the ground began to blur. Under the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful Long Si couldn't help but be swept up by the hurricane. Oh my god. The changes in the scenery are just too awesome. Xiao Hua hated the scenery of the stacked jade legacy realm, but now, he almost wanted to hug the crystal and kiss it a few times. The hurricane that changed the scenery was so big that it seemed to blow away everything in the world. Xiaohua, who had just survived a calamity, danced with the wind in midair. Woo! After a while, a huge wind whistled over Xiaohua's head, and the huge turning dragon platform floated away like a bullet in the hurricane. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and hugged the tumbling dragon platform. His entire body followed along. The changes in the scenery of the entire stacked jade legacy realm continued for a few hours. Only when Xiaohua rolled along with the tumbling dragon platform did the entire process come to a complete stop. Phew! Xiaohua drilled out of the mountain rocks below the somersault dragon platform with great difficulty. He patted the dust off his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, his forehead felt cold. When Xiaohua raised his head to look, he saw that the entire sky was covered in red clouds. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers floated out from these red clouds and began to cover the entire realm of stacking jade. The 4 seasons change. Xiaohua smiled. I thought that it would start from spring. I didn't expect it to start from winter. In any case, since the 4 seasons have started to change, it's not too late for the realm of stacking jade to close. I can finally escape from Long Sea's strangulation. Huh? This turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could Xiaohua still be thinking about the dragon cleansing pool? He was already lucky to be able to escape from Long Sea's hands. However, he inadvertently discovered that the huge turning dragon platform was strangely rolling towards the top of a mountain. This is 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xiaohua looked at the place where the turning dragon platform was rolling up and hurriedly flew up. When he saw the 3 mountain ranges that were like 3 huge dragons crawling on the ground, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A kind of ecstasy surged in his heart. 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. What about the 2 mountains beside the stream? Xiaohua hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see any other mountain ranges nearby. Creak creak. The turning dragon platform that had absorbed the blood essence of the dragon clan slowly rolled up the mountain, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and thoughtfully waited in the air. Another hour passed. The turning dragon platform was like a dragon pearl that had stopped at the peak of the mountain, and the ground was covered with rare snowflakes. Roar. 3 faint dragon roars came from below the 3 mountain ranges. The ground shook slightly. The 3 mountain ranges trembled like huge dragons playing with a pearl. The turning dragon platform bounced up into the air, giving rise to waves of fluctuations. Dragon vein. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something again. When the somersaulting dragon platform fell, a spatial crack appeared high up in the sky where the impact of the fluctuation was. 2 cracks in the shape of mountains appeared out of thin air. Walala. There was the sound of water, and a clear stream flowed out from the spatial crack. Beside the stream, outside the 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew towards the turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could he not know that the dragon cleansing pool was not within the realm of stacking jade, but within the spatial interlayer of the realm of stacking jade? Moreover, every time the realm of stacking jade opened, the dragon cleansing pool might not necessarily appear. Only when the turning dragon platform fell here, would the dragon cleansing pool appear. Therefore, Xiaohua finally understood that even the great elder of the dragon palace didn't know where the dragon cleansing pool was. However, the direction Xiaohua was flying towards was different from the dragon cleansing pool. His figure landed on the turning dragon platform. He looked at the turning dragon platform that was no longer fluctuating, then looked at the 3 dragon veins in the 3 mountain ranges. He hesitantly pinched his chin and pondered, "Motherfucker, isn't this Xiao being a little insincere?" Humph, what insincere? These dragon veins are ownerless items. Moreover, the realm of stacking jade is full of draconic energy. It won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Moreover, the dragon island hasn't found the dragon cleansing pool for so many years, isn't it not a big deal to them? Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure fell into the mountain range and released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua roared and pounced into the realm of stacking jade. It swallowed the dragon veins that had been growing for God knows how many years. Of course, Xiaohua didn't kill them all. Instead, he left a tail for each of the dragon veins. Presumably, it won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Of course, when Xiaohua swallowed the dragon veins, he cautiously looked at the spatial crack in the gurgling stream. Only when he saw that there weren't any special changes did he relax. After swallowing the dragon veins, Xiaohua stored them away. Xiaohua flew towards the spatial crack that looked like two mountain peaks. Xiaohua's figure landed in the space crack. Before he could see the situation in the space clearly, the roars of 10,000 dragons surged over like surging waves. These dragon roars were different from what Xiaohua usually heard. Some were weeping, some were wailing, some were moaning, some were laughing, and some were whispering. When every sound fell into Xiaohua's ears, the dragon vein in Xiaohua's physical body would tremble. An incomparably solemn and dignified aura of heaven and earth, and a strict aura of order assaulted his senses. This aura was 100 times more intense than the black and white runes that Xiaohua faced earlier. This seems to be the myriad dragon country. It seems to contain the profound mysteries of the dragon race's initial establishment, reproduction, and extinction. Dragon vein, Xiaohua whispered from the bottom of his heart, there's no need for any dragon jade. As long as I can understand these sounds, I can step into the dragon domain. Not only that. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, whose freedom had been restricted and who hadn't said a single word, suddenly opened his mouth. This young one has already sensed the boundless vitality within, the power to regenerate all living things. This must be the dragon cleansing pool. See. Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the spatial crack. At a glance, he saw the dragon cleansing pool that he had yearned for even in his dreams. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that this was a space filled with lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and fell into a pool of water that was 1,000 li in size. This pool wasn't an ordinary circular pool, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it stood in the spatial crack in the shape of a dragon. Inside the pool, a pool of light purple liquid was rippling like water. From a gap at the end of the pool, a small stream was gurgling out. This stream was originally as thin as a chopstick, but after leaving the pool, it immediately swelled up and became like an ordinary stream. Moreover, this stream grew larger and larger. After flowing for a few li, it completely disappeared and evaporated into the spatial crack. This is the dragon cleansing pool. Xiaohua looked inside the spatial crack. Apart from the lightning, there was nothing else. He was somewhat puzzled. After closing his eyes, he opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. In the delirium breaker Dharma eye, an enormous dragon shape that was several times more dazzling than an ordinary sun coiled in the spatial crack. Xiaohua resisted the discomfort caused by the delirium breaker Dharma eye and carefully observed it. This dragon shape looked similar to an ordinary dragon, but on the surface of the dragon shape, every dragon scale had millions of mysterious dragon patterns. Moreover, every trace of the dragon pattern gave off a fine light. Within the fine light, there were even finer lightning bolts. Tens of thousands of dragon scales gathered together to form an unparalleled dragon might. This dragon might was like a mountain, like the sun and the moon, like the heavens and the earth. Xiaohua almost couldn't see the entire dragon shape clearly. That glaring purple flame had already forced him to close his delirium breaker Dharma eye. After closing his Dharma eye, he saw the dragon cleansing pool again. He couldn't see the profoundness inside. Xiaohua was enlightened once again. The dragon cleansing pool was not created by man but by nature. The delusion breaker Dharma eye was the key to the creation of the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon carvings on the dragon's shape were the work of the gods. The carvings on the dragon's body were probably the result of these millions of dragon carvings. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, let me out first. Although I can't rely on this dragon cleansing pool to form my body, I can comprehend the essence of the dragon cleansing pool and see fellow Daoist Longmai's rebirth. This will be of great help to me in comprehending the vitality of Confucian cultivators. Fellow immortal, don't be impatient. Xiaohua said with a smile, the spatial laws in this folded jade legacy realm are incomplete. Confucian cultivators and clear eyes technique can't be used. This is the spatial crack of the folded jade legacy realm. Who knows if fellow immortal can come out? Chapter 40. Fortunately, Xiaohua only gave it a try before releasing the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua simply let the green-robed Xiaohua send out his invisible nascent soul to experience the changes in the dragon cleansing pool together. Looking at the resplendent swordlight and the rumbling thunder, Xiaohua turned his head to look outside the spatial crack, at the snowflakes floating down from the stacked jade legacy realm. He sighed in his heart, then his mind escaped into the mysterious dark clouds. How is it? Xiao Bai had previously swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, so he naturally knew some secrets of the stacked jade legacy realm. Although he had never asked, he was inevitably nervous. After all, even a dragon like Ao Jiao couldn't form her body. Xiao Bai was only a flood dragon, so how could he be blessed by heaven? Now that he saw Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, he couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, everything is ready except for the east wind. How is your cultivation of the dragon transformation art? Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. The entire soul formation realm was filled with Xiao Bai's joy, and the gloom and sorrow that seemed to have accumulated for hundreds of years disappeared in an instant. Xiao Bai laughed for half a cup of tea's time before he opened his mouth and said, I don't know how to describe the excitement in my heart, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you, Xiao Bai. Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but be excited and said, you and I met because of Yellow Flower Ridge, and you died because of Shanghuaming. Although you aren't a member of Shanghuaming, in my eyes, you are the same as second senior brother and senior sister. You are my family in this life, and I am very happy to be able to do something for you. Furthermore, you and I are best friends. Your soul remains in my mysterious dark clouds, and my soul cultivation progresses along with you. How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who we can entrust everything to? Sigh. Xiao Bai's expression gradually calmed down, and he sighed slightly and said, you are right. In the face of such feelings, any words are useless, and no matter what you say, it is useless. Have you cultivated your dragon transformation skill to perfection? Jade Archive Xiaohua was still concerned about the dragon transformation skill and asked again. Xiao Bai smiled and said, although there are 9 layers to the dragon transformation art, when the dragon jade was incomplete, I did not quite understand it. After all, the tempering techniques in it were too profound. Furthermore, back then, with my python body, I had actually already mastered most of the dragonization art. Otherwise, how could I have transformed into a dragon? When the dragon jade was complete and I learned that the dragon transformation art was originally a cultivation method for the dragon race to remodel their bodies, I completely understood that during this period of time, there were no longer any obstacles for me to look back at the dragon transformation art in my soul state. At this point, Little White asked again, by the way, Xiaohua, you didn't let fellow Daoist Long Mai reconstruct his body first? Your matter is more important. Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, leave the matter of Daoist Long Mai for later. Little White was moved again. After thinking for a bit, it raised its dragon claw and a crystal light fell in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It said, this is my recent understanding of the dragonization art. Perhaps it will be of some help to Daoist Long Mai. Okay. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and the crystal light immediately entered Little White's body. He then urged, let's go, Little White. It's time for you to remodel your body. When Xiaohua's consciousness withdrew from the mysterious dark clouds, he used the soul strands to drag Little White's soul out. Immediately, the entire space was filled with crackling sounds. The dragon that was originally difficult to see with the naked eye actually revealed its outline. Moreover, the calm purple liquid in the dragon cleansing pool also began to show traces of ripples. Xiaohua, I'm going. Little White was actually somewhat reserved as it looked at the dragon cleansing pool and said in a low voice. Xiaohua said with a smile, go. Don't worry about personal gains and losses. Just stay calm and clear, and activate the dragonization art. Okay. Little White took a deep breath. Roar. With a long roar, its soul rushed into the dragon cleansing pool. Boom. Seeing Little White's soul fall into the dragon cleansing pool, the entire space shook with a loud boom. A huge fire dragon shape appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. Oh. Xiaohua somewhat understood. He knew that this was the reason why Little White swallowed the fire dragon's soul. Buzz. A series of strange sounds came from the dragon cleansing pool. The water in the dragon cleansing pool began to boil. At the crack in space, countless amounts of dragon spiritual energy rushed out from the stacked Jade Legacy realm and madly entered the dragon shape that was faintly visible to the naked eye. When the dragon's spiritual energy entered the dragon scale, it turned into fireflies that hovered in the dragon cleansing pool. Hiss. Is this the power of rebirth? Xiaohua's voice came from the sword light. Xiaohua hastily looked over and saw a flickering black and white light appear at the end of the dragon cleansing pool. Then, even more black and white light appeared. In the blink of an eye, another dragon scale was formed. Then, the dragon scales began to flicker. Xiaohua. At this time, Little White's voice came, don't forget your promise. Quickly give me a drop of essence blood. You. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you want my essence blood for? I have a lot of dragon corpses here. How about I give you their flesh? Hee, we had an agreement back then. Little White didn't explain and only laughed from the dragon cleansing pool. All right. Xiaohua helplessly sent a drop of essence blood into the dragon scale. Whoosh. A blood-red light flashed within the dragon scale. Within the blood-red light, the chanting of gods and devils could be faintly heard. One by one, the figures of gods and devils that couldn't be determined inexplicably appeared. The black and white light from before immediately dimmed under the influence of the gods and devils. A bit of flesh appeared within the light, and at the same time, the liquid in the dragon cleansing pool began to rush into the flesh and turned into something else. In just a short moment, a butterfly-shaped dragon tail appeared. Thunderclaps sounded like raindrops, and the dragon's spiritual energy blew in from the spatial crack like a hurricane. Snowflakes also entered the spatial crack, and the originally solemn atmosphere in the spatial crack became even denser. Mysterious ripples were produced in the spatial crack one after another. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was immersed in comprehending the Tao of life. Green-robed Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was engrossed in comprehending the Tao of life and death. Even Xiaohua's eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This was the power of heaven and earth that was rarely seen in the world. This was the mystery of heaven and earth that came out of nothing. It was more profound than any cultivation method, secret technique, divine ability, or secret technique in the world. This was the source of all magical techniques and divine abilities. After a full 2 hours, the reconstruction of Little White's dragon body finally came to an end. A dragon body that was close to 50 kilometers in size gradually emerged from the dragon cleansing pool. Its scales flashed with mysterious dragon patterns, and every inch of its flesh was engraved with indescribable runes. Its seemingly real dragon body was filled with vitality and vitality. Boom. In the end, the entire space began to rumble with lightning and thunder. Consciousnesses that could easily destroy the entire world appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. With the appearance of these consciousnesses, an obscure and incomprehensible draconic incantation appeared amidst the rumbling thunder. Following this draconic incantation, the lightning in the entire space began to gather, forming a huge character on the little white dragon's blurry head. This character was so strange that even Xiaohua, who had cultivated green seal text, couldn't see it in his mind even though he could see it with his eyes. Chirp. The words that came out of the lightning made a sound that was similar to the green seal script. Then, they fell into the little white dragon's head. It was like the finishing touch. The little white dragon's head suddenly appeared. At the same time, all the waves converged on the little white dragon's head, and the blood-red dragon horn appeared on its head. The moment the dragon horn appeared, all the gods and devils chanted, and all the thunder and lightning disappeared. Ha! Little White laughed and flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. Its huge dragon body rapidly shrank. When it arrived in front of Xiaohua, the flames around Little White's body flashed, and a human figure wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Xiaohua. It cupped its hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, I greet you." Looking at the human figure that looked exactly like him and the mysterious dragon pattern on the robe, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and returned the gesture. "Little White, don't you have your original form?" "Ha!" Little White laughed, "I only have my original form of a monster. I don't have a human face." "Oh." Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Ordinary dragons can't transform into a real human like you because they don't have the bloodline of a human. And you can only transform into me because you have my blood essence." Not only that. Little White's body swayed and transformed into an ordinary dragon. It danced in the air a few times and said with a smile, "I once cultivated in your soul, so I also have the power of your soul. When I transform into you, even Virokana revered one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You're my real incarnation." Xiaohua said with a smile, "You're no longer a soul body, so you can't enter the soul to cultivate. What plans do you have?" "Plans?" Little White laughed, "I'll follow you. What other plans do I have? The world is vast. There are many places you can go." Xiaohua nodded, "Even if you and I depend on each other for survival, you should go out and gain experience." "All right." Little White replied, "I'll listen to you. After all, I've just condensed my physical body. It's better for me to walk around first. Also." Xiaohua thought of something and wanted to send a voice transmission, but he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your origin, just don't reveal it. I don't have anything else to tell you." "All right." Little White replied without hesitation, "We naturally have to endure our blood feud. When the time is right, we'll talk about it. How much dragon cleansing liquid did you use in the dragon cleansing pool?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon cleansing pool and asked, "Is there enough left for fellow Daoist dragon bloodline to condense his body?" Chapter 40-41. Don't worry. Little White Dragon laughed and replied proudly, "I only used 20% of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid. The remaining is enough for Daoist Longmai to condense his body." "Good." Xiaohua relaxed and asked, "I have a Kunlun mirror here with a Kunlun immortal realm for you to cultivate in. Do you want to go in now? Or do you want to stay here?" "Of course I want to stay here." The little white dragon replied without any hesitation, "Fellow Daoist Longmai is your clone, so I have to protect you no matter what." "Good." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "Daoist Longmai, it's time for you to condense your body." Roar. With a dragon roar, Longmai Xiaohua rushed out of Xiaohua's body. Rumble. As Longmai Xiaohua appeared, the previously extinguished lightning instantly enveloped the entire space. Even the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid began to boil. Hiss. Seeing such a phenomenon, not only was Xiaohua shocked, even Little White Dragon was stunned. "Daoist friend." Xiaohua hurriedly said, the dragon cleansing pool's life force suddenly flourished, 10 times stronger than before. The lightning energy has also strengthened 10 times. Green-robed Xiaohua reminded at the same time. "There's more." Xiaohua said, "Once Daoist Longmai condenses his body, he might not be able to return to your body. How will you cultivate your Dao sex techniques?" Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "I have already thought about it for a long time. Now, Daoist Longmai is no longer just eyes meridians. He is also an independent Daoist friend. Condensing his body is the first step of his cultivation. I cannot destroy his heavenly Dao for myself." Xiaohua. Long Mai Xiaohua's entire body was incomparably bright in the space. His voice also seemed to come from the heavens. Thank you. Hee, no need to be so polite. Xiaohua laughed. You are me, and I am you. I'm thinking for you and also for myself. Little White, thank you for your understanding of the dragonization art. Long Mai Xiaohua looked at the reborn little white dragon. Now, I have full confidence in condensing my body. No need to be so polite. Little white dragon's voice. You are me, I am you. Roar. Long Mai Xiaohua's dragon roar shook the space. Xiaohua, the dragon flew into the dragon cleansing pool. Don't worry, I'll give you some essence blood. Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly forced a drop of essence blood into Xiaohua's mouth. Aren't you being too stingy? The green-robed Xiaohua laughed from the side. Now, the lightning in the dragon cleansing pool is more than 10 times stronger than the little white dragon's body. How can a drop of your essence blood succeed? It? Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. He fiercely glared at the green-robed Xiaohua. Daoist teat est, SSS. Daoist Lord Longmai's body is to condense body to condense. Me too. Xiaohua, of course, wouldn't let Longmai Xiaohua's body formation fail. Thinking for a moment, he gave another 8 drops of blood. Xiaohua's face turned pale. Boom. Longmai Xiaohua rushed into the dragon cleansing pool, causing the space to tremble. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Longmai Xiaohua's body formation phenomenon was 10 times stronger than when little white dragon condensed his body. Looking at the dragon's spiritual chi gushing out from the folded jade legacy realm, it caused the space crack to shake. The 2 mountains seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh no. Although Xiaohua was prepared, he didn't expect Longmai Xiaohua's body formation to be so powerful. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, the dragon cleansing pool roared. Roar. The dragon above the dragon cleansing pool actually let out a roar. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was like a water dragon charging into the dragon. Even more concentrated lightning bolts struck the dragon's scales and patterns. After the dragon cleansing pool filled up the dragon, it continued to expand uncontrollably. At the end of the dragon cleansing pool, the black and white specks of light at the dragon's tail had yet to appear, let alone the condensation of blood and flesh. Little White, what's going on? Xiaohua panicked and turned to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. After a while, he stuttered, I don't know, roar. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's dragon roar resounded once more from the dragon cleansing pool. An enormous dragon figure actually charged out from the pool, flashed over Xiaohua's head, and flew towards the stacked jade legacy realm. Around the dragon's shape, there were billions of lightning and billions of dragon runes that looked like sparkling jade lights. It was a spectacular sight. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly moved his body and followed Little White Dragon out of the space. Woo! A huge wind whistled. The dragon's shape gradually expanded and rushed towards the folded jade legacy realm. It was probably already more than 10,000 miles away. At this time, the drifting snowflakes were sucked into the huge dragon shape along with the dragon spirit chi in the folded jade legacy realm. This hurricane was so big that it gradually affected the entire folded jade legacy realm. Along with the hurricane, the entire folded jade legacy realm fell into lightning and thunder. 10,000 layers of dragon clouds, 10,000 layers of dragon roars, the entire folded jade legacy realm seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth. This huge movement was not inferior to the changes in the scenery of the folded jade legacy realm. Especially, along with the appearance of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon shape and the condensation of Longmai Xiaohua's flesh, an earth-shattering dragon aura gradually condensed from an inexplicable space within Xiaohua's body. This dragon aura was so powerful that it caused all the dragons in the folded jade legacy realm to crawl on the ground. Dragon territory. Dragon territory. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were naturally attracted by the phenomenon of Longmai Xiaohua's body condensation. Like all the other dragons, they flew towards the direction of the huge dragon shape. However, when the dragon aura was released, they couldn't help but tremble. Ao Xing resisted the trembling and actually revealed the tone of a great elder. This. Could it be that the passage between the folded Jade Legacy Realm and Dragon Territory has been repaired? Did the Dragon Territory's holy dragon descend here? When did the dragon aura of the Four Seas Dragon Clan and Dragon Islands Dragon Clan become so powerful? Looking far into the distance, Long Si, who was sucking on a giant dragon, raised her head in surprise. She looked at the dragon pillar, and a rare look of fear and indescribable greed appeared in her withered and emotionless eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Long Si suddenly jumped into the air, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Long Si was not the only one who was attracted by this unusual phenomenon. Even further away, another black figure that was dozens of feet large flew up from the ground. Its body also swiftly descended into the empty space. Behind this black figure, there were also a couple of huge dragon corpses that had fallen on a huge rock. Quick, quick! Although the dragons were shocked by the dragon aura, they understood in their hearts and shouted, "Quickly rush to where the holy dragon is. Only by reaching there will we be safe. Only the holy dragon can resist Long Si. Damn it, fellow Daoist Longmai is too strong." Little White Dragon was also shocked by the dragon aura. However, he had just come out of the dragon cleansing pool and the dragon aura of the dragon cleansing liquid in his body hadn't faded yet. Therefore, he could still stand there steadily. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, Xiao Hua, who was standing next to Little White Dragon, had a trace of worry on his face. Although he couldn't see what was wrong with this powerful dragon aura, he could feel the lack of strength in Xiao Hua's body condensation. Xiao Hua looked at the snowflakes dancing in the air, then the yellow leaves drifting in the air, and now it was drizzling. He understood that because of Xiao Hua's body condensation, the 3 seasons of the stacked Jade Legacy Realm had been completed within several hours. The dragon's spiritual qi had condensed into Xiao Hua's body, but the will of the body condensation and the dragon language that sealed the heavenly pattern land deed hadn't appeared. This could only mean that his 9 drops of essence blood weren't enough to condense Xiao Hua's body. What else is missing? What else is missing? Xiao Hua held his forehead with one hand and whispered in a somewhat anxious tone. Little White Dragon also frowned. He thought for a moment, then probed, "Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist Longmai is formed by luck and borrowed your meridians. It's easier for him to fuse with the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. This place is a fragment of the dragon domain. Does he lack dragon domain's essence blood? Damn it, how can I have dragon jade's essence blood?" Xiao Hua replied somewhat anxiously. "Isn't there a dragon priest in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm?" Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua reminded. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. Although dragon priest is from the dragon domain, he isn't a dragon. His essence blood won't be useful. That's not right. Green-robed Xiao Hua said, "Fellow Daoist Longmai hasn't condensed his body for a long time. It should be because he doesn't have enough life force. Or rather, he doesn't have enough dragon spiritual qi. Dragon Jade. Crystal Dragon. Dragon Core." Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. These 3 things came from Dragon Field. There must be pure dragon spirit qi from Dragon Field inside. Put the dragon core at the back. Green-robed Xiao Hua immediately shouted, "Let's give the useless crystal dragon and dragon jade to fellow Daoist Longmai first." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua took out dragon jade and crystal dragon and sent them into the dragon cleansing pool together. Boom! The dragon cleansing pool once again surged with wild waves. An indescribable ripple spread from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head that Xiao Hua still couldn't form. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire stacked Jade Legacy Realm turned completely dark. Only a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. In the darkness, hundreds of powerful consciousnesses appeared in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Then, hundreds of cryptic dragon language appeared in the thunder like an incantation. It was like a blessing and also like a prayer. Following this dragon language, hundreds of huge characters directly emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. Dragon. Dragon ancestors' blessing. Aoshin crawled on the ground and couldn't help but cry out, "This isn't the dragon domain's holy dragon descends. It's a dragon's body condensed. Xiao Hua. This is Xiao Hua. But, dragon ancestors' blessing, how can there be so many? There's a total of 100. How is this possible?" Chapter 40-42. Just as Dragon Hall's great elder was confused, hundreds of dragon runes landed on Dragon Vein Xiaohua's head. At the same time, a huge dragon head slowly grew out. 2 9-colored crystal dragon horns also grew out. Above the dragon horns, there was a faint dragon crown. The hundreds of dragon ancestors' blessings landed on the dragon horns. All the gods and demons chanted and all the thunder and lightning completely disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the lightning and thunder, there were also layers of dark clouds in the forgotten realm of stacked jade. The entire sky seemed to have brightened up as jade-like crystals were born in the sky. Like a spring breeze, tens of thousands of flower petals bloomed among the cloud trees. Stacked jade, stacked jade. Xiao Hua was in a good mood. Looking at the layers of jade falling down, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid this is the origin of the realm of stacked jade." Roar. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua stretched his neck and let out a long cry. His huge dragon body rapidly shrank. The dragon might that pervaded the entire realm of stacked jade also faded like the tide. When Dragon Vein Xiaohua landed in the dragon cleansing pool, all the strange phenomena disappeared. "I greet you." Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew out from the dragon cleansing pool and transformed into a human figure that looked exactly like Xiaohua. He bowed and greeted. Little white dragon's figure flashed and landed beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua. His appearance was also no different from Xiaohua. Not to mention the naked eye, even if divine sense swept over, it was impossible to distinguish Little White from Dragon Vein Xiaohua. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua ignored the little white dragon and cupped his hands in return. His gaze was rather satisfied as he looked up and down at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, who was dressed in a dragon-patterned Daoist robe. He said, "Fellow Daoist, you can use your original appearance. There's no need to transform into my appearance." "Okay." Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled. The dragon runes moved slightly and his human figure disappeared. A 5-clawed color dragon with a dragon crown appeared in front of Xiaohua. You actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body?" Little White Dragon looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua's 5 claws and was shocked. He asked in disbelief. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "Indeed. Before I condensed my body, I didn't notice it. Now that I have condensed my body, I realize that I actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body. Sigh, a dragon among dragons. Fate is indeed different." Little White Dragon sighed. Comparing dragons to dragons really makes dragons angry. Ouch. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 2 dragons that had successfully condensed their bodies. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. He threw down the 2 dragons and hurriedly flew to the side of the dragon cleansing pool. At this time, the dragon cleansing pool was almost empty. Less than half of the dragon cleansing liquid was flowing in the pool. "Withdraw." Without hesitation, Xiaohua extended his consciousness into the dragon cleansing pool. Fortunately, the dragon cleansing pool had just been destroyed by the Dragon Vein Xiaohua's transformation, and all the innate restrictions had yet to recover. Xiaohua's consciousness swept up the dragon cleansing liquid and smoothly sent it into the space. "Ha!" Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed, "This way, I won't have any regrets." Before he could finish laughing, the sound of a beast's roar that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end came from outside the dragon cleansing pond. "Long Sea. Why did this thing chase after us? Damn it." Xiaohua's face was pale. Long Sea was the natural enemy of the dragon race. How could the 2 freshly emerged dragons outside the dragon cleansing pool be a match for Long Sea? Roar, roar. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, 2 resounding dragon roars rang out at the same time as the sound of an explosion. Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. When he flew out, the little white dragon and Long Si had already transformed into 1,000 zhang long dragon and were fighting with a similarly 1,000 zhang Long Si. Although the two dragons were at a disadvantage, they did not look like ordinary dragons that were being eaten. Xiao Hua came to a realization. The dragon cleansing pool was an item of the dragon domain. The two dragons born from the dragon cleansing pool were naturally not something the Dragon Island's dragon race could compare to. They would not be particularly afraid of Long Si. Of course, the strength that Long Si Xiao Hua was displaying now was extremely unmatched with the huge abnormality of Long Si Xiao Hua's body condensation. This made Xiao Hua a little confused. However, how could Xiao Hua have the time to think? With a roar, his body flashed with brilliance as he displayed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique and joined the battle with the wishful steel staff in his hand. Rumble. Just as Xiao Hua's figure left the dragon cleansing pool, a loud thunder sounded again. The two mountain-like spatial cracks quickly healed, and the dragon platform between the three mountains also began to slowly roll down the mountain. Roar. Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua roared angrily. He opened his dragon mouth and tore off a piece of flesh from dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's body. Taking advantage of dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's success, Dragon bloodline Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a several thousand-foot-long tongue came out of his dragon head and fiercely lunged at dragon bloodline Xiao Hua's forehead. Boom! Just as the tongue was about to pierce Long Si Xiao Hua's forehead, a black wishful steel staff suddenly appeared from the void and smashed right in the middle of the tongue. The whole tongue bent like noodles. Gee! Long Si Xiao Hua was ashamed and angry, and its huge claws slapped at Xiao Hua. This slap of Long Si Xiao Hua actually contained a restriction that shrouded the space of several hundred zhang around Xiao Hua, imprisoning Xiao Hua. Pa! Xiao Hua's whole body shone with golden light, but he was unable to break free from this restriction. The beast claw slapped down and hit his arm. Xiao Hua's several hundred zhang golden body fell from the sky like a stone and landed on the ground with a boom. However, it was only a moment before Xiao Hua flew out from the ground again and rushed into the air, although there were some cracks on his arm. Ah! It was also at this moment that Long Si's other beast claw fell on Little White Dragon's tail. A large piece of flesh was torn, and Little White Dragon cried out in pain. Immediately, Long Si Xiao Hua turned its head and its long tongue suddenly attacked Little White Dragon's forehead. Little White Dragon turned pale with fright, and a dark green halo flashed between its dragon horns. A halo rushed out and landed on Long Si Xiao Hua's forehead without any obstruction. Long Si Xiao Hua suddenly screamed and hastily retracted its tongue, as if it wanted to protect its forehead. Ka! At this moment, a shadow flashed by on Long Si Xiao Hua's tail. Long Si Xiao Hua's dragon tail suddenly fell, and Long Si Xiao Hua's tail immediately bent. Long Si Xiao Hua's figure rose up and loudly howled. Kill! Xiao Hua coldly waved his hand. Following Xiao Hua's command, Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiao Hua once again pounced on Long Si Xiao Hua from both sides. G. Long Si Xiao Hua roared 3 times in a row, and its entire monster body was suffused with a striking scarlet color. The dragon patterns on its body seemed to be alive, and an indescribable dragon might was actually emitted from Long Si Xiao Hua's body, forcing Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiao Hua to retreat several thousand zhang. Xiao Hua was even worse off, and was firmly pressed on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as the dragon might grew stronger, the two dragons' movements were also restricted, and a vague feeling of bone softness and tendon numbness appeared again. Not good. Xiao Hua looked at Long Si Xiao Hua, who was ferociously closing in on Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiao Hua, and was greatly alarmed. Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiao Hua have after all just formed their bodies, and their strength is still shallow. How can they be this Long Si's opponent? At this crucial moment, roar. A loud and clear dragon roar came from afar, and a mountain-like dragon might rushed over like a wave. Rumble. It violently collided with Long Si's dragon might from all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua struggled to fly up from the ground, and rushed to Long Si Xiaohua's side. Fellow. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and asked, the heaven and earth anomaly of your body forming is so big, and has indeed disturbed the entire overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, but why is your strength still so weak? Long Si Xiaohua indifferently replied, I's body forming movement is big, and it can only mean that I's dragon body foundation is good, and I have great potential in the future. It can't mean that I's strength can surpass you all of a sudden. That Ao Xing is called Little Clan Elder, but isn't his current strength inferior to I? Xiaohua was only complaining, but he actually understood in his heart. Looking at Long Si, whose dragon might was like a mountain, he asked, now, what should we do? Fight to the death. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon eyes were unyielding. I formed my body from the dragon's spiritual energy of the dragon domain, and this heaven and earth originally did not tolerate it. How can you not know? It is difficult for any almighty to descend into the world, and there is bound to be a heaven and earth calamity. This Long Si is the heaven and earth's test for I, and I will definitely fight and win, and kill if I win. Good. Little White Dragon shouted from the side. I will also help. Rumble. While Xiaohua and the others were talking, Long Si Xiaohua had already clashed with Long Si. Dense draconic aura wreaked havoc in an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Specks of emerald green danced in the hurricane. Scales and drops of dragon blood also flashed with a bloody color in the emerald green. The entire space was cracking and collapsing amidst the roars. The great elder of the Dragon Hall once again used Ao Xing's dragon body to reveal his true form. That 8th grade essence force was evenly matched with Long Si. Even with the powerful combat ability of the dragon race, the great elder tore Long Si's body into pieces. The pain made Long Si's withered yellow eyes flash with green light. Xiaohua, Little White Dragon, and Long Si Xiaohua were forced back step by step by the unstoppable force, and that knife-like wind blade even cut open the huge rocks of the realm of Jade. Luckily, Little White Dragon looked at Long Si Xiaohua, who had the upper hand with lingering fear, and said, Long Si Xiaohua was distracted during this training, otherwise we would have all died in Long Si's mouth. Not necessarily. Long Si Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed, and said in a low voice, this Long Si's dragon might is starting to change, not only that. Xiaohua's face also turned pale. Long Si Xiaohua has already appeared once with Ao Xing's body. I'm afraid he won't be able to last long this time. His dragon might and aura are already starting to weaken. At this moment, Long Si Xiaohua's sharp claws slashed through the air, and instantly created a several hundred zhang long wound on Long Si's abdomen, and that faint golden blood flowed out from the wound. However, Long Si not only did not roar in pain, but instead let out a hiss, and this hiss actually had a hint of a dragon's roar. Looking at the wound, Kacha. It expanded, and a golden light flashed out from the wound, and a monster that looked like a python dragon poked its head out from the wound. Chapter 40-43. Once this monster similar to Long Si appeared, a huge dragon might and an aura that could cause 10,000 dragons to tremble was released. It spread towards the depths of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Even Dragon Hall's great elder couldn't help but tremble when facing this aura. It was hard for him to gather the dragon chi in his body. Not good. Dragon Hall's great elder shouted and transmitted his voice to Xiaohua, quick. Daoist Master Xiao, ask these two immortal friends to come and help. This Long Si is about to advance. As long as he succeeds, the stacked Jade Legacy realm, no, the entire Dragon Island will be destroyed. You can't even deal with it with your 8th grade essence energy strength. How can we deal with it? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Right now, the only person in the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm who wasn't afraid of Long Si was probably him. Of course I can kill Long Si with my strength. Dragon Hall's great elder said anxiously, I even have the heavenly dragon technique that I haven't used yet. But this Long Si is the natural enemy of my dragon race. Before Long Si advanced, I could still resist his killing aura. Now that Long Si has started to advance, I'm afraid I can't resist anymore. And Daoist master's two immortal friends have just condensed their bodies and came out of the dragon cleansing pool. They aren't afraid of Long Si's killing aura. Xiaohua squinted his eyes, as if he was bargaining, but their strength is only at 6th grade essence energy. Relying on the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they might reach 7th grade essence energy. Adding on Daoist master. Great Elder's voice became more and more hurried, as if he couldn't breathe due to Long Si's killing aura. I can also use the Heavenly Dragon technique again. We might have the strength to fight. Long Si only consumes dragons, right? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Of course, the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm's dragon race. Great Elder was caught off guard and said casually. But just as he said that, he immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said angrily, Daoist Master Xiao, you. Xiaohua's hand pinched his chin, looking at the new Long Si who was coming out of the bloodstains on Long Si's abdomen. He said calmly, Great Elder has already used this Xiao enough. Don't you feel that you are very unkind? But didn't you also find the dragon cleansing pool? Didn't he condense his body as well? The Grand Elder couldn't help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. That new dragon priest's killing intent was too powerful. If there is no Long Si, Xiaohua said with a smile, of course, I will abide by the agreement in the Dragon Palace. Besides, even if there is no Long Si, the thing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan obtained in the deeper Yuan, you don't think that it flew out of nowhere, do you? All right. The Great Elder of the Dragon Palace naturally knew what Xiaohua was talking about. He also understood Xiaohua's meaning. He resolutely and decisively said, Long you will be given to a real person to comprehend for 1,000 years. No. How could Xiaohua agree? He waves his hand and says, Long Yu belongs to your dragon island. Now that this Xiao has found him, he should already belong to this Xiao. However, this Xiao is willing to return it to its rightful owner. As for when it will be returned, that will depend on my mood. At this point, the Great Elder of the Dragon Hall no longer had any room to bargain. He said without hesitation, if you return it before you ascend, I will agree on behalf of the Dragon Hall. Otherwise, I will go all out, deal. Xiaohua saw Long Si break out of the cocoon and did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly said, let's go together. Kill this bastard. All right. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall said again, Long Si has advanced. There is a fetal belt in his abdomen. It is the essence of Long Si and is also Long Si's only weakness. My dragon race does not dare to approach that place. Only that immortal friend Five Claws can. However, that place is especially tough. Only Five Claws' dragon claws can break it. Once this fetal belt is broken, Long Si's essence will leak out. You can also kill him. What about you? Xiaohua nodded and whispered to Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua. He then asked. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall sneered, do you think this old man is useless? Even if this old man has to give up this primordial spirit, I will still kill Long Si. That is. Xiaohua said with a smile, if Long Si does not die, I am afraid the entire Dragon Island will be in danger. Great Elder, if you have any trump cards, take them all out. Long Si cannot leave the stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Great Elder looked at Long Si and said with a decisive tone, without the true dragon tablet, no one can return to the Dragon Island. Roar. At this time, Long Si had already raised his head from the blood stains. Although there were no dragon horns on the beast's head and it did not have the shape of a dragon, a kind of beast roar that was extremely similar to that of the dragon race came out from its bloody mouth. When this sound came out, the Great Elder's dragon body trembled and shouted, Daoist Master Xiao, we do not have time. Hurry up and do it. All right. Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered, we will attract Long Si's attention. Fellow Daoist Dragon Vein, you are responsible for killing Long Si. Roar. Little White and Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared at the same time, as if they were emboldening each other. The two huge dragons, one from the left and one from the back, pounced towards Long Si. Woo! Seeing the two dragons move, the Great Elder urged Ao Sheng's dragon body and also rushed into the sky. However, before the Great Elder could get close to Long Si slightly moaned, and the Great Elder's body immediately trembled. He could not even fly and was about to fall. Wang. The Great Elder's dragon body suddenly flashed with brilliance, and streams of dragon aura surged from all directions. The dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm was first plundered by Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body, and now that Long Si had advanced, it was swept clean again, so the dragon aura that the Great Elder attracted this time was really insufficient. However, as the dragon aura poured in, the Great Elder opened his mouth, and obscure dragon language flew out from his mouth. Then, the Great Elder waved his dragon claws, and the space within hundreds of miles gradually condensed into a kind of crystal-like thing. Ga. At this time, Xiaohua did not care about hiding his strength anymore. He abandoned his transcendence golden body and gradually formed a demon body. The Phoenix Wu raised its head and screamed, flapping its wings and pouncing towards Long Si. Facing Long Si, the Phoenix Wu who had transformed into a phoenix did not have any natural fear. Even the sound that made the dragons go limp only made his heart tremble, and did not have any effect on his physical body. The Phoenix Wu waved its phoenix claws, and a mark that was hundreds of feet long flashed in mid-air, slashing towards Long Si like lightning. This sharp blade that could cut an ordinary cultivator in half did not seem to be in Long Si's eyes at all. Long Si sensed the abnormality and suddenly turned his head, spitting out dirty blood from his mouth. Swoosh. An extremely tough blood cloud blocked in front of the Phoenix Wu. Caw. Under the Phoenix Wu's sharp claws, this blood cloud actually made a golden sound. When the blood cloud was torn apart, the Phoenix Wu's strength had already disappeared, and the Phoenix Wu did not hesitate to extend its beak and peck at Long Si's forehead from afar. Long Si's forehead was originally stained with blood, but at this time, it seemed to have been washed away by the rain. Swoosh. With a sound, a crack appeared between Long Si's brows. Long Si was shocked, and his figure flashed quickly. The hidden dragon patterns on his body flashed brilliantly, and he rushed out of the blood, wanting to block the Phoenix Wu's attack. At this time, Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua's attacks also arrived. The dragon claws landed on Long Si's skin, but with a caw sound, the dragon patterns on Long Si's skin still flashed, and it actually blocked the attacks of the two dragons. Wang. At the same time, within a few miles of Long Si, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Tens of thousands of huge scenery-like objects appeared out of thin air and stabbed into Long Si's skin from all directions. Although the skin flashed with dragon patterns and destroyed a portion of the scenery-like objects, there were still many of the scenery-like objects that stabbed into it. Boom. The scenery-like objects exploded, and the skin was also blasted into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and Long Si, who was not fully formed before, was exposed in midair. However, at the same time that the scenery-like objects exploded, Great Elder, who was using the heavenly dragon speech technique in midair, had traces of dragon blood seeping out of his dragon scales. His brilliance also dimmed a lot, and his entire body flew back several thousand feet. It was obvious that he was hit by Long Si's backlash. This is all I can do. Great Elder's extremely weak voice sounded, quickly kill Long Si. It can't be. Feng Wu really didn't understand why Long Si was so powerful that even someone as strong as Great Elder was so powerless. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He flapped his wings, and the thin power of the stars and moon created a simple restriction. His entire body moved again, and he pounced towards Long Si. Little White Dragon also seemed to be going all out. Its entire body rapidly transformed, and it became extremely long as it desperately tried to entangle Long Si. Roar. Long Si sensed danger and roared loudly. His entire body expanded, and it was actually 10,000 feet long. However, the body that had just been pulled out of the scenery-like object looked abnormally slender. Moreover, although there was a large amount of dragon spiritual energy surging in from the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, it was clearly not enough for Long Si to fully form. When Long Si roared, his body suddenly expanded. Little White Dragon's body made creaking sounds, as if it was about to be torn apart. On Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon head, the seven-colored dragon horn on his dragon head gave off an inexplicable fluctuation, firmly covering Long Si's forehead. The vague dragon crown also appeared, and a colorful light rushed towards Long Si. Swoosh! Feng Wu rushed over, and his sharp claws scratched Long Si's body. Several feet of flesh and blood were torn apart, and his other sharp claws pierced deeply into Long Si's body. Before Feng Wu's sharp claws could penetrate deeper, from the side of Long Si's body, a tentacle stretched out. Paw! It hit Feng Wu's phoenix body, and the huge force sent Feng Wu flying. Even his skin was torn apart by an extremely corrosive thing on the tentacle. See! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Even his powerful body wasn't Long Si's opponent. How could an ordinary dragon be Long Si's opponent? Boom! The moment Long Si attacked Xiaohua, Dragon Vane Xiaohua pierced his dragon horn into Long Si's body. A huge explosion rang out, mixed with a bloody light that soared into the sky. Long Si's screams resounded through the air. All of the dragons were scared out of their wits when they heard the miserable screams. Chapter 40-44. Although Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon horn had already pierced into Long Si's body, Long Si's screams were still loud and clear. It was far from being killed. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly saw something that looked like a human baby's umbilical cord within the bloodstains. It was several zhang in size and was slightly wriggling in the bloodstains. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Little White Dragon heard it and swept its tail towards the umbilical cord. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The umbilical cord emitted a strange brilliance and cryptic fluctuations, not allowing the dragon tail to get close. Long Si sensed Little White Dragon's intention and turned around to bite Little White Dragon. Roar! Long Si was indeed the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Long Si had not completely transformed yet. With just a small bite, it immediately bit off a large part of Little White Dragon's neck. This pain was not only physical, but also spiritual and other mysterious parts. Little White Dragon was in so much pain that it raised its head and roared. Not only that, Long Si's dragon claw even reached into Little White Dragon's chest. With a pu sound, the dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing pool was like a piece of paper under Long Si's dragon claw. Roar! Little White Dragon threw caution to the wind. Ignoring the tearing pain all over its body, it once again urged its dragon chi and wrapped its body around Long Si. At this critical moment, Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon claw quietly reached out from Little White Dragon's side and grabbed Long Si's umbilical cord. Just as Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon claw reached out, Long Si had already sensed it. He roared and turned around to escape. However, although Little White Dragon was covered in blood, it still risked its life to entangle Long Si. Above Long Si's head, Feng Wu once again pounced and blocked Long Si's escape with its huge wings. Suddenly, Long Si's immature tail pulled out from the blood and landed on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back. This Long Si's tail was even sharper than a sword. A deep wound appeared on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back, revealing the bone. When had Dragon Vane Xiaohua ever suffered such great pain? Xiaohua's entire dragon body was trembling. However, it was also at this crucial moment that Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon claw suddenly reached into his fetal belt. The defense that Little White Dragon was unable to break through was even more like crumbs under Xiaohua's dragon claws. As the dragon claws penetrated, a burst of blood that emitted a fragrant smell spurted out like a fountain of blood. Looking at the unusually ferocious Long Si, she looked like a giant dragon whose tendons had been pulled out. She fell limp in the air and hung down on the Little White Dragon like a vine. At the same time, the dragon might that intimidated the dragons and the murderous aura that could kill dragons instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dragon shape appeared. Without waiting for Dragon Vane Xiaohua's dragon claw to pull out, it swallowed Long Si's womb and other parts. It even swallowed Long Si's abdomen, which was more than 100 feet away. Grand Elder, you. Feng Wu's body had yet to recover, and he flapped his wings and shouted in midair. Ao Sheng's dragon body appeared in midair. His dragon head was still stained with blood, but his dragon eyes were filled with ecstasy. He said, "Spiritual Master Shao, you've only eaten meat. No matter what, you should let me drink some soup." That voice was Ao Sheng's. "You. Don't you think you're too shameless?" Xiaohua recovered his body, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was Dragon Hall's Grand Elder, Xiaohua might have fought for something, but facing Ao Sheng, Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. It was probably because of this that Dragon Hall's Grand Elder let Ao Sheng out. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out a yin-yang bracelet, and with his mind, he swept Long Si's body into the space. "What are you doing?" Ao Sheng was also shocked. He shouted, "Quickly kill Long Si. Don't raise a tiger and invite calamity. Long Si's womb was swallowed by you. Can he still do whatever he wants?" Xiaohua asked. Ao Sheng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Long Si's womb has been lost. He can no longer cause harm to my dragon race. At best, he is now a strange beast of the dragon field. And an immature strange beast. Then it's settled." Xiaohua looked at the little white dragon and the dragon vein. Xiaohua transformed into his human form, and his body was covered in blood. He said fiercely, "This Long Si is too despicable. I'm determined to make him regret it for the rest of his life." "Ow. All right." Ao Sheng knew that he couldn't get back what fell into Xiaohua's hands. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since you want to take Long Si, then you have to be responsible for my dragon race. Don't let this Long Si come out alive. If he eats my dragon race's brain, he might be able to recover. Don't worry." Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "In this old man's hands, how can I let him escape?" At this point, Xiaohua changed the topic and said, "Oh, also, North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng and the others were not killed by me. Now that I have Long Si, I believe you can testify for me. Although I'm not afraid of North Sea Dragon Palace, I don't want to cause trouble." Ao Sheng looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a smile, "Didn't you offend North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Jing? Ao Jing came to settle the score with you, so it's normal for you to kill him. Look, you killed Long Si. Doesn't that phoenix body, which is even more powerful than a dragon's body, prove that you're the one who killed Ao Zheng? Why would I kill Ao Zheng?" Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "At that time, Little White, and this brother Long had yet to condense their bodies. How could I be a match for Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons alone? Other than being killed by Long Si, what other possibility could there be? The problem is..." Ao Sheng replied, "Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons' brains weren't eaten by Long Si, hiss." Ao Sheng's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking Xiaohua up. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Then, he reached out his hand and took out the body of a dragon. He said anxiously, "Could it be that Ao Zheng is the same as this dragon? Hee, you actually killed one of my dragon race's descendants?" Ao Sheng chuckled, "Now I've caught you red-handed. Not good." Xiaohua looked at the wound on his chest that was torn by a sharp weapon and exclaimed, "There are other dragon domain beasts in this stacked Jade Legacy realm. These beasts eat the heart and lungs of the dragon race. Impossible, right? What? What other dragon domain beasts can there be?" Ao Sheng was stunned. Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua also quivered. After all, Long Si almost killed the dragon race that was training. If another one came, who would be able to escape? Ah! Quickly run, why hasn't the stacked Jade Legacy realm closed? At this moment, there was a burst of chaos in the distance. Shocked voices and miserable cries could be heard. "Shao! Daoist Shao!" Ao Zhan flew over from the distance. As he flew, he shouted loudly, Quickly run. There's a beast. While he was speaking, a several zhang large black figure flew up from the ground. This black figure moved slightly and immediately disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it had already landed on top of Ao Zhang's head. Ah! How could it be? When Xiaohua saw that black figure, he unconsciously looked like a mortal who had seen a ghost. His face was deathly pale, and an incredulous cry of surprise escaped his mouth. He was actually 10 times more surprised than when he saw Long Si. What blocked Ao Zhang's head was a several zhang large strange insect. Half of this strange insect's size was its head. There were 2 long feelers on its head. The feelers were serrated. They looked very sharp. Behind the feelers were 2 skull-sized pitch-black spots. This pitch-black spot seemed to be made up of thousands of even smaller pitch-black spots. Looking at the strange insect's body again, it was slightly protruding. Layers of gray spots stacked together. The gray spots converged at the strange insect's tail, condensing into a several-inch-long spike. The spike emitted a grayish-black color. On both sides of the strange insect's body, there was a pair of several zhang long wings. When they flapped, they emitted a black light. Under the wings, there were 2 even longer hind legs on its abdomen, like a pair of long halberds. Those hind legs streaked across the air, setting off strands of ripples. It actually tore the space apart. Wasn't this the strange insect that Xiaohua and Sun Jian joined hands to kill in the void that year? However, this strange insect was more than 10 times bigger than the one Xiaohua had seen before. That year, that 2 qi long strange insect gave Xiaohua and Sun Jian, who were at the lower 5th grade of essence energy, a headache. If Xiaohua hadn't used his spiritual fire to launch a sneak attack, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the strange insect's attack. Moreover, the hind legs that Xiaohua obtained from the strange insect's body were refined into the soul execution vital light. The sharpness of those hind legs increased the might of the soul execution vital light by 30%. Now, although Xiaohua's strength had reached the upper 6th grade of essence energy and he had 2 huge dragons by his side, but how could he be a match for this strange insect? Thinking about those dragons that were easily killed by the strange insect and Ao Zhang and the others that died under the strange insect's sharp teeth, Xiaohua immediately made a decision. He then angrily roared, "Little White, don't move. I will take care of you first. Ao Sheng, if you want to live, quickly carry this old man and escape." While speaking, Xiaohua's arms shook and the universe bracelet that he didn't have time to put away shook, putting the little white dragon into the space. However, it was a bit troublesome to put Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. Dragon Vein Xiaohua couldn't enter Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't have time to think at this time. His figure floated onto Ao Sheng's back. Ao Sheng roared and used the dragon race's secret technique to fly into the distance. Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew beside Ao Sheng. "Fellow Dragon Vein." Xiaohua transmitted, "Can you still return to Ai's body?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua hurriedly replied, "Ai's dragon body hasn't completely solidified yet, it should still be possible." "All right." Xiaohua urged, "Don't resist, I will try to take you in first." Immediately, Xiaohua's mind covered Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body quickly shrank and fell into Xiaohua's meridians. However, once Dragon Vein Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua immediately felt his body sink, as if there was something heavy entering his body. Of course, this heavy feeling only lasted for a moment. On the contrary, Ao Sheng's dragon body suddenly sank and he cried out in shock, "Xiaohua, why are you so heavy?" Before Xiaohua could speak, Ao Zhang's cry for help came from behind, "Spiritual Master Xiao, save me." Chapter 40-45. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart sank. It was even heavier than when Xiaohua entered the dragon vein just now. Ao Sheng was also somewhat hesitant. He slowed down and asked in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, what should we do? Should we save him or not?" "Damn it, why are you asking me?" Xiaohua was going crazy, "You should ask yourself." You have the Great Elder's soul in your body. The Great Elder can't appear again. Ao Shing smiled bitterly. That old man is only using my dragon body to survive, so he can't use too many divine abilities. He just used the heavenly dragon speech technique and used up too much of his yuan qi. If he uses it again, I'll really lose this primordial spirit. And if he loses this primordial spirit, the Great Elder's vitality will be greatly damaged and his position on the Dragon Island may not be stable. If the Great Elder's position is unstable, my Dragon Island may be in chaos. If the Dragon Island is in chaos. As he spoke, Ao Shing didn't dare to continue. If that's the case, why are you asking me? Xiaohua replied snappily, I don't have the Great Elder's divine ability, so it's impossible to save Ao Zhan from that strange insect. But Ao Zhan has that crystal dragon. Ao Shing replied, moreover, if Ao Zhan dies here, the Gue clan will have no leader, the 10 clans of the Dragon Island will not be able to gather, and even the 9 clans will be in chaos again. You're just a small clan elder, why are you worrying so much? Xiaohua ridiculed. Although I'm still young, I have a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders. Ao Shing's figure completely stopped. I can't let the Dragon Island fall apart. Sigh, yes. Xiaohua looked at the struggling Ao Zhan and sighed, if you don't kill this strange insect, not only will your Dragon Island not be able to come to this folded jade legacy realm, even the Dragon Island may be in danger, even the 3 continents will be in danger. Daoist has seen this strange insect before? Ao Shing suddenly realized, Daoist must have a way to kill this strange insect. I did before, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, but this folded jade legacy realm spatial laws are changing, I can't use my divine ability, I'm afraid it won't work. Since you have it, we'll turn back now. Ao Shing said anxiously, I've already thought about it. Even if you and I manage to escape with our lives, if all the dragons in the 3 rivers and 4 seas are killed, we won't have the face to go out. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death. All right. Xiaohua knew that what Ao Shing said was reasonable, and this strange insect was too powerful. If he couldn't escape before the stacking jade Forgotten Realm closed, after the strange insect killed all the dragons, it would definitely attack him. He might as well take this opportunity to join forces with the dragons to kill this strange insect. We will return. Xiaohua instruct the dragon race of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. Not only is this strange insect proficient in devouring, its skin is also tough and thick. Ordinary dragon artifacts cannot harm it in the slightest. It's best to let it devour some spiritual objects of heaven and earth when it's unprepared, so that the spiritual objects of heaven and earth's yuan qi of heaven and earth explode. All right. Ao Shing hurriedly moved his body, and Xiaohua followed Ao Shing to the strange insect. Woo! His whole body flashed with a bronze luster as he used the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Falling from the sky, he shouted, Ao Zhan, don't panic, this Xiao is coming. Kung. Without waiting for Xiaohua to land, a light that was close to nothingness flashed, and one of the strange insect's hind legs strangely swept across, slashing at Xiaohua's waist. Seeing the strange insect's almost perfect sneak attack, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He somewhat understood why Ao Zhan was not killed by the strange insect. It was not because Ao Zhan's strength was superior, but because the strange insect used Ao Zhan to lure him and Ao Sheng. This strange insect's hind legs had been lying in ambush in the void for a long time. This strange insect was much more cunning than the ones he encountered before. Xiaohua's courage to turn back disappeared by more than half. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he immediately took out the wishful staff. With a loud keng, the wishful staff was cut with a deep cut, and the strange insect's hind legs bent again, bypassing the wishful staff. With a zeng sound, the sharp point just happened to cut across the surface of Xiaohua's body. A burning pain appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body, and a wound several inches deep was revealed. Xiaohua's monster body that was tougher than a dragon's body, and his transcendence golden body that would not be damaged by ordinary magic weapons, was actually injured by the strange insect in this face-to-face encounter. That kind of indescribable horror immediately emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Even when facing Long Si just now, he did not feel a sense of crisis, and it suddenly shrouded Xiao Hua. I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Could it be, the danger this Xiao has been worried about is this strange insect? However, at this time, Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because the strange insect's whip-like tentacles were about to hit him. These tentacles were now only a few dozen feet long, and compared to Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body, it was really insignificant, but Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless at all. Using the ethereal steps, he hurriedly dodged. This Xiao Hua will help you. When Ao Zhan saw Xiao Hua turn around to save him, he was extremely grateful. The long spear in his hand danced, stabbing at the strange insect from the side. Woo! The strange insect spread its wings, and a layer of gray fog rose up, blocking Ao Zhan's long spear. Facing this seemingly illusory fog, Ao Zhan's long spear actually could not pierce it. Ao Zhan hurriedly pulled back, and the end of his spear was about to swing out. Clang! A sound of metal rang out, and the strange insect's front leg swung, and Ao Zhan's long spear was easily cut into two. Quickly run! Xiao Hua saw that Ao Zhan was a little dazed, and hurriedly reminded him. At this time, Ao Zhan understood why he was not killed by the strange insect earlier. He shuddered, and his figure quickly retreated. It was also in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Shwa! The strange insect's hind leg swayed again, and a few dozen feet long bloodline appeared from Ao Zhan's abdomen. Just a little bit more, and Ao Zhan's stomach would have been cut open by the strange insect. Ao Zhan was covered in cold sweat, and looking at this strange insect that was 100 times more terrifying than Long Si, he quickly flew away. Quickly call Ao Sheng, he has a way. At this time, what else could Xiao Hua say? He hurriedly urged Ao Zhan to find Ao Sheng. When the strange insect saw Ao Zhan escape, it did not chase after him. The eyes formed by thousands of small black pieces flashed, and its figure jumped towards Xiao Hua. The brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flashed again, and his body shrank, returning to its normal size. He waved the wishful staff and fought with the strange insect. Shwa! In just a few moves, the strange insect's front leg slashed, and its speed was comparable to lightning. Xiao Hua could not dodge at all, and a deep wound appeared on his back. However, this wound had just appeared, and the demonic qi in the blood surged, quickly repairing it. However, before this wound could be repaired, whoosh! Another hind leg stretched out from the void, adding another wound on Xiao Hua's back. Damn it, I don't have the strength to fight back at all. How can this be? Xiao Hua's heart was clenched together. He was originally good at physical strength, and almost invincible in close combat, but all of this was child's play in front of this strange insect. His Daoist, Confucian, Buddhist, and other supernatural powers were restricted, so how could he fight with this strange insect? Now that the spatial laws have changed, this Zhao's spiritual fire can't be activated. Either I use the demonic body, or that white bone. Xiao Hua used the ethereal steps to desperately resist as he thought in his heart. At this time, a strange hiss came from his ears. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked over. He saw a pitch-black dot of light falling in front of him like a meteor. It was the tail of the strange insect. Its sharp stinger tore through the void. Before Xiao Hua could react, it had already pierced his forehead. It was the location of the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Damn it. Xiao Hua's forehead seemed to be split open by a sharp sword, and there was a sharp pain in the illusion breaker eye. This sudden attack of the strange insect was really powerful, and Xiao Hua was actually forced to the end, without any strength to dodge. Wang wang wang. At this critical moment, strange sounds came from all around, and dozens of strange things flew out from midair. These things were like a beehive, and the sound of wind blew out from hundreds of holes, and they also emitted the fragrance of people. The body of the strange insect suddenly stopped, and it gave up on Xiao Hua, suddenly turned around. With a wave of its antennae, the dozens of things were immediately split in half, and a golden liquid flowed out from these things. That strange insect opened its sawtooth mouth and sucked on the nearest thing, and the liquid dripped into the body of the strange insect. Woo-woo. The fog around the strange insect's body rose again, and its entire body swelled up by half, but in just a moment, the strange insect returned to its original state and pounced on another thing. Xiaohua escaped death by the skin of his teeth, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. That rock-hard arm of his couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't dare to make another sound, and urged his body to quietly fly away slowly. And far away, Ao Sheng, Ao Zhan, and a few other dragons were standing in midair carefully, and each of them took out their dragon shell. Those dozens of things were the underwater spiritual objects that the dragons of the West Sea Dragon Palace took out. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything, and transmitted his voice. Ordinary spiritual objects are completely useless. We need to use foreign objects. I understand. Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. My 3 Rivers 4 Seas dragon race has countless treasures, and this morning dregs is also one of them. There are also things that are richer in spiritual energy than this morning dregs, but the problem is, we came to the folded jadeite legacy realm to train. Who would bring so many spiritual objects? Then, facing this extremely vicious strange insect, Xiaohua really didn't have many divine abilities that he could use, and he was somewhat helpless. Raising his head to look at the faintly discernible folded jadeite in midair, Xiaohua asked again, when will the folded jadeite legacy realm close? If we can't kill this strange insect, I'm afraid we can only lure it to the Dragon Island. No, definitely not. Ao Sheng shook his head resolutely. Swoosh. Just as they were discussing, that strange insect suddenly abandoned the morning dregs, and with a flash, it suddenly appeared in front of a dragon. Without waiting for that dragon to react, the strange insect's hind leg slashed, and the dragon's chest and abdomen were instantly torn apart. The strange insect's entire body sank into the dragon's body, and in just a moment, its sharp teeth stretched out, and it was precisely the dragon's heart and lungs that were swallowed into its mouth. Looking at the bloody strange insect coming out of the dragon's chest and abdomen, the group of dragons suddenly dispersed. Facing this strange foreign object, the always valiant dragon race was like a helpless beggar.